The story begins in a dark, terrifying place where a young man named Sung Jinwoo is crawling on a stone floor, bleeding heavily and gasping for air. Holding a broken sword, he introduces himself as an E-rank hunter working for the Hunter Guild. He admits he is the lowest rank and the absolute weakest hunter in the entire world. Above him, massive stone statues look down menacingly from their thrones. He never expected this to happen, and as a giant spear swings directly down at his head, he can only let out a painful, frustrated curse. Then we cut to the bright streets of Seoul, South Korea. Jinwoo walks through a busy crowd, admitting it is genuinely embarrassing to even call himself a hunter. Aside from some slightly abnormal strength and recovery, he constantly gets hurt and survives countless near-death experiences. He isn't putting his life on the line because he enjoys it. He barely makes enough money to pay for his sick mother's medical bills, leaving him no other choice. Next, we see a construction site where a glowing blue portal has cracked open. A crowd of hunters is gathered, and two old acquaintances, Kim and Bak, happily reunite. Bak explains he came back to hunting because his wife is pregnant and he needs to make a fortune fast. When Jinwoo arrives, a rookie hunter notices how popular he seems and asks if he is a super powerful hunter. Kim bursts out laughing and reveals Jinwoo's real nickname, the world's weakest hunter. He explains that Jinwoo is weak enough to get hospitalized from a simple E-rank dungeon raid. Hearing this, the other hunters feel relieved, thinking today's raid will be completely safe. Jinwoo overhears them and quietly walks over to get a coffee, but the worker awkwardly tells him they just ran out. Standing outside with bandages on his face, Jinwoo sighs that even coffee is letting him down. Suddenly, a young healer named Juhi rushes up, completely shocked to see his face covered in bandages again. Jinwoo laughs it off, saying it just happened while hunting. They sit down on some steps and Juhi keeps lecturing him about his safety. He confesses that he was the only one who got hurt during a low-level E-rank dungeon, because the higher-rank party members didn't even bring a healer along. Juhi gets incredibly mad at their carelessness, but Jinwoo just smiles weakly, saying he is completely used to being weak. Seeing the crowd move, Jinwoo notices everyone is getting ready to head inside. Over by the portal, a veteran named Mr. Song steps up and asks to be the party leader. Since he is the highest-ranked hunter there, the whole group enthusiastically agrees. Jinwoo cheerfully asks Mr. Song to take care of them today. As they line up, another hunter mocks Jinwoo, telling him to stay safely behind them and try not to get hurt. Jinwoo just laughs it off. Taking a deep breath, he promises himself that he is going to try his absolute best today, stepping confidently into the glowing blue light of the gate. The raid team gets ready to move toward the glowing blue dungeon gate after receiving the final clearance to go ahead. Two support staff members stay behind for a moment, watching them leave. One of them admits he feels a little guilty for not offering coffee to hunter Sung Jinwoo, mentioning that Jinwoo is well known as the weakest E-rank hunter around. The other worker asks about the dungeon's difficulty level, and his partner tells him it is just a standard D rank. He adds that he has never seen Jinwoo finish a raid without getting hurt, but they figure a D rank gate should be safe enough and rush inside to catch up. Deep inside the cavern, a young female healer uses her magic to mend Jinwoo's wounds. She is frustrated and asks why he keeps risking his life as a hunter. Jinwoo quietly apologizes, but she tells him she does not want an apology. She's just genuinely worried about him. Around them, the other hunters easily defeat the monsters with powerful elemental magic, swords, and ice spells. The healer sighs with relief as the battle ends. The other teammates celebrate, joking about how easy the dungeon was. The healer asks Jinwoo if there is a deeper reason why he refuses to quit. To avoid an embarrassing talk about his personal life, Jinwoo laughs it off and says he does it just for fun. He laughs a bit too hard and winces in pain, causing the healer to yell at him to stop before his wounds open back up. Nearby, a veteran hunter shows off a sparkling magical core. He explains that a core from a C-rank monster can bring in thousands of dollars, which is way out of reach for an E-rank hunter. Jinwoo looks at the tiny shard in his own hand and feels disappointed. He risked his life and got badly hurt, but he only walked away with a low-tier E-rank core. He wonders how he will ever make ends meet with such a small payout. Suddenly, a hunter waves his hand from the back of the cave, shouting that he found a hidden entrance. The team gathers around a massive, dark opening leading deeper underground. The leader realizes the rumors of a rare double lair are true. He lights a torch and leads them down a long tunnel wrapped in massive roots that open into a mysterious chamber. The leader explains that since the gate to the surface is still open, the true dungeon boss must be hiding down here. Protocol says they should stop and wait for backup, but if another squad takes the boss, they will lose all the profit. He suggests they handle the boss themselves, but calls for a vote to decide. The team quickly splits right down the middle, resulting in an 8-8 tie. Everything comes down to Jinwoo's final vote. He hesitates, knowing how weak he is, but he thinks about his life outside the dungeons. He desperately needs money for his sister's college tuition and his sick mother's hospital bills. Driven by the need to take care of his family, Jinwoo decides to take the risk. He raises his hand, votes to go forward, and the group heads into the hidden lair. The group walks deeper into the dark cave, flashlights cutting through the shadows. Someone asks if they've gone too far, realizing they have been walking for about 40 minutes. Since a gate usually closes an hour after a boss dies, they figure they only have 20 minutes left. As they walk, Jinwoo catches up to Juhee, the group's healer, and apologizes for voting to keep going. Juhee keeps her back turned, claiming she's fine, but when Jinwoo presses her, she turns around with a terrifyingly dark expression and admits she's definitely not okay. She completely snaps at him, yelling about how insane he is. She reminds him that if he had been stabbed just a little higher in their last fight, his heart would have been pierced. She mentions his barely healed arms and legs, asking if he hurt his head too when he voted yes. Jinwoo just looks down, knowing she's right. He is only alive because she's a talented healer, and he feels deeply in her debt. When he mutters another apology, Juhee's mood softens. She playfully asks if he's really sorry, then turns around and suggests he treat her to dinner. Jinwoo blushes in surprise, and when Juhee huffs, asking if he doesn't like eating with her, he frantically denies it. Suddenly, someone ahead shouts that they found the boss room. Jinwoo and Juhee look up to see a massive, incredibly strange golden double door. Some hunters worry about how dangerous it feels, but their leader, Mr. Song, extends his hand toward the door. He asks if they really want to go home empty-handed and says he will go in alone if he has to. The others look at each other, remembering that Mr. Song is a highly skilled C-rank hunter. Trusting his leadership, they decide to follow him. With a heavy grinding sound, the giant doors open easily, and Mr. Song tells everyone to head inside. The torches inside are already lit, and the hunters begin exploring the massive temple-like room. They notice ancient stone statues lining the walls, each holding different weapons or musical instruments, giving off a creepy vibe. Then someone spots a towering, godlike stone statue sitting on a throne. While some think it's the boss, others assume it's just a harmless decoration. Meanwhile, Jinwoo notices a stone tablet on the floor covered in runic text. He reads the first line aloud, which says to worship the Lord, and calls Mr. Song over. Mr. Song reads the inscription, identifying it as the commandments of the Kartanan Temple. The text commands them to praise the Lord and prove their faith, warning that anyone who breaks the rules won't leave alive. Suddenly, Juhee grabs Jinwoo's sleeve, trembling as she whispers that the giant statue's eyeball just moved and looked right at them. Before he can reply, the giant golden doors slam shut with a massive crash. Total panic breaks out. One terrified hunter yells that coming here was a mistake and sprints for the exit, ignoring Mr. Song's warnings to stay away from the door. The moment he touches the handle, a giant stone guardian next to the entrance springs to life, smashing its weapon down and instantly crushing him into a bloody splatter. The remaining hunters freeze in absolute horror as Jinwoo looks back up at the throne, watching the massive god statue's glowing eyes slowly lock onto them. The hunters stand frozen in absolute horror as the massive stone statue right in front of them starts to move. They can barely process what's happening, frantically whispering about the person who was just killed in a single hit. It doesn't make any sense. This was supposed to be a low-level D-rank dungeon at most. No one has ever heard of monsters this insanely powerful in a place like this. Jinwoo looks around the room, a terrible realization washing over him as he wonders if every single statue in this room can move, including the colossus sitting at the very back. This isn't the first time he's faced death. As an E-rank hunter, he's always had to risk his life just to survive basic raids. He recalls getting lost on his first mission, getting blindsided by a low-level monster that put him in the hospital for weeks, and even almost starving to death while trapped inside a dungeon. While stronger hunters can trade high-grade magical cores for top-tier weapons and get rich, Jinwoo can't afford any of that. He goes into dungeons unequipped because cheap swords just break immediately. Other hunters constantly look down on him, sneering at how he always comes back injured from easy dungeons and calling him the world's weakest hunter. But Jinwoo has always ignored their insults and kept working a dangerous job because he knew his situation all too well. Suddenly, the massive statue at the back of the room opens its eyes, glowing with an ominous light. Jinwoo's instincts scream at him, and he yells out at the top of his lungs for everyone to duck. In that exact split second, a blinding, devastating laser beam shoots directly from the giant statue's eyes, tearing across the chamber and obliterating everything in its path. The explosion is catastrophic, turning the stone walls and floor into a roaring inferno of debris and fire. As the smoke slowly clears, the survivors are left trembling in the wreckage. Several hunters didn't make it, and the ones left alive realize they would have been completely wiped out if Jinwoo hadn't warned them. Juhee is completely paralyzed with fear, gripping her head and shaking uncontrollably on the ground. Jinwoo calls out to her, warning everyone absolutely not to stand up, realizing that the giant will strike again the moment anyone moves. He knows Juhee is a talented B-rank healer, but her crippling fear means she can only handle basic raids, and this nightmare is anything but basic. Mr. Song calls out to Jinwoo, his voice strained as he asks him what rank he thinks this monster actually is. Mr. Song has been on high-level raids before, but he's never seen anything of this caliber, guessing it could be an A-rank or even an S-rank threat. Jinwoo notices something terrible and points out that Mr. Song's arm has been completely severed by the blast. Despite the horrific injury, Mr. Song tries to stay calm, asking for help to stop the bleeding while looking toward the massive colossus. Jinwoo thinks back to the rules carved on the stone tablet: worship the Lord, praise the Lord, and prove your faith. Looking up at the terrifying entity towering over them, Jinwoo realizes that the Lord, mentioned in the commandments, is undeniably the giant statue right in front of them. It all started 10 years ago when a glowing blue portal called the Gate appeared, connecting our world to another reality. That event changed everything and gave birth to the Hunters, people who awakened incredible powers to cross over and defeat the monsters inside. Our main character Jinwoo became a hunter too, but he only rank locked at E rank, making him barely stronger than a normal human. Most dungeons are straightforward, but sometimes, a gate conceals an absolute nightmare. Right now, Jinwoo and his raid party are trapped in a terrifying double dungeon, facing a massive stone entity that oozes pure despair. Mr. Song, the party leader, is badly hurt, his arm bleeding severely. Juhee, a B rank healer, is doing her best to patch him up, but she's shaking uncontrollably from trauma. They are surrounded by slaughter. One hunter was completely obliterated, and another is on his knees, crying out desperately that he just wants to live. Mr. Song tells everyone to stay completely still. Moving triggers immediate, lethal retaliation from the towering statues. Jinwoo realizes that escaping won't be easy because the giant god statue at the back never intended to let them walk out alive. Suddenly, one of the hunters loses his mind. Having just joined a major guild, he refuses to die in a low-level D-rank dungeon. Bragging about his exceptional speed, he sprints full speed toward the exit door. Mr. Song and Jinwoo scream at him to stop, but it is too late. The massive stone guard standing next to the door raises its giant weapon and swings it downward with immense force. The impact completely smashes the runner into the floor, splashing blood across the heavy doors. Juhee lets out a horrified scream, and the remaining hunters grind their teeth in absolute fury and helplessness. They realize they are completely outmatched, like bugs waiting to be squashed. If these stone monsters wanted to kill everyone right now, they easily could, so why are they holding back? Jinwoo's mind begins to race under the pressure. The statue near the door attacks anyone who approaches it, and the giant god statue fires disintegrating beams from its eyes whenever someone moves. It isn't random violence. There is a specific pattern. They are following a set of strict guidelines. Jinwoo suddenly remembers the stone tablet they found earlier. There is a rule to this room, hidden within the commandments of the Kartanen Temple. Frantic to test his theory, Jinwoo yells out across the room to Mr. Song, asking him what the very first commandment was. Mr. Song, looking tense and confused, calls back that the first commandment said to worship the Lord. Looking up at the giant stone face, Jinwoo notices something chilling. The god statue's eyes are shifting downward, locking directly onto him, but it isn't moving to attack yet. Jinwoo realizes that to survive the first rule, they all have to do something unthinkable. They have to bow down and prostrate themselves before the monster. The chapter starts in the heavy, suffocating darkness of the hidden dungeon, where the survivors are trapped in sheer terror. Sung Jinwoo is on the ground, frantically trying to piece everything together while the other hunters look on in confusion, demanding to know what he is doing. Mr. Song watches Jinwoo closely, noticing that his eyes are sharp and focused, definitely not the eyes of a man who has given up or wishes to die. Towering above them, the giant statue's eyes glow with a terrifying, blinding light, ready to vaporize anyone in its line of sight. Jinwoo stands in a low crouch, sweating and catching his breath as his mind races to decode the danger. He stares intently at the massive entity, remembering how it only attacks when someone moves past a certain height. Suddenly, the puzzle clicks, and he finally understands the true meaning behind the first commandment of the shrine. Without wasting a second, Jinwoo screams at the top of his lungs, telling everyone to immediately bow down to the statue. The other hunters look back at him in complete shock and utter disbelief, shouting to ask if he has completely gone mad. Mr. Song keeps his composure and presses Jinwoo, asking if he has actually figured something out. Looking determined, Jinwoo confirms that he has, explaining that the entity only attacks above a certain height, meaning that bowing low is the literal interpretation of worshipping the Lord. Mr. Song asks if this is just a gut feeling, and Jinwoo admits that it is, at least for now. Realizing they have absolutely no other options, Mr. Song decides to trust him. Slowly, the remaining hunters drop to their knees and press their faces against the stone floor, bowing deeply before the massive throne. Desperate whispers fill the room as they wonder if just bowing will truly be enough to save their lives and let them get out of this nightmare. Juhee is on the floor beside Jinwoo, trembling uncontrollably from the sheer trauma of the situation. Up above, the giant statue slowly shifts its gaze downward, its glowing eyes locking onto the hunters prostrated before it. For a moment, the room falls completely silent. Then a sickening, wide grin begins to spread across the statue's stone face. The close-up reveals a horrifying, massive smile filled with rows of perfectly white teeth, and its eyes turn into blood-red pools of malice. One of the hunters recoils in absolute horror, terrified by the grotesque change in expression. Jinwoo looks up from his bow, sweating profusely as he realizes the creature's mood has shifted, but the deadly eye beams have stopped. The hunters start celebrating, thinking they are finally safe and have survived the worst of it. However, Jinwoo knows better, realizing that the trial is far from over. As the others panic and beg Jinwoo for another plan, he admits he's out of ideas but quickly remembers the second commandment, praise the Lord. Hearing this, a hunter who used to be a church choir member steps forward, confidently offering to sing a hymn to the statue. He starts singing a religious song at the top of his lungs, hoping it counts as praise. For a second, the statue seems to slow down, but Jinwoo watches in dread, realizing with sudden horror that the hunter is praising the completely wrong god. The temple turns into a complete house of horrors as the massive stone lord begins to crush the hunters. One of the men tries to pray, believing he is showing devotion, but Jinwoo realizes in pure terror that the man is praising the wrong god entirely. Before anyone can react, a gigantic stone foot comes down, obliterating the man in an instant and leaving nothing but a bloody crater on the floor. Panic sets in immediately. The survivors start screaming and scattering in every direction. Jinwoo runs for his life while holding onto Juhee, who is weeping and paralyzed with fear. Another hunter, Mr. Back, panics as he runs, thinking about his wife and his 2 kids at home, desperate to survive for his family's sake. He finds a spot near the wall and stops, thinking he might finally be safe. The leader yells a warning to Mr. Back to turn around, but it is already too late. One of the massive stone guard statues standing along the wall moves with terrifying speed. With a single brutal swing of its sword, it slices Mr. Back completely in half. The giant god statue looks down at the carnage, its red eyes glowing as the temple rules demand they praise the Lord, while Jinwoo realizes this thing isn't a god at all, it's a devil. Jinwoo looks around, trying to figure out the puzzle while people are being slaughtered. The stone guards attack anyone who gets too close to the outer walls, using weapons like axes, spears, and swords to hack off limbs. But as Jinwoo runs, he notices something different about one of the statues. It isn't holding a weapon, it's holding a horn-like musical instrument. Putting the clues together, Jinwoo deduces that the guards only activate when a person gets close, moving in preset patterns. If the statues holding instruments follow the same rules, then they might play music instead of attacking. He screams out to the remaining survivors, telling everyone to run toward the statues holding instruments. The group splits up and dashes toward the musical statues. Sure enough, as soon as a hunter gets close, the statue begins to play its instrument rather than strike them down. However, Jinwoo quickly discovers a hidden trap in the rules. 2 people cannot seek shelter under the same statue. When someone tries to crowd another spot, the statue targets them. Jinwoo pushes his body to the limit, running toward a statue he thinks is holding an instrument. But as he gets closer, his heart drops. It isn't holding an instrument at all, it's holding a shield. With no cover left, Jinwoo is completely exposed. A weapon-wielding guard lunges forward and brutally slashes Jinwoo, severing his leg. He collapses to the ground in agony, bleeding out on the cold stone floor while Juhee screams his name in absolute horror. The scene opens on a bloody floor covered in deep cracks, with bodies scattered everywhere across the stone tiles. We see a severed leg sitting in a massive puddle of fresh blood. Juhee's hands glow with golden light as she tries to heal a heavily injured Jinwoo. Jinwoo looks down, completely exhausted, and tells her it's okay and she can stop. Tears stream down Juhee's face and blood drips from her nose from overexerting her magic. But she cries out, promising to heal him if he can just hold on. Jinwoo can barely breathe and coughs violently as the strain of the dungeon weighs down on them. The remaining hunters can only watch in horror. One mutters how terrible the situation is, though he notes that at least Jinwoo survived the initial onslaught. Another hunter points out that they started this raid with 17 people and now only 6 are left standing. To make matters worse, 2 of them are already gravely injured, leaving their chances of survival looking incredibly slim. Jinwoo lies against the wall, panting heavily with his face bloodied. Kim Sang-shik turns his anger towards Song Kye-yeol, the party leader, telling him that while losing his arm is unfortunate, it all happened because of his rash decisions. He orders Kye-yeol to wait there for his punishment, and Kye-yeol can only look down and softly agree, crushed by the guilt of losing so many lives. Suddenly, a massive crash echoes through the room, sending debris flying everywhere. A huge stone structure rises from the center of the room, shrouded in thick mist. Sang-shik stares in shock, asking what that thing is. Jinwoo looks up with tired eyes, recognizes it immediately, and calls it an altar. He explains that it is just like the altars from ancient mythologies, where living beings were sacrificed to please a lord. Kye-yeol realizes that the last commandment is to prove your faith, meaning this is their final trial. Sang-shik draws his glowing sword, realizing that to clear this room, they have to sacrifice someone to the altar. He points his weapon directly at Kye-yeol, demanding to know who brought them into this nightmare. He angrily reminds Kye-yeol about the hunters who died, including a man who bragged about his family right before being torn in half. Since Kye-yeol promised to take responsibility, Sang-shik tells him to prove it by stepping up as the sacrifice. Another hunter tries to defend Kye-yeol, arguing that they all voted to come here, but Sang-shik barks at him to shut up. Kye-yeol calmly stops the argument, walking forward into the center of the room, accepting his fate and asking the others to step away. As Kyle steps onto the altar, a bright orange flame erupts around the structure. Everyone watches in confusion, wondering if a single flame means the dungeon doesn't want a sacrifice after all. Jinwoo asks for help to get up, and as he and the others join Kyle on top of the altar, more flames ignite around the perimeter. Jinwoo realizes that a new flame appears for every person who stands on the altar, meaning the final trial only begins once every single survivor is up there together. He warns them that the gate has been open for 7 days, meaning it will fully open soon and the monsters will escape into the human world if they don't defeat the boss right now. Suddenly, the massive double doors of the dungeon begin to grind open, making some hunters think they can finally escape. But before anyone can run, Jinwoo looks on in utter dread as every single giant stone statue in the room suddenly opens its glowing eyes and begins marching straight toward the colossal statues suddenly begin to move, their heavy stone footsteps shaking the entire room. Panic completely takes over the remaining hunters, and they shout out in absolute terror, completely lost on what to do next. Seeing the looming danger, Jinwoo quickly turns to Joo-hee and warns her that she cannot close her eyes, no matter what. Mr. Song realizes the true nature of this horrific test, shouting out to everyone that it is just like the game they played when they were young, where the statues only creep closer the moment you take your eyes off of them. He commands everyone to keep their eyes locked onto the statues. But the sheer terror is too much for one girl to handle. Overwhelmed by fear, she lets out a panicked scream and bolts frantically toward the open door, ignoring Jinwoo's desperate cries to stop. She sprints across the chamber, her footsteps echoing wildly, and manages to dive straight through the exit. Surprisingly, she survives, but her escape causes the massive stone door to slide shut just a little bit more. Jinwoo watches this in realization, noticing that one of the red flames on the altar, which represents the number of people inside, instantly vanished the moment she left. Jinwoo pieces the puzzle together, realizing that the open door isn't a true escape, but a trap designed to tempt them with false hope. The final commandment to prove your faith means maintaining that faith even when surrounded by terror, danger, and sweet temptations. Witnessing her successful escape, another hunter breaks down under the pressure, trembling violently as he admits he cannot stay any longer. He drops his weapon with a loud clank and sprints for the door as well, leaving the others shocked and angry. Jinwoo screams at everyone not to move, explaining that if anyone else leaves, they won't have enough people left to watch all the statues, and everyone remaining will die. Mr. Song demands a clearer explanation, and Jinwoo clarifies that the blue flames acting as a countdown timer are their key to survival. If they can just hold their ground and keep looking at the statues until the blue flames disappear, they will all be able to leave safely. Hearing this, Kim Sang-shik looks at Jinwoo, admitting he never expected someone so notoriously weak to be the one saving their lives. He confesses that he always looked down on Jinwoo, but acknowledges that he is only alive right now because of him. However, despite his gratitude and deep apology, Sang-shik looks toward the closing door. He tearfully admits that he has a family waiting for him and simply doesn't want to die here. Despite Jinwoo's furious warnings that his betrayal will condemn the rest of them to death, Sang-shik turns his back and runs, abandoning the final survivors to their fate. So Jinwoo realizes that if everyone runs, they are all going to die right here. The massive temple doors are already closing, and Kyle finally understands the rules of the dungeon. He looks back at Jinwoo and tells everyone else they need to escape while they can. Kyle turns to Joo-hee and asks her to help Jinwoo up, which she completely agrees to, but when she tries to move, her body completely fails her. She falls hard to the stone floor, trembling in pure terror. She looks down, wondering what is wrong with her body, only to realize her legs are totally paralyzed. Kyle points out that she has hit complete mana exhaustion from overusing her magic trying to heal Jinwoo's severe wounds earlier. Seeing this, Jinwoo looks up and tells Kyle that he needs to take Joo-hee and get out of here immediately. Kyle argues that he wants to stay behind instead, but Jinwoo snaps back, asking who else is going to carry her out if he stays. The massive stone statues start marching toward the altar, stamping their weapons, and Jinwoo screams that there is no time left. Kyle looks down deeply torn, but Joo-hee cries out, desperately weeping and insisting that she would rather stay behind with Jinwoo. Jinwoo just smiles weakly, trying to lighten the heavy mood, and reminds her that he still owes her a dinner. He reaches out and drops a small essence stone into her hand, telling her to keep it safe and that he will collect his payment from her whenever he gets back. Joo-hee cries, shouting that this is absolutely no time for jokes, but before she can argue further, Kyle chops her on the neck, knocking her completely unconscious. He lifts her onto his back, looks at Jinwoo with an incredibly heavy heart, and promises to take care of her. Jinwoo sighs in relief, watching their retreating figures finally slip through the glowing light of the exit just before the massive doors slam shut for good. Left entirely alone in the dark temple, Jinwoo watches the towering statues close in on him. He feels a bitter sense of relief that he is the only one dying here, though he can't help but jokingly wish he had bought some life insurance beforehand. As the ground rumbles and the statues loom over the altar, Jinwoo drags his battered, bleeding body upright. Grabbing a dropped sword, he grits his teeth, covered in blood, and tells the monsters to come at him, determined to take at least one of them down with him. But as the heavy weapons swing down to crush him, a sudden wave of raw terror hits him. He doesn't want to die. He screams out in his mind, furious at how unfair it is, thinking about his family and how much he desperately wants to live. He begs for just one more chance. Right as the blades are about to strike, a futuristic system chime rings out in his head. A floating screen appears, announcing that he has completed all hidden requirements for a secret quest called Courage of the Weak. It asks if he wants to accept the right to become a player, warning him that if he refuses, his heart will stop in a fraction of a second. Realizing this weird system is his only lifeline, Jinwoo accepts the prompt, and a final message pops up, welcoming him as a player right as the screen fades out. Sung Jinwoo wakes up with a gasp, his eyes wide with terror as a glowing message fades from his sight. He's panting heavily, sweat pouring down his face as he looks around. The brutal nightmare of the double dungeon is gone, replaced by the quiet white walls of a hospital room. He wonders if it was all just a dream. Before he can clear his head, the door slides open and two men in sharp black suits walk in. Jinwoo asks who they are, completely caught off guard. They introduce themselves as inspectors from the Korean Hunters Association. Jinwoo is immediately confused about why high-ranking officials would want to see an E-rank hunter like him. That's when they drop a bomb on him. He's been unconscious for 3 whole days. Panicked, Jinwoo immediately asks if the others made it out alive. The inspector tells him that they survived, but the cost was high. Mr. Song lost his arm and will likely have to retire, and Juhee is severely traumatized and undergoing psychiatric treatment. It's highly unlikely either of them will ever return to the dungeons. Hearing enough of the grim details, Jinwoo tells them to stop. The inspector goes on to explain that when the association and the White Tiger Guild finally reached the coordinates of the hidden room, the giant statues and the terrifying monsters had completely vanished. There was no trace of a massacre. The only thing left in that empty room was Jinwoo, lying completely alone on the altar. Because of this bizarre situation, the association came up with a theory. They think Jinwoo might have experienced a double awakening, a rare phenomenon where a hunter receives a second surge of power that can shoot their rank all the way up to an A or an S rank. To test this theory, the inspector pulls out a magic power detector and asks Jinwoo to place his hand on the mana crystal. The inspector watches closely, knowing that only a powerhouse could have cleared that room. Jinwoo places his hand down and the device whirs to life, but the screen displays a tiny number, barely reaching a baseline E-rank level. Disappointed, the inspector thinks to himself that trash is just trash after all and apologizes to Jinwoo for wasting his time. As the inspectors pack up and walk out the door, Jinwoo stares after them, realizing something strange. A floating blue system screen is hovering right in front of his face, saying he has unread mail. He checks his body and realizes his severed leg and impaled chest are completely healed. He tries to touch the floating screen, but his hand passes right through it. Just then his younger sister Jinah bursts into the room in her school uniform. She starts scolding him loudly, crying and asking why he always has to be the one getting hurt while everyone else returns fine. Jinwoo apologizes, feeling thankful that he didn't leave her behind. He points to the floating screen and asks if she can see it, but she just looks at him like he's crazy. Realizing only he can see it, he figures out how to open the mail with his mind. A daily quest pops up called Preparing to Become Strong. It demands a brutal routine, 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run. It warns that failing will result in a penalty. Jinwoo laughs it off, thinking it's a joke, and goes to sleep without doing it. But the moment the timer hits 0, a massive earthquake shakes the room. The ground drops out from under him, and suddenly Jinwoo opens his eyes to find himself stranded in a blistering, endless desert. A massive notification warns him that his penalty quest has begun, and he has to survive for 4 hours. Right on cue, the sand explodes, and a terrifying, giant centipede rises up from the dunes, locking its eyes directly on him. Jinwoo suddenly finds himself dropped into a massive, burning desert under a dark, apocalyptic sky. In the distance, a huge beam of light explodes, making the intense heat even worse. He is completely out of breath but forces his legs to keep moving across the shifting sand. Right on his heels, the ground bursts open and a terrifying giant centipede monster roars into the air. The massive creature chases him down, tearing up the desert floor with its endless legs. Its jaws snap wide open, ready to swallow him whole. Jinwoo screams in pure panic, completely out of options. With only seconds left on his penalty timer, he takes a desperate leap forward just as the ground explodes right behind him. The next thing he knows, Jinwoo crashes hard onto the floor of his hospital room. He is completely drained and drenched in sweat, but he is safely back in reality. A glowing system screen floats in front of him, confirming that he successfully survived the penalty quest. While he lies there trying to catch his breath, a couple of nurses walk past his room in the hallway. They are chatting about how weird it is that a hunter who just woke up from a coma is already doing such intense daily workouts. They figure he is just healing fast because he is a hunter, having absolutely no idea about the life-or-death nightmare he just went through. Later on, Jinwoo is out on the streets near the hospital, continuing his brutal daily workout. He is panting heavily but starting to understand how this bizarre system actually works. The game-like screen floating in the air is totally real, but only he can see it. Every single day, he has to complete a strict routine of push-ups, sit-ups, squats, and a long run. Once he finishes, the system gives him rewards. He taps the option for status recovery, and a bright flash of light wraps around his body. Instantly, all his exhaustion vanishes and his body heals completely, feeling as fresh as if he hadn't run at all. Jinwoo sits on a park bench outside to look over his stats, skills, and inventory screens. It really does feel exactly like he is living inside a video game. Ready to test out his new system, he heads to the hospital front desk and asks the receptionist for permission to leave for the day. She lets him go but asks where he is heading, and he just casually tells her he has some personal business to take care of. He walks down into a nearby subway station to check out a specific reward he got from his daily quests. It is a mysterious key meant to unlock a hidden instance dungeon. Standing right at the entrance gates, he wonders if this is what people call a double awakening. He takes a deep breath and uses the key. Instantly, a magical barrier blocks the subway stairs, and the whole environment shifts into a dark, creepy gate. Jinwoo turns around to look back, but the exit is completely sealed off. A system warning pops up, telling him he cannot leave unless he defeats the dungeon boss or finds a teleportation scroll. Stranded all alone in the dark subway, Jinwoo remembers how just a few days ago, he was the world's weakest hunter who could barely handle E-rank monsters. But now, knowing he has to clear this dungeon completely by himself, he tightly grips his weapon and braces for the fight ahead. Walking down the dim, empty subway corridor, Jinwoo couldn't help but feel a wave of anxiety washing over him. Trying to clear an entire dungeon completely solo without a party to back him up was starting to feel like a massive mistake. His confidence was plummeting by the second. Just as he was questioning his choices, a foul, overwhelming stench filled the air. Jinwoo froze, instantly recognizing the smell of a beast monster nearby. Before he could react, two glowing red eyes pierced the shadows ahead. A massive, bloodthirsty wolf burst from the darkness, letting out a terrifying roar that echoed through the narrow hallway. The creature lunged forward with terrifying speed, its jaws snapped wide open. Jinwoo threw himself to the side, sliding along the hard floor as the beast missed him by inches. As the monster turned around to face him again, the system identified it as a steel fang raken. Jinwoo tried to brace himself to fight back, but his body wouldn't listen. His leg was completely paralyzed, refusing to budge. A cold sweat broke out as a sudden wave of panic washed over him. He realized it was pure fear gripping his body. Traumatic memories of the horrifying double dungeon and the giant god statue flashed back into his mind. He cursed under his breath, realizing the lingering psychological scars were holding him back right when his life depended on it. The Raken didn't hesitate, seizing the moment to lunge at him again with a lethal swipe. Jinwoo forced himself to break through the paralysis, executing a desperate backflip to evade the incoming claws. As he landed cleanly on his feet, he noticed something surprising. His body felt remarkably light and nimble. He realized that the stat points he had invested into his strength and agility were actually working. However, he couldn't afford a single mistake. He didn't have a healer with him, meaning any major injury could be fatal. Stealing his resolve, he refused to let fear dictate his fate again. He had barely survived death once, and he wasn't about to die in a place like this. With a fierce battle cry, Jinwoo lunged forward and threw a powerful punch right into the wolf's face, sending the heavy beast crashing hard into the wall. Despite the heavy blow, the Raken quickly scrambled back onto its paws, snarling fiercely. Jinwoo realized that even with his boosted stats, the monster was still physically stronger than him. Desperate for a way to turn the tide, he remembered his system interface and called out his inventory. He reached into the magical spatial storage, hoping to find anything useful, and pulled out the broken iron sword that Mr. Kim had left behind during the tragic incident in the temple. Clutching the handle, a surge of adrenaline replaced his panic. Armed with a proper weapon, Jinwoo charged forward as the wolf went for another deadly bite. He brought the blade down, clashing directly against the monster's powerful jaws. The impact shattered the creature's armored teeth, proving it didn't earn the name Steel Fang for nothing. Jinwoo pressed the attack, determined not to let the sword go to waste. As he locked eyes with the beast, his perspective completely shifted. Compared to the unstoppable, godlike monsters he had faced in the hidden temple, these wolves were actually weak. His status screen flashed before his eyes, confirming his growth as level 2 hunter Jinwoo finally began his true ascent. Jinwoo stares at his floating status window, figuring out how this new system works. He notices that leveling up increases all his stats by 1, giving him 5 points total. That is much more efficient than the daily quest, which only gives 3 points. Looking at his attributes, his strength is up to 20, while his agility and sense are at 11. He can definitely feel the physical improvement, and he wonders if his stats are weighted. The biggest takeaway for him is simple: even someone as weak as him can actually get stronger. He stands in the quiet subway station, looking down at the 2 wolves he just defeated. He wonders if he's overreacting over just a couple of monsters, but then he notices something strange. They didn't drop any magical cores. Usually dungeon monsters leave cores behind, but these are different. Jinwoo realizes that if he's being controlled by a game-like system, these instant dungeons were probably custom-made by the system itself. That explains why they drop items instead of cores. He picks up a sharp tooth which the system labels as a junk item called a Raken's Fang. Right then, a new screen pops up revealing an in-game store. Jinwoo taps the buy button, but a warning flashes telling him his level isn't high enough yet. Since buying is locked for new players, he tries the sell option instead. The system asks if he wants to sell the Raken's Fang, and when he hits yes, he receives 20 gold. He stares at the gold icon, a bit lost because it's not real cash, so he has no idea what it's actually worth. Looking around the creepy station, he guesses this place is just an E-rank dungeon, meaning the items here probably aren't worth much anyway. The reality of his situation sets in as he looks at his bloody sword. He can't leave unless he defeats the dungeon boss. Finding a return crystal would let him escape, but there's no guarantee one will drop and he'll eventually run out of food. An E-rank boss might be too much to handle alone, but he realizes he can win if he just levels up some more. Right on cue, low growls echo through the shadows. Dozens of glowing red eyes appear in the darkness as a massive pack of wolves rushes down the corridor. Instead of panicking, Jinwoo grips his weapon tightly. There's nothing to fear because he has already died once before. He charges straight into the pack, swinging his sword fiercely and pushing his body to its absolute limits. Blue light trails follow his blade as he cuts through the horde, and a system alert chimes to let him know he just leveled up. As he catches his breath, he thinks of his family. If he dies here, he can't protect the people he loves and he'll lose everything. He refuses to keep his head down like a weakling anymore. If following these bullshit rules is what it takes to get strong, he'll do it. Covered in blood, Jinwoo looks down the tracks where a sea of red eyes is still waiting. The system flashes a final alert, granting him a new title, Wolf Slayer. With a smirk, he drags his sword along the concrete and steps forward into the dark. Jinwoo is in the middle of a brutal fight inside the dungeon, standing face to face with ferocious red wolves. He manages to survive, but looking down at his weapon, he realizes the blade is completely dull and chipped. He remembers how weapons always lose their durability after a few runs through a dungeon, no matter how high grade they are. It reminds him of the time he bought an expensive dagger back when he was struggling to make ends meet. That dagger broke way too easily during a boss fight, and since he couldn't afford to keep replacing them, he just started relying on his own body to fight instead. Looking around at the pile of defeated monsters, he thanks the worn-out sword for getting him through this round. When Jinwoo opens up his system inventory, he sees he's collected a ton of loot, including 34 wolf fangs, some armor, and a rare item called a hearthstone. Holding the glowing blue stone in his hand, he knows it can teleport him out safely, but he hesitates. He realizes a chance to level up this quickly might never happen again. If he leaves now, the dungeon might just disappear like a limited-time system event. He feels like he's just a puppet dancing in the palm of some unknown god, but he ultimately decides not to retreat. He grips his weapon and presses deeper into the dark, foggy subway station. As he moves forward, more monsters ambush him, but Jinwoo fights back fiercely. System alarms start flashing over and over, announcing his level ups. With every level he gains, the combat feels a bit lighter and easier. He slashes through creatures like Razor Claw Brigas and Black Shadow Razans, his movements becoming a blur of glowing blue and purple aura. He can literally feel himself getting stronger with every single strike. He notices these monsters keep respawning constantly, which doesn't happen in normal dungeons, making them feel more like programmed constructs than living things. By studying their patterns, Jinwoo quickly figures out their attack vectors. He anticipates a monkey falling from the ceiling and big cats striking from both sides, dodging and countering them flawlessly. When another Steel Fang Raken leaps at him, Jinwoo's eyes glow with intense focus and he cuts the beast cleanly in half. He remembers how the system color codes enemy danger levels. Red means deadly, orange means strong, and white means weak. The wolves that used to be a major threat are now marked in white, proving just how much his stats have grown. However, as he walks down the eerie, never-ending stairs of Hapjeong Station, he senses an overwhelming pressure from deep below. Suddenly, a massive blur of red moves incredibly fast, catching him off guard and shattering his sword. Panting and bleeding, Jinwoo faces down a giant wolf whose name still glows a dangerous orange. Even after all his leveling up, this monster is on a whole different tier. Realizing this creature must be the true boss of the dungeon, Jinwoo readies himself for the ultimate fight. So Jinwoo is facing off against this massive blue snake inside the dungeon. He's totally beat up, bleeding from his mouth and breathing heavily. He stares right at it and asks if it's the boss of this place. This monster is huge, with glowing yellow eyes and rows of sharp fangs. Jinwoo looks at his broken sword and realizes his current weapons won't do a thing. Normal punches won't pierce those incredibly thick blue scales either. He has to figure out a way to break through its defense, thinking he needs a fast attack with real weight behind it. Suddenly, the snake whips its massive body around, smashing into the ground with a giant crash. Junwoo barely leaps out of the way. The snake keeps charging, tearing up the entire tunnel as Junwoo sprints for his life. He knows that if he takes even one direct hit from this thing, he's dead. The snake is just too fast and powerful. It catches up to him and knocks him down hard, making him cough up blood. Lying there in the dirt, Junwoo feels frustrated. He thought he had gotten a bit stronger after all his training, but facing this monster makes him realize he's still completely lacking. As he struggles to move, memories of his past start flashing through his mind. He remembers being called the world's weakest hunter and how people used to talk behind his back. The snake strikes again, throwing him across the floor. He spits out more blood but forces himself to stay conscious. He tells himself that his weakness isn't something to brag about. He knows exactly how weak he used to be, and he's desperate to escape that past. He grips his broken sword with everything he's got, focusing entirely on one thing: strength. He thinks back to the terrifying double dungeon incident, remembering the overwhelming pressure of the giant stone statue that forced everyone to their knees. He remembers the fear, the desperation, and how he was abandoned and betrayed by the people he trusted. He screams out in his memories, remembering the bitterness of being left behind. That betrayal is exactly why he came to this instant dungeon in the first place, to get stronger so it never happens again. With pure rage and determination, Junwoo stands back up and faces the giant snake. The monster lashes out, hitting him again, but Junwoo refuses to back down. He says he isn't done yet. Compared to the absolute terror of the giant god statue, this snake doesn't scare him at all. He leaps into the air, puts all of his stat points into strength, and drives his broken blade straight into the monster's head, screaming at it to die. Meanwhile, out in the real world, hospital staff are wondering where Junwoo went since he hasn't returned to his room. They talk about how hunters are basically monsters compared to normal humans because they heal so fast. Back in the dungeon, the massive snake crashes to the ground, dead. Junwoo kneels there, completely exhausted and covered in blood, but then the system screens pop up. He officially leveled up and defeated the boss, the blue poison fangs Kasaka. Looking at the notifications, Junwoo just smiles and laughs, realizing he really did get a bit stronger. Sitting on the ground after a brutal fight, Junwoo lets out a breathless laugh. He can feel it, he has definitely gone a bit stronger. As he stands up, his entire body aches, but looking down at his hand makes the pain worth it. He just obtained a new weapon, a dagger carved from a monster's venomous fang. It is a massive upgrade, boasting an attack stat more than twice as high as his old blade, along with deadly paralysis and bleeding effects. Even though it feels a little awkward right now, he decides to store it away in his inventory for later. Suddenly, the magical dungeon begins to dissolve, and Junwoo steps back out into a normal, brightly lit subway station. He looks around, wondering if the whole ordeal is over, and casually tries to figure out what time it is. His quiet exit doesn't last long, though. A soldier stationed at the exit spots him, pointing a rifle and demanding to know who he is, how he got out, and if he missed the emergency broadcast. The guard is shocked to realize Junwoo is a hunter and quickly offers to guide him out. As they walk, the soldier explains that a dungeon break happened nearby. Most of the smaller monsters are cleared, but one massive boss is still running rampant. Thanks to his newly raised sense stat, Junwoo can actually feel the overwhelming pressure of the boss monster looming just ahead. Out on the city streets, a massive stone golem wrapped in crackling blue energy is tearing through the plaza. The police are doing everything they can to push back panicked onlookers who are busy filming the chaos on their phones. The battlefield is a total mess. The frontline hunters are struggling hard, their tanks screaming desperately for the healers to keep him alive. The monster's defense is just too high, and the low-ranking damage dealers barely have any magic left to pierce its thick hide. Blending into the crowd, Junwoo watches the struggle unfold. He realizes the raid team was thrown together on short notice, resulting in a low-ranked squad trapped in a brutal battle of attrition. Looking closely at the support team, he spots a familiar face among the healers. It is Juhi. She is frozen in terror, completely paralyzed by memories of the horrific double dungeon they barely survived. A wounded hunter barks at her, demanding to know why a B-rank healer is just spacing out when people are dying, but she simply cannot move. Seeing her suffer, Junwoo realizes she hasn't overcome the trauma yet, and it reminds him of his own need to push forward. Knowing the team will wipe if the monster isn't stopped right now, Junwoo takes a broken sword and hurls it with incredible force. The blade streaks through the air, dealing a fatal blow to the golem. The massive beast collapses, leaving the raid team cheering in total disbelief. As the hunters marvel at the mysterious high-ranking savior, Juhi catches a glimpse of a familiar figure walking away into the rain and quietly whispers Jinwoo's name, while his system screen updates to show he has successfully reached level 18. Sung Jinwoo starts his morning by pushing himself to the absolute limit in his hospital room, cranking out intense push-ups and sit-ups until he's dripping with sweat. Right as he's finishing up, a nurse slides the door open and walks straight into his workout session. She freezes instantly, turning bright red and covering her face out of pure embarrassment. Junwoo awkwardly tells her it's okay, while she hastily flusters out an apology. Once she catches her breath, she steals a closer look and is completely stunned by his incredible new physique. She wonders if he was always this toned and chiseled, before building up the courage to hold out her phone and ask for his number. Jinwoo just looks completely blank, wondering if there's some kind of medical test result she needs to send him. Later that morning, Jinwoo's younger sister is by the front door getting ready for school when he walks out yawning with messy hair. She notices something is different right away, pointing out how toned he looks and asking if he somehow grew taller. Jinwoo just brushes it off as nonsense and forces her to take a folding umbrella. She groans that it doesn't look like rain, but he playfully shoves it into her backpack anyway. Left alone, Jinwoo pulls up his floating daily quest screen to check his progress and notices how fast his muscles are growing. Realizing his stat points are directly altering his body, he sees his strength is way higher than his other attributes. Fearing he might turn into an overmuscled monster, he decides to dump his remaining points into agility and sense to keep his build lean. Suddenly, his phone rings with his landlord aggressively demanding this month's rent. Jinwoo apologizes and promises to transfer the money soon, but it makes him seriously contemplate his future as a hunter. He knows C-rank gates yield massive profits, but as a lowly E-rank, guilds won't look at him and the competition for low-level dungeons is fierce. He considers getting reevaluated, but worries that revealing his leveling ability will make him a target, so he decides to join an independent raid party instead. He arrives at the meeting spot where the raid leader confirms his status as the world's weakest hunter. The leader explains they just need him to fill the mandatory 10-person legal headcount for a C-rank gate, offering him 2 million won just to carry baggage. Jinwoo gladly signs the contract. While waiting, a flashy young D-rank hunter named Yoo Jin-ho approaches him in incredibly expensive high-tech armor, suggesting they stick together. Jinwoo is just amazed by all the shiny gear. Soon, the leader hands off the heavy bags to the low-rank fillers and reminds everyone they aren't liable for any accidents. As they approach the glowing portal, Jin-ho confidently tells Jinwoo not to worry because he will protect him, leaving Jinwoo to just smile quietly to himself. The chapter kicks off at a massive construction site during sunset, where a group of hunters is gathered outside an unfinished building. The raid leader, a buff guy named Hwang Dong-suk, looks around the abandoned scaffolding and remarks on how quiet it is. A younger hunter in flashy armor named Yoo Jin-ho strikes up a conversation with our main guy, Sung Jinwoo, who is carrying a heavy basket of mining gear. Jin-ho mentions that the construction boss ran away with billions of won, leaving the site completely deserted. Seeing Jinwoo's massive pack, Jin-ho asks if it's too heavy, but Jinwoo says he's fine. Honestly, with his newly upgraded strength stats, the weight is nothing. Jin-ho keeps chatting, asking Jinwoo why he's so quiet. Jinwoo jokingly replies that maybe Jin-ho just talks too much. Jin-ho laughs it off, proudly bragging that being a hunter is just a hobby because he's actually a wealthy conglomerate heir. Jinwoo just gives him a classic deadpan look. Suddenly, Dong-suk calls out that they've arrived. Right in front of them is a massive glowing blue dungeon gate. It's unusually huge for a C-rank, making a few hunters nervous. Dong-suk brushes it off, explaining that gate size doesn't matter, it's the magical energy inside that determines the rank. Still, Jinwoo feels a bit anxious since it's his very first C-rank dungeon. Dong-suk draws his weapon and leads the group inside. As the squad prepares, Jinwoo notices how incredibly well-equipped everyone is. Usually, low-rank hunters can barely afford decent gear, but this team looks rich. Jin-ho draws a shiny, expensive sword, telling Jinwoo to keep up but asking him not to walk side by side. Once inside, the dungeon is pitch black. Dong-suk has their mage create a ball of light, revealing a massive empty cavern that looks like a web of giant roots. The hunters are confused by the lack of monsters or natural glowing stones. Jin-ho wonders if a dungeon can be empty, but Jinwoo quickly shushes him. Jinwoo's instincts kick in. He realizes that total darkness means the monsters here thrive in the dark and don't rely on sight. Suddenly, he hears a strange skittering noise. He screams at everyone to look up, warning them that insect monsters are coming from the ceiling. Total chaos breaks out as giant bugs rain down on the squad. The hunters scramble in the dark, shouting for the damage dealers to blast the ceiling. It's a frantic fight without a healer, but they manage to clear the swarm cleanly. Afterward, Dong-suk tells everyone to harvest the magic crystals for a 9-way split. Jin-ho thanks Jinwoo for saving them, amazed by his sharp senses. But the victory is cut short when a hunter calls Dong-suk over to look at the carcasses. They discover the insects already had deep blade wounds before the squad even arrived. Dong-suk smiles greedily, realizing a much stronger monster is lurking nearby, meaning a massive payday. But as Jin-ho chats about his expensive gear, Jinwoo gets hit with a chilling, ominous feeling that something is horribly wrong. Jinwoo looks over at Jin-ho and notes that his sword and shield look incredibly expensive. Jin-ho proudly smiles and mentions that his father bought them for him since it is his very first raid. Even though Jin-ho is excited, Jinwoo tells him to stay on guard because he's picking up a really bad vibe from the rest of the group. Jinwoo originally took this job as a porter thinking it would be an easy way to make some quick cash without having to get involved in any dangerous fights. But suddenly, a strange system warning flashes before his eyes, telling him to beware of lizards. He doesn't completely understand what it means yet, but his gut feelings are usually right. Further inside the cave, the raid leader Hwang Dong-suk notices that things are looking grim. They keep walking past the mutilated corpses of giant insect monsters, but none of them are intact. He knows that since the dungeon gate hasn't closed yet, the boss must still be alive. Suddenly, Dong-suk stops the group and orders their mage Jae Chuan to cast a light spell down the path. As the bright light fills the cavern, it reveals a terrifying sight. A massive, horrifying spider boss is hanging right above them, surrounded by thick layers of webbing. Dong-suk tells everyone to quiet down and get ready. But as they look deeper into the room, they see something incredible. The entire cave is covered in massive, glowing blue mana crystals. The hunters immediately celebrate, realizing they just hit the ultimate jackpot. They estimate that the haul is easily worth over 10 million won. One of the squad members laughs and says that Dong-suk's famous younger brother, a high-ranking hunter in America, would probably be jealous of this find. This comment secretly triggers Dong-suk. He hates being ignored by his stronger brother and resolves to use this massive fortune to increase his own squad's power. As the core members gleefully calculate how much money they'll make, Jinho steps forward holding a piece of paper. He calls out to the leader and pulls out Jinwoo's contract, pointing out that it doesn't say anything about splitting these types of crystals. He asks why they're only talking about dividing the money among themselves instead of all 10 members. Dong-suk puts on a fake smile, reassuring Jinho that they will absolutely split everything evenly. However, he says there is something else they need to take care of first. Dong-suk explains that they need to mine all these crystals before fighting the spider, which luckily seems to be fast asleep after a big meal. When he asks his teammate if he brought the mining equipment, the guy admits he left it all back in the car. Dong-suk smoothly turns to Jinho and Jinwoo, asking them to stay behind and guard the room while the rest of the group heads back to the entrance to grab the gear. He promises them nothing will happen as long as they don't provoke the beast. But as soon as the main group walks out, Jinho puts the pieces together. He realizes this squad always enters C-rank dungeons with just 8 core members and hires random extras to meet the legal 10-person requirement. Before they can even move, Jae Chuan uses his magic to completely seal the boss room entrance with a massive wall of rock. Jinho panics, realizing they've been completely abandoned. Jinwoo looks at the blocked doorway, finally realizing that the lizards the system warned him about are the human scum who just left them to die. The entrance is completely blocked off by giant rocks, and Jinwoo realizes right away what's happening. The guys who left them behind are what hunters call lizards. In dungeons, accidents happen all the time, and since there aren't any cameras to prove a crime, some corrupt hunters will sacrifice or kill their own teammates for profit. If you're weak or get in the way, they'll cut you loose to save themselves, just like a lizard dropping its tail. Jinho completely panics, shouting that those sons of bitches are trying to kill them both just to keep all the mana crystals for themselves. But Jinwoo knows they couldn't have stopped it anyway. They were caught in a trap from the start, and if they had tried anything earlier, the group would have just struck them down right then and there. Meanwhile, outside the room, the betrayers are casually walking away. They've stolen Jinho's gear and are checking a phone to see which rich family he belongs to, figuring they can make even more money off his death. One of the hunters asks their leader, Hwang, if he has the confidence to beat the dungeon boss on his own. Hwang flatly admits it's impossible because a C-rank boss is just too dangerous. Back inside, getting out isn't the main issue anymore. The real problem is the massive creature that just woke up right above them. A giant spider boss drops down from the ceiling. Jinho is terrified, but he still steps in front of Jinwoo, telling him to get behind him while he tries to think of a plan. The monster is hideous, covered in glowing red eyes and filled with rows of sharp teeth. To Jinho, its strength feels like it's on a completely different level. But when Jinwoo hears the words, another level, he just thinks back to the terrifying, smiling giant statue from the double dungeon. Compared to that nightmare, this spider is a joke. Jinwoo casually tells Jinho to stand back. Jinho is totally shocked, asking if he's seriously going to try and kill that thing alone. Jinwoo reflects on how much he's changed. Even though the spider is incredibly strong compared to the monsters from his instant dungeon, he doesn't feel any pressure. He isn't intimidated at all, and he realizes that his current strength is actually high enough to take down a C-rank boss. Jinwoo draws his dagger, Rasaka's Fang, and leaps into the fight. He lands a heavy blow, and Jinho is completely amazed that the attack actually worked against the boss. Jinwoo smiles, noting that his new dagger is a pretty good weapon, and tells himself that the real hunt begins now. Jinho is left staring in absolute disbelief, wondering how a guy this powerful could possibly be the world's weakest E-rank hunter. The E-rank hunter watches in complete shock, his eyes wide, struggling to process what he is witnessing. He cannot believe someone ranked as an E-rank could possibly be this strong. Right in front of him, the battle rages as the hunter clashes with the massive spider boss, their movements blurring. He is constantly on the move, darting around the creature, slashing at its thick skin while trying to avoid its lethal, crushing attacks. He notes that the spider has 8 legs and no blind spots, and it can easily punch through the floor, making every single strike a life-threatening danger. He realizes he needs to be much closer to effectively damage it, but the beast is relentless. As he dodges and weaves, the other hunter watches, his mind reeling as he wonders what kind of person this is. He starts to suspect that this must be a false rancor, someone intentionally hiding their true power, and he knows that false rancors are often dangerous psychopaths who kill for fun. The battle continues, and he wonders how much time has passed, maybe 5 minutes, maybe 10. He is starting to feel the strain, his stamina is dropping, and as his fatigue rises, his speed begins to slow. He realizes he cannot keep this pace up much longer. He decides to use the special ability of his dagger, which has a chance to paralyze the enemy or cause them to lose health over time. Suddenly, the spider sprays a stream of acid. The bystander is stunned. He realizes the guy was hiding a trump card the whole time. The hunter knows he has to move even faster to close the distance, pushing himself to the limit despite his rising fatigue. He manages to close the gap in an instant, landing strikes that force the spider back, though he struggles to land a true critical hit. As his fatigue reaches critical levels, he makes a crucial decision. He finally accepts the daily quest reward, triggering a full status recovery. His fatigue resets and he levels up multiple times in the process, his power surging. The spider, weakened by the effects of his attacks, finally collapses. The E-rank observer is left shaking, unable to believe what he just saw. He is trembling, terrified by the sheer power this man displayed. The hunter, now calm, approaches the man who had been watching in fear. The guy is so nervous he offers him water, barely able to speak. The hunter ignores the tension, focused only on the loot and the monsters he still intends to hunt in this place. As he looks over his own status screen, seeing his level now at 21, he just sighs, satisfied that he survived and grew stronger while the other man just stands there, completely overwhelmed by what he just witnessed. The smoke and dust clear as Hwang Dong-suk and his traitorous party walk back into the cavern. They stop dead in their tracks when they see Yoo Jin-ho and Sung Jin-woo still standing. The hunters are completely shocked and wonder how the two of them managed to kill the searing spider boss all by themselves. They quickly assume it must have been because of Jin-ho's incredibly expensive, high-grade equipment. Hwang Dong-suk steps forward and calls out to Jin-ho. He reveals that he looked into Jin-ho's background because of his flashy armor and discovered that he is actually the son of Chairman Yoo Myung-han, a massive real estate tycoon. Hwang tells Jin-ho that he wants to talk business with his wealthy father, but first, he offers Jin-ho a chance to live. Hwang gives Jin-ho a brutal ultimatum: kill Sung Jin-woo and join their group. He warns Jin-ho that it is the only way he will leave this place alive, otherwise they will both die right there. Jin-ho is completely horrified by the demand. Hwang mocks his hesitation, asking if he is actually scared of a weak E-ranker and reminds him that nobody will ever know what happened inside the dungeon anyway. Watching from the side, Jin-woo remains calm. He thinks about how it is a given that he will be betrayed because he is viewed as weak. But instead of turning on Jin-woo, Jin-ho takes a firm step forward. He draws his sword, raises his shield, and chooses to protect his partner. Hwang sighs, noting that it is a bit of a waste to kill a rich family's son, and orders his men to take care of the weak one first. He looks at Jin-woo and asks him if he has ever killed a human before. Right at that moment, a blue system screen flashes directly in front of Jin-woo's eyes. It is an emergency quest. The system has detected a clear intent to murder from the surrounding players and commands Jin-woo to eliminate the threats to ensure his own safety. The warning screens tell him that if he fails to complete this quest, his own heart will stop. Looking at the blue panels, Jin-woo finally understands the brutal reality of his situation. He realizes he forgot that the dungeon is a place where only the fittest survive. The system is not acting out of goodwill, it is forcing him to kill so that he can become strong. One of the mages in Hwang's group fires a massive blast of magical energy directly at Jin-woo, but the attack completely misses. The hunters are confused, wondering how a mere E-ranker survived a direct shot. Jin-woo looks at them with cold, glowing eyes. He tells them that if they are hunters, they should be ready to become the hunted. Before anyone can even react, Jin-woo moves at blinding speed. In the blink of an eye, one of the hunters drops dead to the ground. The rest of the group panics in absolute shock, unable to comprehend how an E-ranker could suddenly possess such terrifying power. Jin-woo stands over his first human kill. The system interface flashes before his eyes, marking one enemy dead. The remaining hunters are in complete shock. They can't understand how a weak E-rank hunter just killed a D-rank hunter in the blink of an eye. Jin-woo looks down at his bloody clothes and the dagger gripped tightly in his palm. He realizes he just took a human life. Even if the system forced his hand with a life-or-death order, it doesn't change what he did. But he knows the brutal truth of his situation. If he doesn't kill them, they will kill him. There is no running away anymore. He reminds himself that only the strong survive in this world. Memories of his past weakness flash through his mind. He remembers the terrifying moments in the double dungeon where people screamed, cried, and begged for their lives. He remembers the hunters who apologized because they didn't want to die, leaving him behind to perish on the altar. Jinwoo snaps back to reality. A dark, terrifying aura begins to surge around his body, and his eyes glow with a cold, piercing blue light. He completely accepts his new reality. Ichwang Dongsuk and his remaining men back away, feeling the overwhelming pressure. Desperate, Dongsuk orders his mage to blast Jinwoo with one more blow. A massive explosion of magic engulfs Jinwoo, lighting up the entire cave. But before the smoke can even clear, Jinwoo is already moving. He moves like a shadow, appearing right behind another hunter and slashing through him instantly. The hunters panic as Jinwoo systematically cuts them down. They try to swing their weapons, but they are far too slow. They can't hit him at all. Jinwoo casually tells them that if they call themselves hunters, they should try actually hunting him. Suddenly, Jinwoo activates his skill, unleashing an overwhelming wave of murderous intent. The hunters freeze in place, their bodies refusing to move under the intense pressure of the fear effect. One by one, they are sliced apart until only Ichwang Dongsuk is left standing. Dongsuk is terrified, finally realizing that Jinwoo was the one who defeated the dungeon boss all along. In a final, desperate move, Dongsuk uses his strength skill to power up, but it is useless. Jinwoo effortlessly overpowers him, beating him into the dirt. Dongsuk coughs up blood, completely breaking down. He begs for mercy, then tries to threaten Jinwoo by mentioning his powerful brother. Jinwoo doesn't hesitate and finishes him off. As the dungeon begins to close, the system rewards pop up, and Jinho can only watch from the side, throwing up from the horror. Meanwhile, across the world in Washington, USA, a massive man wakes up in a sweat. It is Ichwang Dongsu, Dongsuk's younger brother. He sits up in bed, realizing his eyes are wet with tears from a sudden bad dream. Confused, he wonders what time it is back home in Korea, completely unaware of the slaughter that just took place. Over at the Hunters Association Monitoring Division, an agent rushes into manager Yu Jinchul's office with an urgent report. 8 hunters were just killed during a C-rank dungeon raid, and the only survivors are a D-rank and an E-rank hunter. The manager assumes they ran away, but the agent explains they actually cleared the dungeon. The D-rank hunter Yu Jinho had incredibly expensive gear, which might explain how they beat the giant spider boss, but it still doesn't make sense why the entire party was wiped out. Then the agent drops a bombshell. The E-rank survivor is Sung Jinwoo, the same guy from the terrifying double dungeon incident. Even though Jinwoo recently scanned as a weak E-rank, there is a much bigger problem. One of the dead hunters is Ichwang Dongsuk, the older brother of a terrifyingly powerful S-rank hunter named Ichwang Dongsu. Jinchul realizes they absolutely cannot ignore this. Meanwhile, Jinwoo is relaxing at home with his little sister Jinna. He brought home a big box of chicken wings and drinks, making his sister joke that he's usually way too stingy for this. Jinwoo chugs a beer to take the edge off, but a blue system message instantly pops up. It alerts him that a harmful substance was detected, and his Cure Poison passive buff purifies it immediately. He sighs, realizing the system won't even let him get tipsy. This passive ability came from a blessing back in the double dungeon, which is the same magic that regenerated his missing leg. Since he is immune to all toxins, alcohol does nothing to him. He heads to his room, telling his sister she can finish the chicken. Jinna notices his personality has changed lately, but just brushes it off. Back in his room, Jinwoo pulls out a small bottle of Rasaka's venom. He wonders if his automatic healing will wipe out the negative debuff while letting him keep the benefits. He drinks it, but the system detects the toxin and completely neutralizes it, causing the venom's effects to fade away entirely. Later, Jinwoo meets up with Yu Jinho at a cafe. The rich kid is incredibly excited, calling Jinwoo his savior and explaining that he made a ton of money from the magic crystals Jinwoo let him keep. He's grateful Jinwoo kept quiet to avoid legal trouble, though he gets quiet remembering how their old party tried to murder them. Jinho then reveals his grand plan. He wants to form a private raid team to clear 19 more dungeons so he can get a guild master license. Jinwoo immediately declines and stands up to leave, but Jinho begs him to stay, promising a fair split of the rewards. He explains that his father, the chairman of Yujin Construction, wants to start a massive guild. His dad plans to hire an outside S-rank hunter as the master and put Jinho's older brother in charge as vice master, but Jinho knows there will be massive friction between them. To prevent this, Jinho needs his own license to take the master position himself. He confesses that he knows Jinwoo is a false ranker hiding a high rank, but promises to keep the secret safe. He figures that clearing dungeons safely with an E rank will make his own achievements look amazing to his father, and he fully trusts Jinwoo since he saved his life twice. Hearing this, Jinwoo stops and asks what exactly he gets out of joining the team. Jinho smiles and lays out an offer that Jinwoo can't easily refuse. It's a clear day at the park, and Sung Jinwoo is out exercising with his younger sister Jinna. As they stretch, Jinna asks why he suddenly decided to join her. Jinwoo tells her to just keep up, but then he asks a strange question. He asks what she would do if she suddenly got 3 billion won. Jinna says she would probably deposit it or buy a bigger house, wondering why he's bringing up such an unrealistic number. Instead of answering, Jinwoo takes off sprinting, leaving her panting in the dust and complaining about how he's still a hunter after all. While he runs, Jinwoo's mind flashes back to his meeting with Yu Jinho. He remembers looking over the offer of a 3 billion won building in exchange for clearing 19 C-rank dungeons. Jinwoo knows he's a special case who can continuously level up. If he can reach S-rank, 3 billion won will be nothing. Back in the cafe, Jinwoo gives Jinho his strict condition. They will clear the dungeons completely by themselves. Jinho is shocked, noting that C-rank gates require a minimum of 10 members to even enter. Jinwoo explains they will use the exact same method Hwang Dongsuk used, paying random people just to fill the head count without actually fighting. Realizing this keeps others safe and will perfectly impress his father, Jinho eagerly agrees to recruit the teammates. Back in the present, a system alarm snaps Jinwoo out of his thoughts. He realizes he accidentally overdid his daily quest while lost in thought. Since he has to wait for his sister anyway, he decides to see how far he can push the system. He doubles his routine, smashing out 200 push-ups, curl-ups, and squats. He decides to double his run to 20 kilometers too. Just as Jinha finally catches up, he bursts forward again, leaving her screaming behind him. Meanwhile, all the way across the world in Washington, USA, the terrifying S-rank hunter Hwang Dongsu is on the phone. His assistant Lola enters the room and asks what he's doing so late. Dongsu looks over his shoulder and asks her what happens if he kills someone in Korea. Lola explains that Korea hasn't signed the criminal hunter treaty yet, meaning he would be tried back in America, where government negotiations would easily handle it. Dongsu reveals that some bastards killed his older brother. Looking at the files for the only two survivors, Yu Jinho and Sung Jinwoo, he decides these low ranks must have set a trap. He tells Lola to clear his schedule in 2 weeks so he can visit Korea, muttering that he hopes the culprits are still alive by then. Back to Jinwoo, who just finished his doubled workout. The system rewards him for completing a hidden quest, granting him an S-class key to an instant dungeon called Hell's Gate. Jinwoo knows that an S-rank difficulty means his survival chance is basically 0. But then he remembers he still has a Hearthstone to escape if things get too dangerous. Knowing he needs to test his strength to clear the C-rank gates with Jinho, he refuses to back down out of fear. He resolves to face the challenge, stay alive, and keep leveling up. Jinwoo is standing right in front of Hell's Gatekeeper, Cerberus, this massive, terrifying three-headed beast covered in flames. He knows that if he backs down now out of fear, he will never get any stronger, so he resolves to push through and level up, refusing to let his journey end here. Right there, we see a notification for an S-rank key that grants entry to the Demon Castle, highlighting just how insane the difficulty of this place is. If the key itself is S-rank, his chances of surviving are incredibly slim, making it clear that his best option is to level up as much as possible in instant dungeons whenever he gets the chance. After a certain point, the difficulty of these gates skyrockets, much like what happened on Jeju Island where an S-rank gate broke open and turned the entire area into an uninhabitable wasteland. Even a full team of S-rank hunters would struggle to clear a gate like that, and with the current forces available, it is practically impossible, which is why Jinwoo originally chose to avoid these high-level zones. As Cerberus roars, its overwhelming toughness and lethal strength become instantly clear, presenting a level of danger that is completely unmatched. Jinwoo dodges a massive strike that slams into the ground, jumping out of the way just in time as the beast's paws shatter the floor. He tries to strike back out of pure curiosity to see if his attacks can even pierce a monster of this caliber, but his blades barely scratch the creature. Realizing he needs more quickness, he activates his sprint skill, boosting his movement speed by 30% at the cost of his mana. He unleashes a flurry of rapid attacks, but a system alarm pops up warning him that the enemy's resistance is too high and his status effects are being completely cancelled. Even with his active title buffs, the gap in power is just too massive, and the monster heavily damages him, leaving him on the brink of death. With continuous warnings flashing on his screen, Jinwoo manages to turn things around by using a clever trick with the system. He accepts a pending daily mission reward for a full recovery right at the final second, completely restoring his health and managing to deliver the finishing blows to slay the beast. After the giant wolf collapses, he stands over its body, realizing that this fight was a massive reality check. He knows that if he tries to open the actual castle gates right now, he will definitely die, so he decides to leave and return only after he has gotten much stronger. Meanwhile, the scene shifts back to the human world, where a wealthy, grieving father is meeting with a shady hunter named Kang Taeshik from the monitoring department. The man explains that what happens inside a dungeon stays inside a dungeon, and begs Taeshik to assassinate the criminals who ruined his family, offering a staggering 20 billion won to get the job done. Taeshik agrees with a twisted smile, making it clear that he has absolutely no problem taking out those targets, casually admitting that for him, hunting humans is way more fun than hunting monsters. The story begins inside a traditional kendo dojo where two practitioners are heavily sparring with wooden swords. Mr. Song Kai-yol, the veteran C-rank hunter, finishes the match dripping with sweat. His student catches their breath and praises his skills, bringing up how amazing he is even after losing an arm in that horrific double dungeon incident a few months ago. Song tells them to drop it, but right then, an emergency call rings on his phone, forcing him to cut the session short for an urgent low-rank summons. Before he leaves, the student, who is actually a powerful S-rank hunter, asks why he is postponing retirement. Song explains he just wants to stay useful to the world, while the student notes that even a high rank cannot make up for a total lack of martial arts skill. Walking down the street, Song reflects on how his awakening gave him magic instead of physical strength, making his decades of sword training useless against monsters, but he continues on toward his C-rank raid anyway. Suddenly, someone calls out to him on the street. Song turns to see a tall young man in a hooded coat, who lowers his hood to reveal he is Sung Jinwoo. Song is in absolute shock because Jinwoo has completely transformed, leaving no trace of his old, fragile self. Song is completely baffled to see that Jinwoo's leg, which was severed in the double dungeon, is now perfectly fine. Jinwoo smiles and says it was completely healed when he woke up. Overjoyed, Song laughs and slaps Jinwoo on the shoulder, glad he did not end up disabled. They soon arrive at the raid site, which is closed off with yellow tape. To Song's amazement, the other survivors from that terrible day are all gathering together again. Jinwoo spots Lee Joo-hee and Mr. Kim Sang-shik waiting by the gate. Kim looks incredibly tense and guilty for running away and leaving Jinwoo behind, while Joo-hee looks at Jinwoo with teary eyes, stunned to see him alive and looking like a completely different person. Their reunion is cut short when a group of handcuffed criminals arrives. An official explains that these are rehab hunters sent to reduce their sentences, overseen by a sharp-looking association agent named Kang Tae-shik. Kim Sang-shik complains about entering a dungeon with dangerous criminals, but the official explains there is a severe hunter shortage and notes that Kang is a strong B-rank who will keep them in line. Jinwoo senses that something is deeply wrong and softly begs Joo-hee to back out because it feels dangerous, but she insists on coming along. Realizing they are in this together, the group steps forward into the glowing blue portal, completely unaware of what lies ahead. The chapter starts with Bang Tae-shik from the monitoring department introducing himself. He has brought along a few convicts to help out with the raid. When one of the prisoners complains about being treated like slaves, Tae-shik quickly tells him to shut it. He asks who will lead the raid today, and Mr. Song steps up to take charge. Before they head inside, Mr. Song turns to Jinwoo and asks if he's okay with him leading. Jinwoo says of course he is. Right then, Mr. Song bows deeply, thanking Jinwoo for giving him another chance. He carries a heavy guilt, saying that while it was his fault 11 people died in the double dungeon, it was thanks to Jinwoo that 6 survived. He explains that he is bowing to show his gratitude on behalf of all the hunters. Jinwoo is taken aback and tells him to raise his head, while Joo-hee and Mr. Kim watch the emotional moment quietly. Mr. Kim makes a comment about having no complaints, and suddenly, a goblin leaps out with a loud screech, kicking off the battle. The convicts jump straight into action, tearing through the monsters with brutal ease. One prisoner swings his weapon, laughing about how bland the fight is and telling the monsters to come at them in packs. Another convict delivers a massive punch that completely obliterates a goblin. Watching them fight so ruthlessly, Mr. Kim thinks to himself that it's hard to tell who the real monster is and who the human is. Kim mentions how nice it is that all the survivors from that horrific incident are finally reunited. As they walk, Joo-hee tells Jinwoo how much he has improved. She points out his high-quality dagger, noting how strange it is to see someone who used to fight barehanded suddenly using a weapon. Jinwoo just plays it cool. Joo-hee adds that she didn't even have to heal him once and asks if he secretly trained in martial arts while he was gone. Jinwoo laughs it off, claiming he just does a little exercise every day. Mr. Kim watches Jinwoo from behind, thinking about how much the young man has changed. It's not just his looks, his entire aura is completely different. He used to look helpless, but now he has a relaxed confidence. On the other hand, Kim notices Joo-hee trembling, realizing she is still deeply traumatized and terrified of mere goblins. Soon they reach a three-way split in the path. Kim suggests splitting up to clear the dungeon faster since the difficulty is low, and Mr. Song agrees. Jinwoo walks down his chosen path, sensing the boss is at the end. He knows ordinary goblins don't give much experience, so he needs to defeat the boss to get stronger. But more than that, he is keeping an eye out because Bang Tae-shik is making him uneasy. Meanwhile, the convicts are ruthlessly slaughtering goblins in another tunnel, mocking how weak they are. Bang Tae-shik walks up and asks them a dark question, if they could kill human children. The prisoners find the question boring, replying that starving children in a dungeon would gladly eat your flesh, so of course they would kill them. Tae-shik smiles a twisted smile, agreeing that to kill you must be ready to kill anyone. He plans to report it to the association as if they just ran into 100 goblins. In a separate tunnel, Mr. Kim and his partner walk together. Kim admits he feels immense guilt for running away and abandoning Jinwoo before. He decides that after this raid, he's going to bow his head and formally apologize to Jinwoo, even if he isn't forgiven. Suddenly, they turn a corner and stop dead in their tracks, gasping in complete horror at what lies ahead. The assassin from the monitoring division stands over a terrified prisoner who is begging for his life. He casually talks about how his job was to cause as much pain as possible, and how much fun it was to watch them cry. But then his higher-ups tell him to wrap it up quickly. Just as he's dealing with the prisoner, he notices footsteps. Jinwoo and the other hunters enter the area, and the assassin realizes the tunnel pathways are connected. Looking at the dead bodies of the prisoners lying in pools of blood, he figures out that the way to the boss room must be to the left, meaning he won't have to wander around aimlessly anymore. Suddenly, an intense wave of killing intent fills the dark cave. Sensing the danger, the group panics and Mr. Song screams for everyone to turn back. But the assassin moves like a flash, launching a lethal ambush directly at them. In a split second, Jinwoo reacts and completely blocks the strike. The assassin is shocked that someone actually stopped his attack, noting how sharp Jinwoo's senses and strength are. He admits that his original plan was to take out the B-rank healer first to avoid any nuisances, but now he has to change his strategy. With a terrifying glare, he bluntly declares that he's just going to kill all of them instead. Mr. Song yells out in disbelief, demanding to know why a regular guild member would commit such a horrific crime. But the assassin doesn't care and lunges forward through the darkness to slaughter them. Amidst the chaos, Kim Sang-shik's mind flashes back to his family. He remembers talking to his wife and kids about why he risked his life as a hunter, knowing he's just a regular dad who needs to make a living. He desperately repeats to himself that he absolutely cannot die today. Tragically, the assassin slashes him down, leaving him collapsed in a massive pool of his own blood. Jinwoo gasps in horror as he sees Kim Sang-shik bleeding out on the ground. He frantically screams at Joo-hee to hurry up and heal him. Joo-hee desperately channels her green healing magic into Kim's chest, but he's coughing up blood and fading fast. With his final breaths, Kim Sang-shik looks at Jinwoo and tearfully apologizes for abandoning him back in the double dungeon, deeply regretting that he has to say sorry like this. Furious, Jinwoo confronts the assassin, demanding to know why he did this. The man just shrugs it off, casually brainstorming a cover story for the association. He smiles, saying he can just blame it on a monster ambush or claim the criminals broke free and slaughtered everyone. Mr. Song steps forward, ready to fight the assassin himself, but Jinwoo stops him, warning that the man is far too dangerous to handle alone. The assassin gets excited, eager to fight a human opponent for once. Mr. Song asks Joo-hee for a physical strength buff, which makes the killer laugh, asking what a magician thinks he's doing. But Mr. Song calmly draws his blade, revealing that despite his appearances, he's actually a master swordsman ready for battle. Mr. Song knows that physical strength buffs on a magician are usually pretty useless. But right now, he has no choice but to act as a swordsman. He steps up to face the dangerous assassin Kang Tae-shik. Even with Joo-hee backing him up with magical buffs, Mr. Song is fully aware of his own limitations. He compares his current state to installing a powerful car engine onto a regular bicycle. If he goes down a steep hill too fast and fails to control his speed around a sharp curve, it is going to cost him his life. Suddenly, Kang Tae-shik drops down from above with terrifying speed. Their blades clash with a loud ring, sparks flying into the air. Tae-shik just smiles a twisted grin, completely confident in his overwhelming superiority. He mocks Mr. Song, telling him it is completely normal for a magician to be at a massive disadvantage against an assassin type. To him, Mr. Song is just a weak mage holding a blade, someone whose physical level cannot even reach D rank. He openly questions if holding a weapon can even make a difference for someone so weak. The fierce battle continues as Mr. Song tries his best to keep up. Tae-shik actually admits that the old man's movements are pretty good and clearly show a lifetime of practice. Mr. Song pushes his old body past its limits, desperate to find a way to go just a little bit faster. He swings his blade with everything he has, but Tae-shik easily dodges the strike, remaining entirely unimpressed. Tae-shik smiles and notes that while his fast and precise style is cool, that is as far as it goes. He points out that there is a very good reason you never see a magical swordsman among the true masters of hunters. Realizing that Joo-hee's presence as a healer will turn this into a painful endurance battle, Tae-shik decides to change his target. He abruptly turns his back on Mr. Song and darts straight toward Joo-hee to eliminate her as fast as possible. Mr. Song gets absolutely furious at being completely ignored. He shouts that Tae-shik shouldn't look down on him so much and brings his sword down in a massive, devastating strike. He proudly declares that he might not look like much right now, but he actually trained an S-rank student. Even if his physical body cannot keep up anymore, his deep combat skills certainly will. But Tae-shik's speed is on a completely different level. He easily evades the heavy downward strike, calling Mr. Song incredibly naive for thinking a magician could ever follow an assassin's agility. Tae-shik reappears right behind him. realizing the old man's actual plan was to bait him in and unleash a burst of magic at the very last second. He calls Mr. Song a sly old fox but tells him it is over, moving in for a final lethal blow. Right before the blade can connect, Jinwoo flashes forward out of nowhere and completely blocks the deadly attack. Taeshik is stunned to see the supposed low-rank hunter stopping him yet again. He glares at Jinwoo and demands to know who he really is and what his actual rank is. When Jinwoo calmly replies that he is just an E-rank, Taeshik refuses to believe it. He realizes Jinwoo has blocked his attacks twice now, and an insane reaction speed like that is definitely not normal. Taeshik tries to figure out his identity, wondering if he is a fake ranker or a hidden assassin type. Finally, Taeshik deduces the true answer. Jinwoo is a reawakened hunter who recently gained a massive surge in power. With a sinister grin, Taeshik decides to step up and teach this newcomer a brutal lesson. The purple-haired hunter, Kang Taeshik, looks at Jinwoo with a smirk, realizing that Jinwoo has gone through a reawakening. He notes that Jinwoo still lacks experience and offers to teach him a lesson as his superior. Jinwoo stands his ground and demands to know why he did all of this. Taeshik casually asks if he means killing the prisoners, but Jinwoo tells him he means everything. This only makes Taeshik grin wildly, mocking Jinwoo's scary expression. Taeshik tells Jinwoo to lighten up, explaining that he isn't doing this for fun. He remembers a meeting with a distressed father who reminded him that whatever happens in a dungeon stays there. The father slammed down a bag containing 2 billion won, begging Taeshik to kill the criminals. He even offered an extra billion won to eliminate any other hunters who got in the way. The father explained that one of the prisoners was responsible for traumatizing his daughter, which drove her to end her own life, while her mother was left hospitalized from the shock. The thought of that criminal walking free in a few years kept him awake at night. Taeshik accepted the deal, realizing he couldn't turn down a grieving father, especially since the man accepted his raised price of 3 billion won instantly. Back in the present, Taeshik tells Jinwoo and the others that he doesn't want to hurt them, promising to let them go if they swear to keep quiet. Jinwoo calls bullshit, pointing out that Taeshik's face completely gives away his desire to kill them. Jinwoo states he has no intention of believing a guy who was just making up fake stories about the deaths moments ago. Suddenly, Taeshik moves in and their weapons clash in a blur. As they trade blows, Taeshik tells Jinwoo it doesn't matter if he believes him or not, calling it pitiful that they will all die alongside the criminals. Jinwoo fires back, telling Taeshik that he's the one who is pitiful because he's about to die soon. Blue energy erupts around them, catching Taeshik completely off guard. Taeshik lunges forward again, screaming that even if Jinwoo rose in rank, it won't be an easy fight. The two exchange lightning-fast strikes, moving so quickly that the onlookers can barely keep up. One of them realizes that Jinwoo is completely different from the weak hunter they used to know. Taeshik starts getting excited, shouting that 3 billion won is way too little for a job against a hunter of this caliber. He notices their speeds are completely matched. He taunts Jinwoo, asking if this is his top speed and warning him that catching up with his eyes is useless if his body can't keep up. Someone calls out to Jinwoo to stay strong as Taeshik activates his haste and burn booster skills. Taeshik rushes in, confident that his vast combat experience will bring victory, and mocks Jinwoo for failing to protect his healer. Jinwoo takes a heavy blow but stands his ground. Taeshik is surprised by his durability, while Jinwoo notices the system has triggered on its own in response to the killing intent. Taeshik charges back in, convinced he has the upper hand, but he can't help but wonder what Jinwoo is thinking. The sharp edge of a dagger gleams against the blue sky as Jinwoo gets ready, quietly saying that he's coming for his opponent. Across from him, the assassin Taeshik tries to convince himself that he still has the upper hand, wondering what on earth Jinwoo is thinking. But Jinwoo just looks back at him with an incredibly cold glare. He realizes that for once, he's actually thankful to the system because it gave him a perfectly good reason to kill this guy. The two clash immediately, their blades grinding together as sparks fly everywhere. The fight quickly turns into a massive blur of fast slashes and bright lights. Taeshik gets cocky, bragging about how his class specializes in daggers and agility. He tells Jinwoo that a close-range assassin is the absolute worst matchup for him. Jinwoo doesn't even blink. He just calmly replies that he's definitely learning a lot from this fight, mostly the fact that guys who talk too much in battle are usually totally useless. Suddenly, Jinwoo dashes forward, activating a skill that bumps his movement speed by 30%. He starts moving so fast that Taeshik can barely keep his eyes on him. The assassin panics, realizing Jinwoo can use high-speed skills too. Before he can react, Jinwoo cuts right across his cheek. The blade inflicts a poison effect, but because Taeshik is a high-level hunter, his natural resistance kicks in and cancels it almost instantly. Jinwoo isn't too disappointed, figuring a strong opponent wouldn't go down that easily anyway. Taeshik smiles and tells Jinwoo he's going to show him something fun, then completely disappears. Jinwoo looks around, realizing the guy's presence is totally gone. Suddenly, Taeshik lunges from the dark. Even though Jinwoo manages to block it, Taeshik still brags about his rare camouflage skill that hides his sound and aura. He boasts that nobody ever survives it and manages to slice Jinwoo's leg, claiming his severed tendons won't heal with basic magic over this distance. He tells Jinwoo to just stay put, laughing about how he's going to finish him off. Jinwoo looks at him and just says, "You talk too much." Then he instantly activates his status recovery. In a flash, Jinwoo's leg completely heals, leaving T-Shik staring in absolute shock. The assassin can't comprehend how someone can heal instantly like a healer while fighting like an assassin. Jinwoo's expression goes completely blank as he says that even feeling angry at a guy like him is a total waste of time. He steps forward with zero hesitation, aiming straight for T-Shik's neck. Terrified and realizing Jinwoo has clearly killed people before, T-Shik decides to go all out and unleash his full power. But right as he tries to activate his camouflage again, a strange, pitch-black darkness starts rising up from Jinwoo's shadow, completely blinding the assassin and leaving him terrified as the room goes totally dark. They say that when you fight monsters, you have to be careful not to become one yourself. Hunters see death constantly, taking lives not just from beasts but sometimes from each other. They are perfect killing machines, completely separate from normal humans. As Kang T-Shik lies on the ground bleeding out, he accepts his fate, saying it's only natural to die because he lost. He looks up at Jinwoo, completely bewildered, asking what he actually is. An assassin who uses healing magic shouldn't exist. Jinwoo just looks down casually and says he isn't sure either, but maybe he's just a hunter who gets stronger after every single battle. T-Shik chuckles weakly through the blood, mocking him for having too many secrets. Jinwoo doesn't hesitate. He plunges his dagger straight into T-Shik's chest, ending it. A system notification pops up, showing he has unlocked the murderer's intent skill. With his final breath, T-Shik smirks and warns Jinwoo that he won't be able to hide his monstrous powers anymore. He mutters that Jinwoo's shadow is connected to the absolute darkness, and that he will become as strong as death itself. With the quest complete, Mr. Song and Joo-hee approach Jinwoo. Joo-hee softly thanks him, and Mr. Song admits they would have been dead without him. They wonder if they should leave and report the incident, but Mr. Song suggests they close the dungeon gate first. Seeing Jinwoo's true strength, he tells him he won't try to stop him from taking on the boss alone. He glances at the dead hunters, wishing he could give them a proper burial, but knows they have to focus. Before facing the boss, Jinwoo loots a glowing rune stone from T-Shik's body, learning the stealth skill. He realizes he can even inherit abilities from the humans he kills. He tells the others to head out first, promising it won't take long. Instead of going straight to the boss, Jinwoo walks over to a corner where the last criminal guide is badly injured and pretending to be dead. Jinwoo tells him to get up. T-Shik had precisely sliced the man's vocal cords to keep him from screaming. Jinwoo mentions that Joo-hee could save him from bleeding out, but he has no intention of helping. He grabs the man and drags him deeper into the dark cavern. The criminal panics, realizing they are going the wrong way. Jinwoo looks at him coldly, asking if he remembers the faces of his victims. He calls him a monster worse than T-Shik and refuses to let trash like him back into the outside world, leaving him to a silent, terrifying end. Defeating the hobgoblin boss is an easy task. Outside the dungeon, Mr. Song and Joo-hee explain the massacre to a guild employee. Soon, the elite monitoring division arrives, led by the intimidating Woo Jin-chul. He approaches Jinwoo and officially apologizes for the actions of their rogue agent. Jinwoo immediately senses that this A-rank hunter is on a completely different level of power. When Jin-chul asks who killed the B-rank assassin, Mr. Song steps in to cover for Jinwoo. He lies and claims he took T-Shik down with Jinwoo's support. Jin-chul is suspicious but accepts it for the report. Afterward, Mr. Song tells Jinwoo he knew he had a good reason to hide his powers. However, Jin-chul leaves Jinwoo with a dark warning. He reveals that because Jinwoo survived a previous raid, a ruthless S-rank hunter named Hwang Dong-soo will be coming for blood. He warns him that S-ranks are calamities above the law and that Jinwoo needs to be careful because he is now being targeted by a monster that even monsters fear. Jinwoo and Joo-hee are walking through a park at night under the streetlights. Joo-hee looks at him and points out how much he has changed lately. She feels like she hasn't changed at all, admitting she's just too easily scared to be a hunter. Even though she is a high-level B-rank healer, her anxiety always kept her sticking to low-rank dungeons. That is exactly how she always crossed paths with Jinwoo, constantly patching up his endless injuries. She jokes that she used to think he was kind of stupid for always getting hurt, but she always admired his desperate will to live. Then she drops some big news. She's retiring as a hunter and moving back home to Busan. She tells him to look her up if he ever visits, promising to buy him some fresh sashimi. Jinwoo is caught completely off guard. He reminds her of the promise they made to grab a meal together if they survived the double dungeon. Holding a magic crystal tight in his hand, he tells her that next time he's going to ask her out for real. Joo-hee gives him a bright smile, says goodbye and walks away into the autumn leaves. Watching her leave gives Jinwoo a brand new reason to get stronger. He knows S-rank hunter Hwang Dong-soo is looking to hunt him down, so he needs to gain power incredibly fast to survive. The scene shifts to Sunny Mountain Trail, where Jinwoo is standing with his wealthy sidekick Yoo Jin-ho. Jinwoo is totally bewildered by the raid team Jin-ho put together. To meet the legal 10-person requirement for a C-rank dungeon, Jinho hired a ragtag group of misfits, including a guy on crutches, an older heavy drinker, and a young girl looking for quick cash. Jinho is paying them $1,000,000 each just to sit outside the gate and sign a strict confidentiality contract. Meanwhile, Jinho is wearing a ridiculous super shiny suit of custom Italian armor because he thinks he needs to dress for the occasion. The oddball group watches them enter the gate, assuming these two overconfident kids are bound to die. But just an hour later, the gate begins to shrink and close. Jinwoo and Jinho walk out completely unscathed, having killed the boss in record time. Jinwoo casually tells Jinho to move on to the next dungeon, leaving the hired hands completely stunned. Meanwhile, over at the White Tiger Guild, an analyst rushes into his boss's office in a panic. Someone has been buying up the rating rights for every single C-rank gate in the area, driving the prices up to an absurd 200 million won. When the guild executive connects the names Yu Jinho and Sung Jinwoo to the recent double dungeon incident, he senses a massive opportunity and orders his team to find out absolutely everything they can about them right away. The story kicks off with someone typing away at a computer, digging deep into Hunter Sung Jinwoo's recent records. They realize that Jinwoo has somehow survived 3 major incidents that completely wiped out almost everyone else involved. First was the terrifying double dungeon, then the sudden death of Hwang Dongsuk's party, and finally the recent murder of a monitoring supervisor. Connecting the dots, they see a clear pattern. Jinwoo has been hanging around Yu Jinho, whose incredibly wealthy family is currently trying to recruit skilled hunters to form a brand new guild. Looking closer at the files on the screen, Jinwoo is still officially listed as an E-rank hunter, yet he is clearing C-rank gates at an absolutely insane speed. There's only one logical conclusion to draw from this: Jinwoo must be a reawakened person. Inside the White Tiger Guild building, Chief On Sang-min points this out to his assistant as they walk down the hall. He explains that the official report claims a C-rank magician and a B-rank healer defeated a powerful B-rank assassin, which is completely impossible. Assassins counter magicians easily, meaning someone else had to take him down. Out of the very few survivors, Jinwoo is the only suspicious one left. Obsessed with finding out the truth, Chief On decides he's going to personally go out and scout him. Meanwhile, deep inside an icy dungeon, a massive werewolf monster is literally trembling with fear. Jinwoo stands right before it, radiating a terrifying dark aura that sends the beast and its pack running for their lives. But they can't escape him. Jinwoo moves like a flash, unleashing lightning-fast slashes that tear through the monsters in seconds. Even the other raid participants watching from the sidelines are completely blown away by his overwhelming power, noticing he seems even stronger than before. After clearing the room, Jinwoo takes a moment to check his floating system stats. He has leveled up quite a bit and unlocked some amazing new skills. He drinks a mana potion and thinks about the stealth skill rune he looted from the corrupt supervisor Kang Tae-shik. It's incredibly efficient, but the constant mana drain means he might have to start investing stat points into his intelligence. Just as he's reflecting on his new passive dagger arts and vital strike skills, another werewolf lunges at him, but the system alarm suddenly goes off. He has finally hit the required level and a glowing screen pops up with a rare notification. A job change quest has arrived, asking if he will accept. The scene shifts back to the city. Chief On tells his secretary to clear his schedule for the next day, deciding to leave their dungeon reservations on hold while he tracks down his target. Shortly after, Chief On manages to sit down with Jinwoo at a cafe. He introduces himself as the head of management for the prestigious White Tiger Guild and confidently makes a massive recruitment offer. He tells Jinwoo they will double whatever Yu Jinho's family offered him, expecting the former E-rank hunter to be absolutely thrilled by the shortcut to wealth. But Jinwoo completely misinterprets the offer with a totally straight face, asking if the chief is seriously handing over the entire 50 billion won White Tiger Guild building to him. The chapter wraps up with Chief On completely frozen, sweating bullets, and utterly confused by Jinwoo's bizarre response. Jinwoo asks On Sang-min how much the White Tiger Guild's building is worth. On is totally caught off guard and says it should be around 50 billion won. Jinwoo looks at him calmly and asks if he really expects him to just hand over his services for that, revealing that Yu Jinho already offered him a 30 billion won building. On starts sweating, realizing Jinwoo's hidden value must be insane if a massive corporation's son offered that much before his rank was even officially reevaluated. On wonders if Jinwoo is just bluffing to push the price up. Jinwoo notices his doubt and pulls out his phone, offering to prove the deal right then and there. On completely panics, realizing this guy isn't bluffing at all. He stammers that a price that high goes way past his current authority and asks for time to talk to the guild's higher-ups, but Jinwoo doesn't want to waste time and says they're finished. Suddenly, Jinwoo vanishes using a stealth skill. On freezes as a voice speaks right behind his ear, telling him not to turn around. Jinwoo asks directly if they research his background. Terrified out of his mind, On confesses that someone in their guild noticed how incredibly fast C-rank dungeons were being cleared and dug into it. On lays out his theory about Jinwoo's reawakening and how Yu Jinho must have witnessed his power. Jinwoo asks exactly how many people know his secret, and On says it's just him and one subordinate. Jinwoo warns him that if any rumors spread, he'll hold both of them personally responsible. On is sweating bullets, thinking he's about to die, and quickly promises to keep his mouth shut. Jinwoo then brings up the fact that his fast dungeon clearing has been a nuisance, leaving White Tiger with no gates to train their new recruits. He offers a surprise deal to sell 3 of his C-rank gate reservations. When Jinwoo asks for 300 million won each, On negotiates it down to 200 million won based on the usual profit from those gates. Jinwoo accepts, and On transfers 600 million won right to his account. On asks if showing off the stealth skill was a sign of trust, and Jinwoo just says it's fine as long as his secret stays safe. Shortly after, On's subordinate Gichul rushes over, shocked that they paid so much for cancelled gates. Suddenly, Gichul checks the system and realizes they've been tricked. Yoo Jin-ho's team hadn't reserved a single new gate and had no plans to continue tomorrow anyway. On realizes he got completely scammed out of 600 million won, but then he receives a text message from an unknown number. It's Jinwoo. On smiles, deciding to be satisfied because they finally got Jinwoo's direct phone number for future recruitment. Meanwhile, Jinwoo stands ready to start his official job change quest, eager to see what kind of monsters are waiting for him as the game truly begins. Inside a dark, torchlit dungeon corridor, a massive armored knight raises its sword and swings down with a heavy strike. Jinwoo quickly dodges out of the way, stepping into counterattack with his glowing blue dagger. He activates his vital strike skill, unleashing a flurry of fast stabs, but sparks just fly off the heavy metal plating. He quickly realizes his daggers aren't doing any real damage at all. Looking closely at the monster, he realizes the knight isn't actually that strong. Its movements are dull and its attacks lack any real force. Its only good point is its high defense, but because its swings are so huge, it leaves massive openings. Remembering a past fight where daggers were useless against thick armor, Jinwoo decides to change his strategy. He reaches out with his bare hands, grips the knight's armor tightly, and uses his raw physical strength to slam the heavy monster down, completely shattering it. With the first enemy taken care of, Jinwoo walks down the gloomy hallway holding a torch to light the way. He starts analyzing his situation, knowing that just like an instant dungeon, he can't exit this place until he completely clears it. That means he has to conserve his mana as much as possible, especially since any damage he takes will just keep accumulating. Powerful skills like stealth and vital strike are great, but they consume way too much mana. He mutters to himself that if he knew this would happen, he would have put more stat points into his intelligence. This job change quest is turning out to be incredibly risky, and he has no idea how many hours or weeks it will take him to finish. To make matters worse, he suddenly remembers his daily quest. If he takes longer than 12 hours inside this dungeon, he will fail the daily task and get dragged back to the penalty zone with the giant centipedes. He looks down the dark corridor, wondering if his current self could actually beat that centipede if he ran into it again. Up ahead, a whole group of armored knights steps out from the shadows. Jinwoo just smiles, balls up his fists, and decides to take care of these muscleheads who rely entirely on their defense. Charging forward, he throws a massive punch, using pure physical strength to smash right through their metal armor. He tears through the group, shattering the knights one by one until the floor is covered in broken metal scraps. Suddenly, a hooded assassin monster using stealth drops silently from the ceiling right above him. Jinwoo's sharp senses pick it up instantly, and he reacts with blinding speed, cutting down the hidden threat before it can land. Checking the loot, he opens a dropped leather pouch and receives 30,000 gold, bringing his total fortune even higher. But then, a magician monster appears and fires a blaze magic spell at him. Jinwoo realizes the dungeon is replaying his past fights against the treacherous hunters he faced before. He notes that he needs to use different stats for different enemies, like strength for knights and vitality for mages. After leveling up and clearing some of his fatigue, Jinwoo finally stands before the massive doors of the boss room. A freezing chill washes over him, and he instantly recognizes the terrifying sensation. It feels exactly like the double dungeon where his journey first began. He pushes the doors open to reveal a massive king's throne room, where a powerful presence with glowing red eyes waits for him in the shadows. A massive red cape flutters in the dust as a towering figure steps forward. It's the blood-red commander, Igris. Jinwoo stares at the dark red name hovering above him, immediately realizing this guy is completely different from any monster he's faced before. This is a legendary knight guarding an empty throne. Jinwoo braces himself and grits his teeth because he knows a brutal attack is coming. In a flash, Igris charges and swings a massive greatsword, slicing right through the heavy stone pillars like they're made of tofu. Jinwoo can't believe how insanely strong this guy is. He moves in to counter, but when his dagger slashes against Igris's armor, it just leaves a shower of sparks. The blade won't penetrate at all. Igris doesn't give him a single second to breathe, bringing his giant sword down in a devastating overhead smash that completely shatters the stone floor. Jinwoo leaps backward just in time, flying through the air to escape the blast radius. But Igris stays right on him, spinning his sword into a terrifying whirlwind of steel. Jinwoo is completely overwhelmed by the sheer speed and pressure, desperately trying to defend himself but taking heavy impact hits through the storm. The force of the blows sends Jinwoo crashing violently into the stone pillars, causing rubble to rain down everywhere. Panting heavily on the ground, Jinwoo assesses the situation. He remembers that heavy armor only slows someone down if their strength is below 80, but Igris's strength is clearly way past that level. His destructive power, agility, and defense are completely off the charts. Jinwoo honestly starts to wonder if there's any possible way to win this fight. Realizing his dagger is completely useless against that thick defense, Jinwoo decides to take a massive gamble. He puts his hands together and unequips his weapon, deciding that going barehanded is his only real choice. Seeing this, Igris stops. In a shocking display of chivalry, the giant knight drives his massive sword deep into the ground. He reaches down, unbuckles his sidearms, and tosses them to the floor with a heavy metallic clang to fight Jinwoo on equal terms. Jinwoo grins painfully, thinking the monster is looking down on him by acting so chivalrous. But he uses the moment to catch his breath and regroup. He tells himself that even if he loses in pure strength, he still has his speed. Plus, if his defense increases due to his passive skills, he still has a fighting chance. Bleeding and exhausted, he refuses to give up, takes a deep breath, and gets ready to jump right back into the action. Jinwoo is completely exhausted, breathing heavily as he slumps onto the stone floor. He is panting for air, totally battered and bruised from the intense battle. Standing right over him is the terrifying Red Knight, Bloodred Commander Igris. The massive knight looks down at Jinwoo like an absolute wall, completely unbothered by the fight so far, preparing to finish things once and for all. Suddenly, Igris raises his massive greatsword and swings it down in a giant, blinding arc. It is a devastating finisher meant to split Jinwoo right in half. But at the very last second, Jinwoo reacts with lightning speed. He raises his arm and catches the giant blade barehanded. A system notification pops up, showing that his silver gauntlets just activated, giving him a crucial 15% physical damage reduction. The impact is heavy and shatters the ground around them, but Jinwoo's grip holds firm. Jinwoo grips the enemy's blade tightly and tells himself that he hasn't lost this fight yet. He realizes he cannot win a traditional weapon clash against a monster with this much strength and skill, so he decides to change his tactics entirely. Glowing blue sparks fly around his hand as he uses his inventory system to recall his hidden dagger straight back into his palm. With a sudden surge of adrenaline, Jinwoo lunges forward, bypasses the giant sword, and grabs onto the knight's heavy armor. He tackles Igris, refusing to let go, and manages to find a small gap in the defense. He drives his dagger right into the opening in the armor around Igris's neck. Jinwoo quickly realizes the first strike is way too shallow to do fatal damage, so he grits his teeth and forces the blade even deeper. His eyes flare with intensity as he repeatedly stabs the knight, triggering his active strike skills over and over again. He lets out a massive scream, pouring every single bit of his remaining mana and physical strength into these desperate, close-range attacks. The brutal strategy works. Igris finally loses his strength and crashes heavily to the ground, completely defeated. Jinwoo slumps against the wall, totally drained and catching his breath. He looks at the fallen knight, thinking about how insanely close the fight was. He knows Igris was superior in speed, technique, and experience, and that he only won out of pure luck. As he sits there recovering, the system rewards start dropping. He opens a leather pouch and receives a massive amount of gold, instantly doubling his wealth. Next, he inspects a high-grade piece of armor with incredible stat boosts, along with a rare skill rune stone. But then he notices a hearthstone among the loot. Jinwoo pauses, totally confused. If he just beat the dungeon boss, why would the system give him an item used to escape? He looks up into the dark chamber as a massive army of shadow beasts begins to appear, and he realizes the chilling truth. The dungeon gates aren't opening, and this brutal job change quest is actually just getting started. Jinwoo stands in the middle of the dungeon, looking down at the hearthstone he just dropped, realizing the quest isn't actually over yet. Suddenly, a massive, swirling portal appears right in front of him, and a system message announces that the official job change quest is about to begin. Jinwoo smiles to himself, knowing there was no way things would end that easily. Then the system drops a real bomb, explaining that the longer he survives, the more points he'll get, which will place him into a much higher tier job. The timer resets to 0, and Jinwoo realizes he just has to hold out as long as possible. The clock starts ticking, and heavy metallic clanging noises echo through the room as massive armored knights start marching out of the dark. Looking at them, Jinwoo realizes they aren't on the same terrifying level as Igris, so he can actually take them on even in his current exhausted state. Every single second he stays alive translates directly into more points. As more knights pour through the archway and the timer hits 14 seconds, Jinwoo figures out that his chances of unlocking a rare, hidden class increase the longer the timer runs. He quickly checks his stats to plan a strategy, noting he has 340 mana left. Activating stealth takes 200 mana, leaving him with 140. Since maintaining stealth burns 10 mana every second, that extra mana will only buy him another 14 seconds of safety. Even so, he decides to go for it since his health is still decent, resolving to hide and stretch out the time as much as possible. But his plan immediately falls apart when an enemy mage in a dark robe steps forward and casts a spell. A system alert warns him that the magician is using a detection skill, and a massive glowing purple eye opens up in the air, scanning the room and locking right onto him. Jinwoo's eyes widen in pure shock as he realizes they can see right through his stealth. With his cover blown, he has no choice but to fight. He leaps into action, parrying heavy sword strikes and smashing through the knight's thick iron armor. Red light flashes from the knights' helmets as they surround him, forcing him to keep moving and leaping across the battlefield just to stay alive. Realizing he needs to turn the tide, Jinwoo activates his Bloodlust skill, dropping the enemy's stats by 50% for 1 full minute. It costs him 100 mana, meaning he only gets one shot at this, so he rushes forward, punching and slashing wildly to tear through as many knights as possible. But the waves of monsters just keep coming out of the gates. Jinwoo starts to panic, realizing he completely underestimated this trial and wasted way too much mana on stealth. He looks up at the timer, expecting it to be much higher, but it's only at 5 minutes and 8 seconds. He thinks about using the Hearthstone to escape, but then he remembers how everyone used to look down on him as the world's weakest hunter. He refuses to give up such a precious opportunity, and since he started at rock bottom, he is determined to climb all the way to the top. Jinwoo is staring down death, and suddenly everything goes completely dark. He finds himself face to face with a vision of his past, weaker self. This old version of him starts mocking him, asking why he always avoids the safe path and chooses to dance with death instead. It tells him that as a low-level E-rank hunter, he should just be grateful he even made it this far. The past self looks him up and down, pointing out how much taller, more muscular, and sharper he looks now, but then it hits him with a brutal truth. It says the only thing that actually changed is his outer appearance, and that deep down he's still the exact same weakling. After all, he just ended up right back on the brink of death. The voice tells him his courage is actually just recklessness, and in the end, he's still just E-rank hunter Sung Jinwoo. Furious and pushed to his limit, Jinwoo just screams at the vision to shut up. Suddenly, we're back in reality, and a massive armored knight standing right over him, swinging a giant weapon straight down. The strike hits with an absolute crash, completely shattering the stone floor into a massive crater. Jinwoo is left face down in the rubble, barely clinging to life. In this near-death state, the dark vision returns. The voice tells him he still has a long way to go, warning him that from here on out, he'll have to kill more people, make sacrifices, and leave behind friends and family. It even says this path will ultimately lead to his own demise. But right as things look completely hopeless, a loud system alarm goes off. The daily quest time limit has run out, and because he didn't finish it, he's immediately transported to the penalty zone. The next thing he knows, Jinwoo opens his eyes and finds himself lying in a massive, scorching desert under a dark red sky. He checks his status screen and sees his health is down to a critical 53 points, while his fatigue is sitting at a brutal 91. He realizes that failing the daily quest actually saved his life from the knights, and he can't help but laugh at his crazy luck. Just then, the sand starts shifting, and 6 enormous desert centipedes burst out of the ground, completely surrounding him. Jinwoo quickly pulls up the system store to buy mana potions to clear his extreme exhaustion, noting that regular health potions won't heal these deep physical wounds. Even though his body is totally broken, he realizes these monsters don't terrify him the way they used to. He stands his ground, remembering his past self's words, and decides that if the pain doesn't kill him, it'll only make him stronger. With a massive burst of energy, he lunges forward to take down the giant centipedes. Back at home, Jinwoo's sister wakes up from a strange dream and notices how late it is. Looking up at the clock, she wonders why her brother isn't back yet and figures he must still be working late. She feels a bit anxious because she explicitly told him about her parent-teacher meeting today, but she reassures herself that he will definitely show up. Meanwhile, Jinwoo is pushing his limits inside the penalty zone. Surrounded by giant desert centipedes, he activates his vital strike skill over and over to tear through them. As he defeats the monsters, the system continuously alerts him that he is leveling up. This is exactly what he needed, since leveling up in the penalty zone completely restores his health and stamina. He checks the status screen and realizes he only has about 3 minutes left before he is forced to return to the job change quest. Knowing he has to face those heavily armored knights again, Jinwoo realizes his current weapon, Rasaka's Fang, just won't cut it. He needs something much stronger that can pierce through heavy armor, so he opens up the system store. After browsing the weapon selection, he finds exactly what he needs, a dagger called Night Killer. It costs an expensive 2,800,000 gold, but he purchases it anyway, knowing he has to use every resource available to survive. With the sleek new dagger in his hand, Jinwoo continues his preparations. To make sure he doesn't accidentally drop his weapon during the chaos of battle like he did before, he buys bandages from the store and tightly wraps his hand to the hilt. He also remembers he has one more item left, the rune stone he obtained from defeating Kang Tishik. He crushes the stone in his hand, and a notification appears confirming he has learned a new active skill called Dominator's Touch. He reads the description and is relieved to see it doesn't require any mana to use, which will be incredibly useful. As the penalty clock ticks down to the final seconds, the quest concludes and Jinwoo is instantly transported back to the dungeon hall. The moment he opens his eyes, he sees a terrifying sight. The number of armored knights has grown immensely during the hours he was gone, completely packing the room from wall to wall. Without missing a beat, Jinwoo charges straight into the fray, using his new Night Killer dagger to slice through their armor. The weapon works perfectly, but as he cuts his way through the crowd, he notices something highly unusual. Even though he is taking down an incredible number of enemies, his level isn't rising and he isn't gaining any experience points. He quickly realizes these aren't normal monsters. They are constructs being continuously summoned by the cloaked magicians hiding at the very back of the gate. Suddenly, the enemy magicians activate a detection skill to pinpoint Jinwoo's location. However, their plan backfires. By tracing the magical energy of their detection spell, Jinwoo is able to track them right back. He counts their signatures and notes that there are 5 magicians remaining, giving him the exact targets he needs to eliminate to stop the endless army. Jinwoo realizes the fight isn't over yet and knows he has to hunt down the remaining magicians. To get the upper hand, he activates his stealth skill, which burns through 200 mana right away. But the enemy magicians are ready for it and instantly trigger their detection skill, their glowing pink eyes lighting up the darkness. Even though they manage to pinpoint his location, Jinwoo isn't worried at all. He uses their detection magic against them to trace it right back to their hiding spots. Looking at the massive crowd of armor-clad guards, he counts exactly 5 magicians left. Turn the tide, Jinwoo calls upon his Dominator's Touch skill and firmly grips his dagger. He rushes in, slicing wildly through waves of armored knights with blinding speed. Amidst the chaos, he manages to single out one of the cloaked mages and takes him down, triggering a system alert that leaves only 4 magicians remaining. The fight keeps escalating as Jinwoo uses the invisible force of his Dominator's Touch skill to shatter a knight's helmet completely, his own eyes glowing a bright, intense blue. Completely locked into the zone, he screams out that he is going to slice them all to pieces and charges forward. After a brutal clash, Jinwoo finds himself standing on top of a massive mountain of shattered armor inside the grand pillared hall. Suddenly, a surviving knight lunges at him from behind. Jinwoo reacts instantly, spinning around to break the attacker apart. He glares across the room and taunts the remaining enemies, yelling out to ask how long they plan on hiding behind their guards. He rushes forward again, cutting down another magician, which brings the count down to just 3 left. Realizing they are cornered, the last 3 mages start casting a desperate spell, making the ground glow with a dark purple aura. The pile of broken armor starts to fuse together and a massive rock golem rises from the rubble. Jinwoo watches it form in surprise, but the giant monster doesn't give him time to think. It starts smashing its heavy fists into the floor, shattering the stone and sending dust flying everywhere. The giant golem unleashes a series of incredibly destructive slams, completely tearing up the room. Jinwoo uses his incredible speed to dodge the heavy impacts. He realizes that while the mages sacrifice their numbers for raw power, this giant creature is too slow, giving him the perfect opening. Dashing through the debris, he finds his moment and unleashes a massive, blinding blast of energy that completely obliterates the beast. With the battle finally over, Jinwoo lets out a tired sigh to catch his breath. Just then, a system notification pops up right in front of his face, detailing his final evaluation for the job change quest. He starts reading the text out loud, expecting something standard like a warrior class. But as he looks closer at the screen, his jaw drops in complete shock when he sees the words Army of the Dead, and realizes what his new job is actually going to be. Jinwoo stares at the floating system screen in complete disbelief. His eyes widen as he reads the text. His new job is a necromancer. He is totally thrown off because he hasn't put a single point into his intelligence stat. Necromancers are supposed to be dark mages who command armies of the undead from the backlines, leaving all the physical fighting to their minions. But Jinwoo has always been a frontline fighter, even back when he was a weak E-rank hunter. He relies on swords and daggers, and every single skill he's learned so far is tailored for an assassin. He tries to stay calm and weigh the options. Sure, building an army sounds great, but if his summons can't level up, his massive physical stats will just go to waste. Suddenly, a prompt pops up asking if he wants to accept or refuse the job. Seeing that he actually has a choice, Jinwoo decides to refuse, hoping he can trigger a different class. But the system immediately throws a warning back at him, revealing that Necromancer is actually a hidden class. Jinwoo hesitates. He remembers the powerful hunters out there with unique abilities, like the White Tiger Guild Master who can transform into a beast. Hunters with hidden, unique classes are recruited by top guilds and hold immense power. Then it clicks. Unlike typical monster mages who are physically weak, Jinwoo has elite close combat skills. If he can fight on the front lines and command an army at the same time, he could easily clear high-level dungeons entirely on his own. In this system, everything scales with levels and stats, meaning his summons can grow stronger too. He smiles, realizing this isn't just solo leveling anymore. The system then calculates his bonus points from the trial. Because he didn't use a return stone, wiped out every single enemy, and kept his health above 50%, his score breaks the charts. The dark energy around him starts violently swirling, and the system announces a special promotion. Instead of a regular necromancer, Jinwoo is promoted straight to a Shadow Lord. Standing in the quiet, ruined boss room, a new prompt tells him that shadow extraction is now available on the fallen enemies. This is the core ability of his new class, allowing him to turn dead bodies into loyal, summonable soldiers. Jinwoo walks over to the corpse of the terrifying Red Knight Igris. Having a boss-level monster in his army would be a massive game-changer. He looks down at the body, takes a breath, and speaks the command word, "Arise." Dark shadows erupt from the floor, but the extraction isn't easy. The system warns him that the boss has been dead for over 4 hours and his chances are low. Jinwoo doesn't give up. He looks at the fading spirit and tells it to stop guarding an empty throne and start protecting the person standing right in front of him. With absolute authority, Jinwoo commands it to arise one more time. A brilliant explosion of blue and black energy floods the room as a towering Shadow Knight emerges from the darkness and kneels before him. Jinwoo successfully extracts the shadow, names him Igris, and officially checks his updated status window. With his new Shadow Lord title active, Jinwoo smiles at his new loyal knight and tells him to take good care of him. Jinwoo is sound asleep in bed when his phone suddenly starts buzzing. He picks it up groggily, and his sister Jinna is on the other end asking if he's still sleeping. He admits he's a bit tired, but she tells him to check the time and reminds him that he needs to come to her school today. He panics a bit, asking when he needs to be there, and she firmly replies that he needs to arrive by 5 o'clock. Jinwoo reassures her that he won't be late and jumps out of bed to wash up. Standing in the hallway, he realizes he should probably dress a bit better since he is going to meet his sister's teacher after all. Before heading to the school, Jinwoo stops by the bank. He sits down at the counter after his number is called, telling the teller that he would like a new debit card and needs to update his bank book. The bank teller takes his book, but as she looks at the computer screen, her eyes widen in absolute shock. She sees a balance of over 1 billion won and can't believe someone who looks so young has that much money. Curious, she asks him what he does for a living. When Jinwoo casually answers that he's a hunter, she completely understands, noting that hunters really do make a lot of money. She immediately tries to pitch a new financial product to him, but Jinwoo politely declines, saying he's fine. Later, Jinwoo meets up with Jinna at her school. She stares at him blankly, barely recognizing him, and asks if he's really her brother. He asks if it's that strange, and she marvels at how much a person can change, joking that she expected him to show up in a tracksuit. As they walk down the school hallway together, they immediately turn heads. The other students crowd around and whisper, completely starstruck by how handsome Jinwoo looks. Jinna proudly walks beside him, noticing how popular he suddenly is, and teases him about not having a girlfriend, even offering to introduce him to a cute student. Jinwoo doesn't take the bait, playfully pinching her cheek and telling her to stop making fun of him until she apologizes. They arrive at the faculty office and Jinwoo steps inside to meet the teacher. The teacher welcomes him, surprised to see such a cool older brother. Jinwoo takes a seat, remembering that he actually graduated from this very school himself, though it's his first time meeting this specific teacher. She reassures him that Jinna is a model student with a great personality and excellent grades, so he doesn't need to worry about her. The conversation shifts when the teacher mentions she heard he works as a hunter. She looks down at her cup and asks if he would let Jinna do hunter work if she happened to awaken with abilities. Jinwoo gives a firm, immediate no. The teacher explains that she's asking because a student at their school recently stopped attending classes after awakening as a hunter. She worries about the student's future and asks Jinwoo what rank the student received. When she reveals it's the lowest rank, an E rank, Jinwoo's expression hardens, knowing exactly how dangerous that is. The teacher then asks him for a favor, explaining that this student happens to be Jinna's best friend. She asks if he could talk to her, revealing her name is Han Song-ai. Jinwoo recognizes the name immediately, realizing just how small the world can be. A high school hunter named Song-yi is questioning why an underage kid is allowed to do raids, but a companion points out that if a kid is awakened, there is no law banning them. She's surprised to find out that the hunter her teacher wanted to introduce her to is a guy who looks like a total amateur. The older hunter looks at a photo on his phone, realizing she is friends with his sister Jinna. He is surprised, thinking they aren't even real acquaintances. The young girl boldly states that she doesn't know what her teacher said to him, but she doesn't plan on returning to school, and she doesn't plan on quitting being a hunter either. The experienced hunter then gives her a reality check, explaining how expensive the hunter lifestyle is. He warns her that normal weapons won't work on monsters and that magic-infused weapons wear out incredibly quickly, making it a completely unprofitable business for a low rank. He questions whether she thinks she can just become a full-fledged hunter because she made a little cash from one single raid. When she gets defensive and tells him to stop lecturing, he adds that it is hard to accept reality until you have actually faced the cruel world with your own eyes. Stunned, she asks him why he is even there if it's so terrible, and he smiles coldly, telling her that he's there to turn her into a great hunter. Meanwhile, at an airport, a powerful hunter from America named Achwing Dongsu arrives earlier than expected. He's met by a representative from the local hunter association who explains it is only natural to welcome an S-rank hunter. Achwing Dongsu makes it clear that he doesn't plan on staying in Korea for too long, and will head right back out after finishing his business. The representative directly asks him if his business involves E-rank Sung Jinwoo and D-rank Yu Jinho. Finding the question amusing, Dongsu leans in with a terrifying, malicious smile, his eyes glowing red, and asks if the man expects to stop him. The representative holds his ground, calmly stating that he is just devoted to doing his job. Back near the dungeon site, a group of lower-rank hunters are preparing to enter, complaining about how heavy the heavy atmosphere feels. Achwing Dongsu gives a friendly tap on the shoulder of another hunter, pitching an offer for them to join the scavenger guild instead, claiming they can treat them far better than the current setup. But the true motive is dark. A hunter's brother was murdered, and they are hunting down the culprits like cutting off a lizard's tail. They know they couldn't start an official investigation because of the brother's status, but since they are bound by blood, their thirst for revenge is real, showing a complete lack of sentimentality. As the raid preparation continues, the chief introduces their main tank, an A-rank hunter named Kim Chul, noting that the attack force is a balanced mix of A-rank, B-rank, and C-rank individuals. The recruits wonder aloud when they will finally enter. Suddenly, the energy shifts violently as a strange phenomenon takes over the area. The panicked hunters yell to Chief On that something is incredibly wrong, shouting that hunter Sung Jinwoo is being sucked directly into the gate. Realizing the extreme danger, they urgently yell to bypass normal protocols and call the master immediately. The situation has completely spiraled, as a terrifying red gate has unexpectedly manifested from what was supposed to be a standard C-rank gate. Witnessing this unprecedented threat, White Tiger Guild Master and S-rank hunter Beak Yunho states grimly that he will have to come check out this terrifying anomaly himself. Inside a sleek, dark luxury car driving down the street, an S-rank hunter sits in the back, leaning back and casually complaining that the car isn't fast enough. The driver asks him how his brother's funeral went. He offers to take him to the mortuary, but the hunter shuts him down, saying he has absolutely no interest in the dead and only cares about his brother's scraps. He flashes a sinister, wide grin behind his sunglasses, confidently declaring that he'll find his target inside a dungeon, since that's exactly where lousy, weak hunters are bound to turn up. The driver questions this plan, pointing out how impossible it sounds to track someone down given the countless number of gates scattered across Korea. Smiling, the man pulls out his phone and brushes off the concern, saying it is not a problem in the modern era. He looks at a tracking screen showing that an E-rank hunter named Sung Jinwoo has just entered a dungeon. His expression turns deadly serious, his eyes glowing red behind his shades as he remarks that the rules inside a dungeon are completely different from the regular world, and whether he ends up burying them there or not is nobody else's business. Meanwhile, a raid team has just stepped through a portal and found themselves standing in the middle of a freezing, snow-covered forest. The hunters are immediately thrown into a panic, yelling out in confusion because the area looks nothing like a typical dungeon, and the gate they just used has completely vanished behind them. Before they can even process what is happening, a massive, chaotic ambush hits them out of nowhere. Someone shouts to look up at the snow-laden trees, pointing out the figures hiding on the branches. They realize with a shock that they're facing ice elves. Down below, Jinwoo stands calmly in his dark clothes amidst the falling snow, observing the situation while a companion looks worriedly over her shoulder. Jinwoo notes that people who have never met these creatures call them ice elves, but those who have actually fought them in battle use a much darker name, Hyeki. Back on the outside, a guild leader and his assistant stand before the glowing portal, recognizing that something is terribly wrong. The leader asks if they've contacted the association, and his assistant confirms they did, but notes the staff is playing dumb and insisting this was supposed to be a standard, safe C-rank gate. Gritting his teeth in anger, the guild leader calls them bastards. He explains that rare red gates only appear inside higher-ranked dungeons, meaning the magical energy flowing from the world beyond this gate is far beyond a C-rank. Looking at the ominous red vortex, he assesses that the gate is at least a B-rank, or possibly even a dangerous A-rank if they're unlucky, and suggests they measure the energy themselves with a sensor. He calculates that if the gate turns out to be a B-rank, it would require at least 3 A-rank hunters to clear, but if it's an A-rank, it would take an S-rank hunter or 10 A-rank hunters just to survive. Staring intently into the red glow, he grimly concludes that if this is an A-rank gate, they should probably consider everyone inside as already dead, though if they get lucky, maybe 2 of those stronger A-rank or B-rank hunters might make it out alive. The assistant then mentions that one specific hunter who caught the chief's eye is also inside. The assistant reveals that the person is actually just an E-rank. The group walks into the dungeon expecting a standard low-level raid, but things get strange the moment they step through the entrance. Instead of the usual dark, damp cave system they prepared for, they are hit by a sudden, biting blast of cold air. They open their eyes and find themselves standing in the middle of a massive, blindingly white, snow-covered wasteland. It is completely unexpected and everyone looks around, totally disoriented and trying to figure out what happened to the dungeon they were supposed to be in. Jinwoo stays calm, just scanning the horizon, but he knows something is seriously off. The temperature is way too low and the atmosphere feels heavy and wrong. Then the situation turns from bad to worse. The gate behind them, the one they just walked through, starts to flicker and waver in the air. Before anyone can even process what is happening, it just vanishes into nothing. It is not like it locked or closed, it simply ceased to exist. Panic instantly rips through the group. Some of the hunters start shouting, demanding to know what is going on, while others just stare at the empty patch of air in absolute disbelief. Jinwoo watches the chaos unfold and he connects the dots immediately. He realizes they have stumbled into a red gate. These are those nightmare scenario dungeons that seal themselves off from the outside world completely. It is basically a closed box now. There is no way back and there is no way for help to get in until the boss is taken down. The reality of the situation hits them hard. You can see the pure terror settling onto their faces. They are trapped in this frozen hellscape with no exit. Some of the weaker hunters are starting to lose their composure, realizing they might be stuck here for good. The isolation is real and the unnatural silence of the snow starts to feel oppressive. Jinwoo does not panic though. He is already shifting into mission mode. He starts checking their surroundings, keeping a sharp eye out for anything moving in the snow or hiding in the distance. He looks at his party, realizing that if they're going to survive this, he's going to have to keep them together and focused. He knows the danger here is unlike anything they have faced before. This is not just a standard raid anymore. It is a desperate fight for survival. He takes a step forward into the snow, his eyes sharp, watching every shadow. He can tell the environment itself is hostile. The wind is picking up and he can feel that they are being watched from the white expanse. The team is still panicked, but he is already thinking ahead, looking for the threats that are definitely lurking out there. He knows there's no turning back now. It is strictly kill or be killed. The hunt is on. The cold is biting. It is an endless expanse of snow and ice, a dungeon that feels more like a frozen hell than anything else. The hunting party is exhausted, shivering and barely holding it together as they trudge through the deep snow. They have managed to take down a few smaller ice monsters, but the constant chill is draining their stamina fast. They are incredibly lucky they have Jinwoo leading the way. Without him, they probably would not have made it this far, but even with him, the mood remains grim. Suddenly, Jinwoo stops in his tracks. He holds up a hand and everyone freezes. They are instantly nervous, looking around for an ambush, thinking he has spotted something dangerous hiding in the blizzard. But he is actually doing the opposite. He explains that they should not go any further, but not because of an immediate threat. He points out that this area is crawling with ice bears. If the place is absolutely infested with them, it means there is nothing stronger here. No higher-level monsters are hunting these bears, which actually makes this the safest spot for them to rest. It is cold, calculated, and logical, and it takes everyone a second to process it, but they finally start to see his point. Then he does something that completely stops them in their tracks. He reaches into his inventory and starts pulling out winter gear. Coats, thermal wear, supplies, he has enough for the whole group. They are staring at him, mouths agape. They have heard of high-level mages with spatial storage, but pulling out that much gear, it is completely unheard of. They start whispering, trying to figure out who he really is, but Jinwoo shuts that down immediately. He tells them to drop it. He is the one who brought them here, and he is responsible for their survival, so they need to listen to him. He makes it clear that he is not here to make friends, and he is definitely not here to answer personal questions. They have a job to do, and that is all that matters. Just as they are starting to adjust, the ground shakes. A massive shadow looms over them. A giant mutated ice bear crashes out of the snow. It is a monster way stronger than anything they have faced so far. The team panics, completely convinced this is the end. They thought they were safe, but now they think they made a fatal mistake. But before they can even scream, Jinwoo is already there. With one single clean strike, the beast goes down. It is over in an instant. The team stands there in stunned silence, unable to wrap their heads around how he made such a terrifying threat look like a minor inconvenience. Outside the gate, the world is much darker. Other hunters are talking about the reality of red gates. They know the survival rate is abysmal and they are basically waiting for a funeral. They do not expect anyone to make it out alive. But inside the dungeon, it is bizarre. While everyone else is trying to recover from the shock, Jinwoo is just doing push-ups. He is right in the middle of his daily training routine, ignoring the cold and the danger entirely. He has to get his workout in or he will trigger a penalty, and he is not about to let that happen. The other survivors just watch, totally baffled by this guy who treats a life-or-death situation like a regular afternoon at the gym. Jinwoo commands his shadow soldiers to charge, and the chaotic battle against the ice bears begins. The monsters roar and try to fight back, but the shadow army is relentless. The shadow magicians unleash massive fireballs, completely engulfing the snowy battlefield in explosions. Watching from the sidelines, Jinwoo is highly impressed by his new army's high firepower and rapid regeneration. However, keeping them active drains his mana constantly. Just when things are looking up, the massive alpha ice bear appears and starts tearing the shadow soldiers apart. With his mana suddenly hitting zero, Jinwoo's soldiers can no longer regenerate and are easily smashed. Seeing his troops get wiped out, Jinwoo steps back and summons Igris. Igris steps forward, draws his massive sword, and immediately goes to work. He easily slices through the giant bears with incredible speed and precision. Jinwoo lets out a sigh of relief as Igris finishes off the giant alpha bear. Looking at Igris, Jinwoo realizes that if the knight had used his sword like this when they first fought, he wouldn't have stood a chance. Even now at level 52, he wonders if Igris is still stronger than him. Jinwoo commends his knight and decides to turn the fallen boss bear into a shadow soldier, calling out the command, "Arise." The shadow extraction is a success, and a massive new shadow beast rises from the ground, ready to serve. Meanwhile, outside the Red Gate, the White Tiger Guild members are waiting anxiously. Only 3 hours have passed out here, but inside it has already been 3 days. They discuss the brutal conditions of a Red Gate, assuming that the low-rank hunters, and especially Jinwoo, are likely already dead from starvation or the extreme cold. S-rank hunter Hwang Dongsu is also there, highly suspicious about Jinwoo's presence. Believing that the guild is hiding something, Dongsu grabs Chiefon by the throat to force the truth out of him. But Baekhyunho steps in immediately, grabbing Dongsu's arm and telling him to let go. Dongsu mocks him, and the tension between the two S-ranks spikes instantly, releasing a terrifying wave of magical energy that makes everyone around them tremble. Back inside the frozen dungeon, Kim Chul's group is in a terrible state. Cold, exhausted, and with his weapon broken, the rank leader is losing his mind over his failure, desperately blaming the lack of food. But their nightmare gets worse when a volley of arrows strikes his remaining team. Out of the snowy mist, the ice elves appear on horseback. Before the hunters can even react, the elves easily slaughter them. Realizing they stand no chance, Kim Chul abandons his team and runs for his life in absolute terror as the enemies close in. Blood splatters across the white snow as Kim Chul's vanguard is completely torn to pieces. He can only watch in absolute horror as a terrifying ice elf easily cuts down his elite teammates. A hunter screams in agony, desperately trying to run, but there is no escaping the monsters. Out of the freezing blizzard, the leader of the ice elves rides forward on a spectral white horse, his eyes glowing with a cold, murderous intent. Terrified, Kim Chul runs away into the deep snow. He pants heavily, shivering in the extreme cold, trying to convince himself that he only lost because he was starved and freezing. But as he runs, he stops dead in his tracks. Before him lies a massive clearing filled with the dead bodies of giant ice bears. He is stunned. He had wondered why he hadn't run into a single bear, and now he sees they have all been slaughtered. He desperately tries to convince himself that the low-rank party couldn't have done this. He assumes the ice elves did it and panics, realizing the monsters must be nearby. Meanwhile, back in the real world, tension explodes outside the Red Gate. S-rank hunters Baekhyunho and Hwang Dongsu are ready to kill each other. Yuno's hand transforms into razor-sharp beast claws as magic energy crackles around them. With a roar they clash, their fists colliding in a massive shockwave of blue energy that threatens to tear the street apart. Before they can cause real damage, Chief Wu Jinchul leaps in and catches both of their fists. He comments that if they hadn't reduced their strength at the last second, his arms would have been broken. The S-ranks back down. Hwang Dongsu and the others discuss the situation. They point out that there is no way Sung Jinwoo is responsible for the Red Gate's troubles because when he was tested months ago, he was still just an E-rank. Dongsu realizes there is no point in obsessing over Jinwoo, stating that the guy simply doesn't have the power to wipe out an entire attack force. Frustrated, Dongsu leaves to go to bed. Nearby, An Sang-min watches silently, secretly confident that Jinwoo will definitely come back alive. Back inside the frozen dungeon, Jinwoo's low-rank party is warm and cozy, laughing around a blazing campfire. Kim Chul stumbles upon their peaceful camp and is completely bewildered. He can't comprehend how these weak, low-rank hunters are still alive. He sees they have high-quality winter clothes, tents, sleeping bags, and plenty of hot food. Overcome with rage, Kim Chul screams at them, accusing them of stealing supplies and calling them dead weight. But his angry rant is cut short as an incredibly chilling aura washes over the camp. From the shadows of the trees, the ice elf leader and his warriors appear. Kim Chul trembles in terror, but Jinwoo steps forward, completely unfazed. To everyone's shock, Jinwoo speaks directly to the monster boss. With a calm smile, Jinwoo asks if he has anything else to say. The ice elf leader smiles back, realizing he has finally found an amusing opponent. Jinwoo confronts the leader of the ice elves, a powerful white-haired beast named Baruka. Staring him down in the freezing wind, Jinwoo calmly asks if he has anything else to say. Baruka just grins, finding this human surprisingly amusing. In the next second, they clash, their daggers sparking in the snow. It's immediately clear that Jinwoo isn't going to give up his life easily. Backing off slightly, Baruka offers a proposal. He claims it won't hurt Jinwoo, but first he wants to ask a question. Baruka explains that a constant voice rings in his head, commanding him to kill humans. But curiously, in Jinwoo's presence, that voice goes silent. Jinwoo is stunned. He immediately wonders if this voice is similar to the system's orders. When Jinwoo asks what he's talking about, Baruka just laughs at his ignorance. The elf boss then suggests they don't need to fight. To avoid useless casualties, Jinwoo just has to hand over the terrified hunters shivering behind him. If he does, Baruka will spare his life. Jinwoo tries to dig deeper, asking where they came from and why they want to kill humans. Baruka begins to answer, but suddenly the system interferes. His voice glitches out, completely censoring his words and forcing him to repeat the demand to hand over the humans. Realizing the system is hiding the truth, Jinwoo asks who they really are, but the elf can only repeat the same mechanical offer. With the elf asking if he accepts the deal, Jinwoo gives a flat refusal. Baruka sneers, asking if Jinwoo really thinks he can withstand an entire army of ice elves all by himself. But Jinwoo has his own army. In a flash of dark energy, the shadow army rises from the snow. The surviving hunters scream in absolute shock, staring at the massive black soldiers and shadow ice bears towering over the battlefield. They can barely process the sight, realizing this mind-blowing power belongs to Jinwoo. Baruka scoffs, calling it a cheap trick. The brutal clash begins, and the hunters quickly run for cover, knowing they'll get caught in the crossfire. As the fight rages, Jinwoo realizes his mana is draining fast. While his shadow soldiers are immortal, they are slowly being pushed back. He looks at Baruka and knows this boss is on a completely different level of strength. The elf boss is highly impressed and introduces himself as Baruka, asking for Jinwoo's name in return. Jinwoo replies, and they trade lightning-fast blows. Baruka moves like a blur, easily dodging and mocking Jinwoo's strength. Desperate to turn the tide, Jinwoo calls in his strongest knight, Igris. But right when things are tense, Kim Chul wakes up. Consumed by jealousy and pure hatred, the giant hunter charges at Jinwoo from behind with his sword, screaming that Jinwoo planned this betrayal from the very start. Baruka finds it hilarious, mocking Jinwoo because his own ally is trying to kill him. But Jinwoo is always one step ahead. He lets his shadow soldiers take care of the backstabbing hunter. Standing over Kim Chul's lifeless body, Jinwoo utters a single command to extract his shadow, arise. Baruka lunges forward, screaming that there is no point in hiding, but Jinwoo has other plans. Standing over the lifeless body of Kim Chul, Jinwoo calls out his signature command, arise. Instantly, a violent dark mist erupts from the corpse. A hulking shadow soldier emerges, far larger than the original man, letting out a deafening roar that echoes through the frozen cave. The watching hunters are completely stunned by its sheer size, and Jinwoo casually decides to name his new knight-grade soldier Iron. Baruka sneers, mocking the idea that a single soldier could ever hope to stop him, but Jinwoo just smiles and tells him that, of course, he isn't fighting alone. Iron immediately activates his taunting cry, emitting a massive shockwave of energy that forces the dungeon boss to focus entirely on him. Enraged, Baruka charges at Iron, easily dodging the shadow's heavy, slow-moving attacks. He mocks the giant's speed, but before he can land a counterstrike, Jinwoo and Igris materialize right beside him. Igris swings his glowing sword, and Jinwoo smiles, asking the boss how he feels about fighting all three of them at once. On the sidelines, the surviving hunters are watching with their jaws on the floor. Songyi asks if all hunter fights are this intense, and Hee-jin admits she would have never gotten her license if they were. To them, the battle looks like an impossible dream. Jinwoo keeps up the pressure, sliding past Baruka and landing a swift strike to his shoulder. System messages pop up, confirming that both paralysis and bleeding have been activated, but Baruka's high resistance quickly cancels out the paralysis. The boss backs off, calling Jinwoo's team persistent, but Jinwoo just tells him to take a look around. Baruka turns his head and is horrified to see that his entire ice elf army has been completely slaughtered by Jinwoo's shadow soldiers. Desperate and furious, Baruka charges at Jinwoo, yelling that the summons will disappear once the summoner is dead. In a surprising move, Jinwoo throws his dagger aside, making Baruka laugh at what looks like a foolish mistake. But it's a trap. Jinwoo activates Dominator's Touch, using telekinesis to spin and accelerate the floating dagger straight into Baruka's back. The boss screams in pain as the weapon impales him, triggering a massive icy explosion on the battlefield. Covered in wounds, Baruka unleashes a final desperate burst of magical aura, screaming that he will kill everyone. But in the blink of an eye, Jinwoo appears right behind him, driving another blade deep into his torso. As Baruka gasps in shock, Jinwoo whispers that this is the end. With the boss finally defeated, the red gate begins to shift, and the surviving hunters realize they can finally go home. They look back at Jinwoo in absolute awe, realizing they just witnessed the rise of a true monster. It's 3 in the morning outside the mysterious red gate. A whole week has already passed for the hunters trapped inside. Chiefon is completely exhausted. He looks at his watch and tells the White Tiger Guild master Baek Yunho to go home and get some rest. But Baek refuses. He can't sleep in a warm bed while his guild members are still fighting, so he decides to wait. Just then, the atmosphere shifts. The red gate begins to crackle and glow with a violent light. The dungeon is cleared, and the portal is finally opening. Baek Yoon-ho watches closely, fully expecting to see his elite A-rank recruit Kim Chul. But instead, Park Hee-jin, Go Myung-hwan, and Yoon Kai-jung step through. They are alive, but they look completely beaten up. Right behind them, a tall silhouette emerges from the blue light. It's hunter Sung Jinwoo. Chifon realizes his instincts about this young man were right all along. But as the gate completely vanishes, a harsh reality sets in. People look around in confusion, asking where the other high-ranking hunters are. Hee-jin quietly delivers the devastating news: they are the only survivors. Baek is stunned, unable to process how all the elite A-ranks died while the low-ranked hunters made it out. As Jinwoo tells Han Song-yi they should head home, Baek Yoon-ho steps up and grabs Jinwoo's shoulder, demanding to talk. Jinwoo doesn't even look back. He calmly says he's tired and tells Baek to ask his own guild members. With a quick flick of his arm, Jinwoo easily brushes the guild master's hand away. Irritated, Baek grabs him again, his hand transforming into beastly claws. He coldly tells Jinwoo this isn't a request, but Jinwoo is completely unfazed. He looks back with glowing blue eyes, pointing out that he just saved 3 of Baek's people and asks for a thank you first. Realizing Jinwoo's overwhelming power, Baek backs down and apologizes. As Jinwoo walks away, Baek is left wondering who this guy really is. Hee-jin mentions that after Jinwoo defeated the boss, he stood in front of the body and shouted something 3 times. Baek urgently tells On to recruit Jinwoo immediately, warning him that even a guild master could lose an arm to him. Meanwhile, Jinwoo is driving home, highly annoyed that his shadow extraction on the boss, Baruka, failed. He drops off Song-yi, who happily thanks him. Looking at his watch, Jinwoo realizes it's already past midnight. It's time to raid C-rank dungeons again. Sure enough, Yoo Jin-ho is already waiting by the car in his ridiculous, shiny golden armor, saluting and shouting that he's ready to go. Jin-ho stands frozen in disbelief as Jinwoo's dark shadow soldiers completely take over the dungeon floor. Seeing Jin-ho's terrified face, Jinwoo just smiles and casually explains that this is actually his skill. He thinks to himself how incredibly convenient it is to have these guys hunting and clearing the path for him. It gets to the point where poor Jin-ho, wearing his flashy heavy armor, feels totally useless. He politely asks if he can at least collect the magic crystals just so he has something to do, which makes Jinwoo feel a little guilty. By the very next day, they successfully finish their pact of clearing 19 raids together. Meanwhile, all the way across the world in the eastern United States, a massive crisis is unfolding inside an A-rank dungeon. An entire elite attack force has been completely wiped out. The dungeon's boss room is empty of normal monsters, and standing there instead is a wild, incredibly powerful figure. James, an A-rank hunter, is left trembling in absolute terror, wondering what kind of human-type monster could possess such a monstrous aura. But the mysterious man with long, messy black hair speaks up. He assures James that he didn't kill anyone, only knocked them out. He looks confused as to why they attacked him, explaining that he isn't a monster at all, he is a human and he is Korean. Clenching his fist, the man simply smiles and says he just wants to go home. Back in Korea, Jinwoo and Jin-ho celebrate the end of their long journey over a humble meal of Korean barbecue and soju. Jin-ho sincerely apologizes, wishing he could have treated his leader to a much more luxurious place for their final meal. Jinwoo laughs it off, saying he was actually worried a cheap restaurant wouldn't suit a rich young master's taste anyway. When Jinwoo asks about his next steps, Jin-ho explains that he will get his guild master license soon and finally present it to his father. For Jinwoo, while receiving a 10 billion won building is a nice bonus, his real victory was gaining massive amounts of experience and leveling up. Now that his goal is met, he decides it's time to move on. Jinwoo tells Jin-ho that he will be out of contact for a while because he has somewhere important to go. Hearing this, Jin-ho immediately gets emotional and downs his drink. He tearfully says that if he is ever a bother, Jinwoo should just let him know and he will leave him alone. Jinwoo can only sweat drop, realizing Jin-ho has completely misunderstood his words yet again. Jin-ho opens up, explaining that his own older brother doesn't care for him, making Jinwoo feel like his actual family. Just then, the television in the restaurant broadcasts a chilling report about Jeju Island, which was abandoned to monster ants years ago. The news reveals a terrifying update. A mutant ant with wings has just been discovered flying near Japan's coast. It turns out these creatures are rapidly evolving, preparing to cross the ocean and bring a whole new nightmare to the world. The chapter starts with Jinwoo packing his bags to head out. His sister Jin-ah notices he's leaving and asks why he's suddenly going on a trip for a week. She teases him, wondering if he got a girlfriend, but Jinwoo just laughs it off and says he's going with a friend. Of course, he's actually heading out to tackle a dangerous solo dungeon. Next, we see Jinwoo standing right in front of a massive building that's completely engulfed in flames. He remembers how much he struggled against Kerberos, the three-headed gatekeeper dog, back when it was 20 levels higher than him. But now his level is 3 times higher, so he feels a lot more confident. He pulls out the Arank Castle door key he got from Kerberos and enters the demon castle. When the massive doors creak open, a dark, empty hallway greets him. He can't sense any monsters nearby and wonders if he's just in a regular corridor. Then a new quest notification pops up. The system wants him to collect 10,000 demon souls. The rewards are absolutely insane. He can gain bonus stats, a hidden reward, and even choose any item from the system shop, even stuff that costs over 10 billion gold. Jinwoo knows that if the rewards are this good, the challenge is going to be incredibly tough. Still, he's confused because the place seems completely empty. But then he looks outside and his eyes widen. The dungeon isn't just a castle, it's a field-type dungeon that has completely recreated a ruined, burning version of Seoul. He realizes that to collect 10,000 souls, there must be at least 10,000 demons running around this massive city. Jinwoo drops his backpack and gets ready. Right on cue, a group of low-grade demons ambushes him. But Jinwoo is way too fast and strong now. With a few quick, effortless slashes of his daggers, he completely shreds through them. The system confirms he defeated them and shows his progress. He even notices a new experience indicator showing exactly how much EXP he needs to level up. He realizes that from here on, it's a race against time. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a Korean restaurant where Yoo Jin-ho is meeting with his father. Jin-ho wants to take charge of the family's new Yoo-jin guild. To his surprise, his father brings in a survivor from the recent Red Gate incident, Go Myung-hwan. The survivor reveals that they only made it out alive because of Sung Jinwoo. Jin-ho realizes his boss's secret is slowly starting to leak. However, this actually helps his case. His father decides to trust Jin-ho with the guild, but on one massive condition: Jin-ho has to recruit Sung Jinwoo to their side. His father is also keeping an eye on other powerhouse S-rank hunters like Cha Hae-in and Min Byung-gu, making this a high-stakes race. Back in the fiery ruins of the demon castle, Jinwoo takes down another demon. He checks his quest progress and sees he has collected 309 souls out of 10,000. He realizes he still has a very long way to go. Jinwoo stands over a pile of defeated low-grade demons. The system notifies him that he earned some experience points and collected a few demon souls, but he knows he still has a long way to go. The starting difficulty of the demon castle isn't too bad, with monsters being D rank at best. Still, Jinwoo feels the pressure to grow stronger. Ever since meeting Baek Yoon-ho, he realized his current level is only barely S rank, and leveling up is getting harder. He pulls out the entry permit for the second floor. Seeing a bright pillar of light in the distance near Namsan Tower, he knows that is where the magic circle is located. To speed things up, he decides to summon one of his monster-type shadow soldiers. With a flash of dark magic, the massive leader of the Ice Bears emerges. The beast is huge, almost like a heavy-duty vehicle. Jinwoo climbs onto its back, ready to ride, but right away, 3 ugly demons block their path. Jinwoo sighs at the annoying monsters and charges ahead. The giant bear wildly smashes through the enemies with ease. Smiling, Jinwoo names the bear tank and orders him to run straight toward the magic circle. Meanwhile, over in Washington, a major incident is unfolding at the United States Bureau of Hunters. Inside an interrogation room sits a mysterious man in an orange jumpsuit and handcuffs. The deputy director asks if they have figured out his identity. The man claims to be a hunter from South Korea who got trapped inside a dungeon when a gate closed 10 years ago. He says he only just opened his eyes to find himself in America. This is an unprecedented situation. The man walked right out of an active A-rank gate, and an entire team of A-rank hunters was completely helpless against him. The Bureau highly suspects he might actually be a monster wearing human memories. Since he could pose a massive threat to Washington, they need an S-rank hunter who speaks Korean to interrogate him properly. That person is Mr. H. Hwang from the Scavenger Guild, who is currently at the airport on his way back from Korea. H. Hwang is having a terrible day. The pest he wanted to kill back in Korea got trapped in a red gate before he could get his hands on him. As H. Hwang fumes, the Bureau officials reveal the mysterious prisoner's name, Sung-il H. Hwan. Back in the demon castle, Jinwoo continues his climb. He learns that each floor is its own isolated world. He gathers thousands of demon souls, and his skills like Dominator's touch level up. However, reaching the 100th floor in just 1 week seems impossible at this pace. Eventually, Jinwoo reaches the 50th floor. Standing in his way is the boss of the lower floors, a giant demon named Avaricious Vulcan, flanked by his guards. Jinwoo summons his shadow soldiers to clear out the guards. His shadows are stronger now, boosted by his high intelligence stat. Believing this fight will be easy, Jinwoo leaps forward to strike the boss himself, but Vulcan moves with shocking speed, catching Jinwoo completely off guard. Jinwoo stares down at the massive crater, realizing just how much damage his punch actually did. He's almost surprised at his own power, but then he remembers his stat window. He spent so many points boosting his strength, making him an absolute powerhouse. But his opponent, the massive demon Lord Vulcan, isn't down for long. Vulcan suddenly gets back up and activates his Wrath skill. It's the exact same buff skill that Kerberos used before. It boosts Vulcan's stats by 50%, making him incredibly fast, aggressive, and highly resistant to pain. Before Jinwoo can even react, Vulcan lunges forward for a direct hit. Knowing he can't dodge in time, Jinwoo quickly summons Iron to shield him. Iron takes the brutal impact head-on, but Vulcan doesn't stop. He keeps swinging his massive club, unleashing a barrage of devastating blows. Jinwoo holds his ground, blocking the shockwaves. He knows his high-strength stat is the only reason he's surviving this onslaught, but he can't just keep defending. He needs to find an opening to counterattack during Vulcan's next swing. Seeing a brief gap in the monster's continuous movements, Jinwoo leaps into the air to strike. But Vulcan was actually waiting for this exact moment. He swings his giant club upward, aiming right at Jinwoo while he's completely defenseless in midair. Jinwoo realizes he's a sitting duck and desperately needs a way to dodge. That's when it clicks. He activates his skill, Dominator's Touch. Even though he can't push the giant beast back with it, he can use the Psychic Force's recoil to launch himself backward. He barely manages to escape the crushing blow, realizing just how close that was. Realizing his dagger can only pierce Vulcan's head, Jinwoo knows a direct head-on attack is too risky. He needs to trap the monster and seal its movements first. He comes up with a plan and baits Vulcan into chasing him. Vulcan, completely blinded by rage, runs full speed after him. Jinwoo activates his sprint skill, leading the demon right to the edge of a deep cliff. By the time Vulcan notices the drop, it's far too late to stop his massive momentum and he goes crashing down into the abyss. Meanwhile, back in the real world, members of the guild and the Hunters Association are trying to locate Jinwoo. His sister told them he went on a trip with friends, but the investigators find it highly suspicious. There are no records of him leaving the country, using his credit cards, or withdrawing any money. His tracker simply went dark somewhere downtown. They even wonder if he was somehow kidnapped, though they admit it would take an elite international squad of high-ranking hunters to pull that off. They're left completely baffled, wondering where on earth he could have vanished to. The freezing wind finally stops howling, and the massive icy world inside the dungeon begins to crumble away. With the boss defeated, the snow and ice start to melt. Jinwoo stands quietly, looking at his powerful new shadow soldier Iron, who stands tall behind him. The battle is over, and Jinwoo turns to the exhausted survivors, telling them that the nightmare is finally finished and it is time to go home. Out in the real world, the atmosphere is incredibly tense. A massive crowd of reporters, onlookers, and association staff are gathered in the freezing streets, staring up at the massive red portal. Baekhyunho, the master of the White Tiger Guild, stands alongside Woo Jinchul from the Hunters Association. Everyone is preparing for the worst, fully expecting that the raid team has been wiped out. But then the giant red gate flashes with light and suddenly shifts to a bright calm blue. The crowd gasps. A blue gate means the dungeon boss is dead, and the gate is safe to enter. Slowly, the portal ripples and figures begin to emerge. The reporters rush forward with their cameras flashing as Han Songyi and the other low-ranked trainees step through. The crowd is in disbelief that these weak hunters actually survived. But as Baekhyunho looks over the group, his face falls. The high-rank strike squad, including their promising leader Kim Chul, is nowhere to be seen. Yunho demands to know what happened inside. One of the surviving trainees, still visibly shaken, steps up and tells him the truth. He reveals that Kim Chul completely lost his mind and tried to kill them, and they only survived because of a supposedly weak E-rank hunter named Sung Jinwoo. Baekhyunho is completely speechless. He scans the crowd, looking for this mysterious E-rank hunter who somehow managed to save everyone, but Jinwoo has already vanished. Knowing how much unwanted attention he would get, Jinwoo quietly slipped away through the chaotic crowd of reporters. As Jinwoo walks down a quiet, snowy street, a sleek black sedan pulls up slowly beside him. The window rolls down and Woo Jinchul asks Jinwoo to step inside the car so they can speak privately. Jinwoo gets in and Jinchul doesn't waste any time. He delivers a chilling warning. Hwang Dongsu, an incredibly powerful S-rank hunter who left Korea for America, has discovered that his brother Hwang Dongseok died during a raid. Dongsu knows that Jinwoo and Yujin were the only survivors of that dungeon, and he is convinced they killed his brother. Dongsu is now heading back to Korea with one goal: bloody revenge. Jinchul warns Jinwoo that even the association cannot stop an S-rank hunter once they lock onto a target and tells him he needs to watch his back. Jinwoo sits in silence, staring out the window, realizing that an incredibly dangerous storm is about to hit him. We start right after a massive battle where Jinwoo finally defeats Metis, the Guide of Souls. The victory earns him a massive 200,000 experience points, 220 demon souls, and pushes his level up by 2. He really wanted to turn this powerful boss into a shadow soldier, but unfortunately the mana is contaminated, making shadow extraction impossible on demons. Instead, Metis drops a legendary item, the Demon Monarch's Necklace. When Jinwoo equips it, it pairs with his earring to trigger a set effect, boosting all his stats by 5. That is basically like leveling up 5 times all at once. He realizes there is only one piece left of the set, meaning another boss-grade monster is waiting for him on the upper floors. Jinwoo collapses to the ground, completely exhausted. He He has finally collected over 10,000 demon souls, completing his quest, but he has absolutely no strength left to go any further. He decides to accept his quest rewards. For the first reward, the system lets him choose any item. He briefly thinks about choosing an incredibly expensive weapon from the store, but decides against it because he already gets great weapons from dungeons. Instead, he chooses the cursed random box. He remembers how the blessed box gave him the demon castle key because it gives the player what they want, while the cursed box is designed to give the player what they actually need. Inside the glowing box, he finds a mysterious key with no name, class, or description. He stores it away, trusting he will find a use for it eventually. Next, he takes the second reward, which is 20 bonus stats. He dumps every single point straight into his intelligence stat to boost his magic power. Finally, he accepts the third reward, which is a hidden recipe for the holy water of life. He realizes this magical potion can cure any disease, which means he can finally save his sick mother. To brew it, he needs 3 ingredients. He already has the world trees fragment from the 50th floor and the spring water from the 75th floor. The last ingredient, the purified blood of the Demon King, must be at the very top of the castle. Meanwhile, back in the real world, a massive fire is burning through city buildings. Firefighters are desperately trying to put it out. Rumors are spreading that an S-rank battle took place, but because the damage was kept relatively small, it means the fight was completely one-sided. Shockingly, the powerful hunter Hwang Dong-soo was overwhelmingly defeated. Back at the Korean Hunters Association, everyone is gossiping about the S-rank clash in America. Just then, Jinwoo walks into the lobby to request a rank re-evaluation. The staff assume he is just another delusional hunter who cannot accept his low rank. But over on the phone, Guild Master Baek Yoon-ho gets a call confirming that the hunter he was waiting for has finally arrived. Sung Jinwoo is about to show the world his true rank. Jinwoo is back at the Hunter Association's evaluation center, and honestly the waiting room hasn't changed a bit. As he sits there waiting for his turn, a seasoned-looking hunter strikes up a conversation. He warns Jinwoo about the scouts waiting outside, explaining that joining small, desperate guilds is a fast track to getting killed on dangerous raids. Just then, another guy walks out of the testing room looking completely crushed, groaning that his life is ruined. The seasoned hunter tells Jinwoo to drop his expectations to save himself from the anxiety, noting that as long as you aren't an E rank, you can at least survive. Right next to them, a massive guy is anxiously biting his nails, praying for C rank so he can pay off his massive debts and finally live with his daughter again. Watching all this, Jinwoo reflects on how brutal this world really is. Your rank determines everything, and no amount of hard work or training can ever bridge that gap. He remembers Song Kai-yeol, a master swordsman who still stood no chance against an assassin like Kang Tae-shik simply because of their ranks. Jinwoo remembers his own years of suffering as a weak E rank, but today, things are finally going to change. Suddenly, the seasoned hunter walks back out of the testing room, looking pale as a ghost. He mutters that he ended up with an E rank after all. Seeing this, the big guy next to Jinwoo gets so paralyzed with fear that he begs Jinwoo to go ahead of him. Jinwoo shrugs and heads inside. The female evaluator looks at his file and gets confused. She sees he's already registered as an E rank and assumes he's just wasting his money hoping for a rare double awakening. She instructs him to place his hand on the giant black crystal. But the moment Jinwoo touches it, the crystal starts swirling with an overwhelming dark energy and the screen suddenly flashes with an error message. The evaluator thinks the machine is just glitching and tries to reset it. Just then, an assistant manager walks in, yawning and complaining about staff members taking bathroom breaks. When the evaluator points out the error, he initially brushes it off, but the moment he actually looks at the screen, his face completely drops. He screams at her to call the head of testing immediately. He explains that this isn't a machine malfunction. The detector is reading immeasurable because it literally cannot handle the sheer scale of Jinwoo's magic power. This means Jinwoo is South Korea's 10th S-rank hunter. Meanwhile, down the hall, Chief Woo Jin-chul is in the middle of a serious discussion about the aftermath of the Red Gate incident and a mysterious winged ant corpse found on Jeju Island. Suddenly, his associate points out that Building B is incredibly noisy, and they head over to check it out. Back in the testing room, the staff informs Jinwoo that because his magic power is completely immeasurable, they have to postpone his official evaluation for 3 days to bring in a high-precision testing device. Jinwoo understands and starts to leave, but as he steps back out into the main lobby, the waiting room completely erupts. Word has already spread, and everyone is whispering in utter shock that an S-rank hunter has just walked out. The scouts instantly realize this guy is way out of their league. But before anyone can even think about approaching him, the crowd suddenly parts in absolute silence. Choi Jong-in, the famous master of the Hunters Guild, has just arrived on the scene. Suddenly, a man in a sharp suit walks into the lobby, and the crowd goes wild. It's Choi Jong-in, the master of the Hunters Guild, South Korea's #1 guild. Standing there, Jinwoo recognizes him immediately. Choi is a legendary S-rank hunter known as the Ultimate Soldier, famous for top-tier fire magic powerful enough to vaporize entire buildings with a single spell. While everyone else whispers in shock, wondering if the top guild is about to recruit a new powerhouse, Choi adjusts his glasses. He doesn't need to wait 3 days for the official results to know that Jinwoo is an S rank. Choi walks straight up to Jinwoo, introduces himself, and asks if he already has a guild in mind. He offers to sit down and talk, but Jinwoo doesn't even hesitate. He calmly says, "I'm sorry, but I decline," and walks right past him. Jinwoo's mind is completely elsewhere. He has a mountain of work to do, and his main focus is returning to the demon castle as fast as possible to craft the medicine he needs. Choi is left standing there, totally stunned. He asks Chief Woo Jinchul if he forgot to introduce himself, but then he notices something even more shocking. Jinwoo has already slipped away without making a single sound. Choi smiles, assuming Jinwoo must be an incredibly skilled assassin-type hunter. Just then the doors burst open, and Baek Yoon-ho, the master of the White Tiger Guild, rushes in panting. He ran all the way from his office to stop Choi from recruiting Jinwoo. The two rival masters lock eyes. Choi smiles, realizing he just caught Baek red-handed. He figures out that Baek must have known about Jinwoo's insane power ever since the double dungeon incident. Baek grinds his teeth, furious at himself for being too late and getting caught by that snake Choi. With both top guilds now aware of Jinwoo, things have gotten incredibly complicated. But Jinwoo isn't thinking about guilds or fame. The scene shifts to a quiet hospital where his mother lies still in a hospital bed. She is suffering from eternal slumber, a tragic magical coma that people began falling into after the gates first appeared. Looking down at her peaceful face, Jinwoo promises that he will save her. He just needs to get stronger. Later, Jinwoo meets up with Chief Woo Jinchul again. Woo explains that the monitoring division exists to police law-breaking hunters, though he admits it doesn't mean much to an S rank. He then leads Jinwoo to a private office where someone is waiting to meet him. Inside sits Go Gun-hee, the legendary chairman of the Hunter Association. Even though he's over 80, he has the massive, powerful build of a retired wrestler. Go Gun-hee gets straight to the point. He explains that the 3-day delay for S-rank re-examinations is actually a clever trick. Since the association can't compete with the massive salaries offered by top private guilds, they use this time to meet S-ranks first. Go Gun-hee looks Jinwoo in the eye and offers him a completely different path. To survive in a dungeon, a hunter needs good equipment, but high-rank gear is incredibly expensive. We're talking millions or even hundreds of millions of won. Sitting at his computer, Sung Jinwoo realizes his current savings won't cut it. He needs fire-resistant gear for the burning heat of the demon castle, but the system store has nothing useful. His only real option is to sell the Orb of Avarice, a powerful magic artifact that doubles magic damage. It would easily sell for a fortune, but there is a major catch. If an E-rank hunter suddenly tries to sell a legendary item like that, people will ask questions. He needs an explanation, like having an A-rank gate raid on his official record. But a high-rank raid team would never let an E-rank join. Luckily, while browsing online, he spots a unique recruiting post that might actually work. Meanwhile, at the Hunter Association, Chairman Go Gun-hee is looking over Jinwoo's file. His past record shows he was the weakest hunter for 4 years, barely surviving just to pay his mother's medical bills and take care of his sister. The chairman is shocked to hear that Jinwoo has already joined a raid team with the country's top guild, the Hunters Guild. At first, Go Gun-hee wonders if the young man was tempted by a massive contract payment, but the report reveals a bizarre twist. Jinwoo didn't join the combat force. He signed up for the mining team instead. The chairman can only stare at the file in disbelief, completely baffled as to why an S-rank hunter would choose to work as a manual laborer. Down at the actual raid site, the mining team supervisor looks at Jinwoo's registration in confusion, verifying if he is really just an E-rank. Dressed in a dark jumpsuit and a yellow hard hat, Jinwoo politely nods. He explains that while he has no experience, he is a physical combatant, which is a relief to the supervisor. High-rank dungeons are massive, so guilds divide the labor. They have the main attack force, the mining team, and the collectors who clear the monster carcasses. Because modern electronics don't work inside dungeons, all mining has to be done by hand using magic-infused pickaxes. Standing before the towering, glowing blue vortex of the A-rank gate, Jinwoo is excited to finally study a high-rank dungeon up close before he has to conquer them himself. Inside the gate, the Hunters Guild's elite attack force is wrapping up their sweep. The guild master, Choi Jong-in, unleashes a massive wave of fire magic that incinerates all nearby monsters, leaving nothing but ashes. The other hunters watch in awe at his overwhelming power as he casually guides them out. Outside, the call goes out to the standby workers that the attack force is finished and the gate is safe to enter. As the legendary combat team walks out of the portal, followed by their powerful vice master, Cha Hae-in, the mining team gets ready to head inside. Sung Jinwoo is sneaking around the A-rank dungeon when he hears a voice behind him asking what he's doing. It's Cha Hae-in, the S-rank hunter. Jinwoo quickly hides his dagger, sweating as he realizes how close he came to exposing himself. He plays it off smoothly, pretending to be a lost miner who stumbled into the boss room. Hae-in is suspicious, but warns him to step back since they are near the boss nest. As Jinwoo walks away, he can't help but marvel at her speed. she managed to sneak up on him without him even noticing. Meanwhile, Heian stares at her hand, wondering if she was hallucinating because she could have sworn he was holding a weapon. Still, she tells him to leave quickly so he doesn't draw the boss's attention and get people killed. As they pass each other, something catches Heian's attention. She stops him and leans in incredibly close, sniffing him. To her utter shock, she realizes there is absolutely no foul odor coming from him. She asks if he's really a hunter, and when she checks his license, she sees he's just an E-rank named Sung Jinwoo. Confused, she lets him go, reminding him to be careful. As he walks away, she wonders why he doesn't have the typical hunter stench. In fact, he actually smells nice. Later, Jinwoo heads back to the mining team. The team leader laughs, calling him a lucky guy for getting to talk to the famous hunter Cha. He explains that she was patrolling during her break because she was worried about the boss. He also mentions a rumor. Due to unique physiology, Heian can smell a foul stench on hunters, which is why she always carries a handkerchief. Hearing this, things begin to click for Jinwoo. He remembers an encounter with an elf boss who claimed a voice in its head ordered monsters to kill humans, but the voice went silent around Jinwoo. He realizes that because he is a player chosen by the system, he is different. He doesn't have the hunter stench, and monsters don't feel a natural urge to kill him. After the shift, the team leader praises Jinwoo for working like an excavator, helping them finish 2 hours early. He hands Jinwoo his pay envelope and offers him a permanent spot. Jinwoo politely declines, mentioning he has another job soon. But when the leader asks him to work again tomorrow, Jinwoo is surprised. The leader explains that the Hunters Guild is running another A-rank raid tomorrow, but using their B team. Seeing a perfect opportunity to learn more about A-rank dungeons, Jinwoo asks where to show up. The leader is thrilled and promises to get his pay doubled. Meanwhile, Yu Jinho is at a restaurant, passionately defending his choice of pork belly to his cousin, Yu Su-hyun. He explains this is where he shared special memories with his beloved Hyung Nim. Jinho happily shares that things went well with his father, meaning he is on track to become a guild master. His cousin is highly skeptical, knowing Jinho's older brother is a scheming attention seeker who is probably up to no good. Fed up with Jinho's endless praise for this mysterious Hyung Nim, she demands his phone, wanting to call Jinwoo directly to see who this guy really is. Late at night, Cha Heian stands in front of her giant apartment window, looking out over the city lights while she makes a phone call. She asks the person on the other end to dig up any information they can find on a man named Sung Jinwoo, who was working with the mining team earlier that day. The contact is surprised and asks if she means the E-rank hunter registered with the association. Heian is deeply bothered by him because there is simply no way an ordinary E-rank hunter just casually got lost and stumbled right into a boss room. She even wonders if he might be a spy from a rival guild. Things get even stranger when the contact reveals that Master Choi Jongin actually asked for the exact same information. Heian asks why, but the contact explains that they couldn't get much because the association has locked Jinwoo's profile under an incredibly tight security block. For a low-ranked hunter, this level of security is totally unheard of. Heian hangs up the phone, muttering that something is definitely up. She flops face down onto her bed, rolling over to stare at the ceiling. She lies there thinking about how different Jinwoo is, realizing that out of all the hunters she has ever met, he is the very first one who actually smelled nice to her. The next morning, Jinwoo arrives at the dungeon gate and is warmly greeted by the mining crew. They ask if he has eaten and invite him to join them for lunch. Smiling gently, Jinwoo looks around at them and realizes how much he missed this warm, normal atmosphere. Since they finished their morning shift 2 hours ahead of schedule thanks to Jinwoo's help, the mining team sits back to rest before the afternoon shift starts. Just then, the leader of the raid's attack force, Sun Kai-hoon, walks over. He asks the mining team if they can borrow someone because their porter did not show up. The miners immediately start complaining, pointing out that they have already worked non-stop for hours and that high-rank guilds shouldn't be dumping their dangerous work on them. Kai-hoon offers to compensate them well, but the mining chief, Mr. Han, flatly refuses. He explains that taking a D-rank or E-rank hunter into an A-rank dungeon is basically a suicide mission, and no amount of extra money is worth risking their lives. When Kai-hoon desperately asks if there is absolutely anyone willing to go, Jinwoo steps forward and volunteers. The other miners are completely shocked, shouting at him not to throw his life away. But Jinwoo just smiles and says it will be a great learning experience to watch an A-rank raid up close. Despite some of the raid members being skeptical about his low rank, Kai-hoon agrees to take him. He introduces himself, hands Jinwoo a massive pack of equipment, and is surprised to see the young hunter carry it without struggling at all. As they stand before the giant blue gate, Jinwoo feels a strange, ominous chill that reminds him of the red gate, even though the official readings say the magical energy is weak. Once they step through, they receive a system notification that they have entered the dungeon. Kai-hoon tries to reassure Jinwoo, telling him that the attack force will handle all the fighting and keep him safe in the back. But as the group advances, a horde of monsters suddenly appears out of the shadows. The elite hunters immediately prepare for battle without needing a single command, but as Kai-hoon looks ahead, he freezes in absolute terror at what is waiting for them. The raid party is moving cautiously through the dim dungeon when they suddenly hear the frantic sound of footsteps rushing toward them from the dark. Out of nowhere, a pack of vicious dungeon jackals leaps into view, their eyes glowing a menacing bright red. The hunters immediately spring into action. A heavily armored tank steps up to block one of the leaping beasts with his massive shield, while another frontliner swings his sword, slicing a jackal clean in half. Despite their quick reactions, the tension on the battlefield is high as more and more of these creatures keep pouring out of the shadows. The hunters leap through the air to counterattack, while a mage at the back warns everyone to get down before unleashing a devastating wave of fire magic that completely incinerates the remaining beasts in a massive flash of light. Once the immediate danger passes, the hunters take a moment to catch their breath and inspect the dead monsters, but the situation doesn't make any sense. One of the hunters asks why dungeon jackals are even in an A-rank dungeon in the first place. Another party member explains that since jackals are only C-rank monsters, they sit way too low on the food chain to survive here. Stronger monsters should have hunted them down long ago, making it impossible for them to maintain a pack. That is when Jinwoo takes a closer look at one of the dead jackals and notices a distinct mark around its neck. It is the clear trace of a leash. He quickly realizes these jackals are actually being raised by someone to be used as hunting dogs. An intelligent monster is pulling the strings, which makes Jinwoo realize his worst premonition is about to come true. Right on cue, a terrifying warning echoes through the cavern that the real enemies are arriving. The hunter's faces twist in pure horror as a massive, red-skinned monster with a single glowing eye steps forward. It's a high orc, and behind him, a massive army of fully armored high orcs emerges from the shadows, wielding heavy axes and spears. One of the beasts lets out a deafening roar and swings its weapon with terrifying force, smashing directly into a hunter's shield. The shield cracks instantly, leaving the tank stunned by the creature's raw power. To make matters worse, the high orcs completely ignore the tank's taunts and leap straight over the front lines to target the vulnerable mages in the back. The mages desperately launch fire spells to defend themselves, but the attacks do almost nothing against the orcs' incredibly high magic resistance. One female mage manages to bind a beast with her magic, but she screams that she can only hold it for 5 seconds at most. Another mage plays his trump card, summoning a powerful creature to fight, but the spell completely drains his remaining mana. Chaos erupts as the tankers try frantically to protect the backline while healers struggle to keep everyone alive. Just as the party is on the verge of being completely wiped out, a sudden, quiet shift occurs on the field, leaving the surviving hunters staring in absolute disbelief, completely bewildered by what just happened. The battle begins in total confusion. One of the female healers is left completely stunned, wondering what just happened. Suddenly, a massive high orc charges forward with a roar, but as the hunters brace themselves, the raid leader, Sun Kai-hoon, notices something strange. The fight, which felt impossible just moments ago, has suddenly become much easier. In the shadows, Jinwoo is moving silently. He targets the high orcs' weak spots, slicing their ankles and slashing their backs. His goal is simple: weaken the monsters as much as possible without anyone noticing, but a few orcs catch on to his presence. To prevent them from blowing his cover, Jinwoo quickly silences them before they can react. With the monsters weakened, the hunters finally gain the upper hand. One of the female fighters charges in and lands a decisive blow, celebrating her first kill. Watching from the sidelines, Jinwoo wipes a splash of blood off his cheek. He knows these elite hunters from the Hunters Guild are supposed to be the nation's finest, but high orcs are far too dangerous to take lightly. He can't just sit back and watch them die, especially after the healer almost lost her life. Suddenly, a system notification pops up in front of him. He leveled up just by supporting the party. He realizes he could have gained even more levels if he killed them all himself, but since the guild paid a fortune for this dungeon's permit, he decides to let them handle the rest. As the dust settles, the exhausted hunters look around, wondering if they actually won. Kai-hoon calls out, making sure the healers tend to anyone still breathing. While the team catches their breath, Jinwoo stands quietly in the back, carrying his heavy porter pack. But some of the hunters are starting to put the pieces together. One of the magic casters suspects that the porter is hiding a stealth skill, knowing that mages should have sensed it. Nearby, the female healer pulls Kai-hoon aside, explaining that she saw a high orc get torn apart in midair by some unseen magic. They ask Gina, the blonde mage, if she did it, but she explains it is impossible with her telekinesis, and they have no curse mages or assassins in their party. The mage with the glasses looks directly at Jinwoo, realizing that only an outsider could have done this. She wonders why he is hiding his power but decides to keep quiet. With the immediate threat gone, the team debates their next move. The hunters point out how dangerous it is to continue without their guild master or vice master. They suggest retreating as they would need more healers and mages to survive. Kai-hoon is torn. If he clears this dungeon today, he will officially become the raid leader. It might be his only shot. Jinwoo watches him, understanding the temptation but hoping he makes the right choice. Fortunately, Kai-hoon makes the smart call and orders a retreat. The relieved hunters head back, but their relief is cut short. A powerful magical barrier has suddenly blocked their exit. The mage warns that it is a high-level spell that will take time to break. They are trapped inside. The raid team is in deep trouble. One of the hunters panics, calling out to Sun Kai-hoon. Heavy footsteps echo through the red-lit cavern as Kai-hoon sweats, completely terrified. They just barely survived fighting 20 high orcs, but now a massive purple magic barrier blocks their path. Standing before them is an army of over 50 high orcs armed to the teeth. A giant high orc steps right up to Kai-hoon, growling and breathing heavily in his face. A team member screams at Kai-hoon to stop. Kai-hoon stands his ground, knowing that fighting means instant death. He desperately wishes their strongest S-rank hunters, Choi Jong-in or Cha Hae-in, were here. Suddenly, the monster leans in and lets out a bizarre guttural chant. Its eyes glow purple and it lets out a deafening roar. But then the orc begins to choke out human words, saying human, humans. Sun Kai-hoon stares in utter shock. The voice claims to belong to a powerful wizard named Kargalgan. A massive, glowing silhouette looms over the puppet as it demands to meet with the humans. The team is bewildered. They realize this orc is just a puppet being controlled by some faraway sorcerer. Some of the hunters call it a trap and beg Kai-hoon to fight to the death. But Kai-hoon keeps his head. He asks the puppet if it was the one who set up the magic barrier. The sorcerer Kargalgan proudly boasts that his magic cannot be undone by mere humans. When Kai-hoon asks if there is someone even stronger in the cave, Kargalgan gets furious, demanding they either surrender and follow his guards or die on the spot. Realizing they have no other choice, Kai-hoon agrees to follow them. As they walk, Kai-hoon pulls aside Sung Jinwoo, who is acting as their porter. He tells Jinwoo that once they reach the boss room, they are going to launch a surprise attack. He wants Jinwoo to use that distraction to run away and call for backup. Kai-hoon even hands him a letter for his family, but Jinwoo looks at him calmly. He points out that by the time backup arrives, they will all be dead anyway. Jinwoo keeps the letter but tells Kai-hoon he won't need to deliver it. He can already sense the massive magic energy coming from the boss room, and he knows things are about to get wild. Meanwhile, back outside, S-rank hunter Cha Hae-in arrives at the gate on her day off. She asks if Jinwoo came to work today, only to learn he entered the highly dangerous A-rank dungeon as a simple porter. She's completely baffled and worried. Why would an E-rank hunter put himself in such danger? She decides she has to go in after him. Since she doesn't have her gear, she ends up borrowing a standard mining pickaxe from the crew before running straight into the gate. Back inside the deep cavern, the high orc guards lead the raid team right up to the massive boss room. The puppet turns to them with a sinister grin and says, "Humans, welcome." The hunters are completely surrounded by a massive horde of terrifying high orcs. Kai-hoon, the raid leader, is sweating buckets. He realizes that if these monsters break out of the gate, they will wipe out a whole city before backup can even arrive. There is only one desperate option left. At the very least, they have to take down the boss. Kai-hoon looks toward the throne where the high orc sorcerer sits looking down at them. But the boss is heavily guarded by 4 massive armored high orcs who are definitely not pushovers. Kai-hoon makes a plan in his head. He tells the team that once Sun Hae-in gives the signal, they will ignore the guards and rush the sorcerer all at once. But the sorcerer sees right through them. He touches his face with a blue glowing hand, looks down at the terrified humans, and asks if they fear him. Suddenly, a massive column of dark, purple magical energy erupts around the throne. The sorcerer unleashes a burst of raw power so intense that the entire room turns upside down. The hunters are frozen in place, gasping for air under the sheer weight of his mana. A female mage in the group trembles, crying out that this monster is on a completely different level. She realizes her own magic is like trash compared to this terrifying presence. Kai-hoon falls into deep despair. He looks at the thousands of orc warriors in the stands and asks the sorcerer why he even brought them here. He says the orc soldiers alone could have easily wiped them out. The sorcerer answers coldly that it is just for entertainment. He plans to slaughter the hunters one by one to amuse his army. But then the sorcerer pauses. He narrows his glowing red eye, sensing something incredibly strange standing among the desperate humans. In the back of the group, Jinwoo is standing completely calm and unfazed. Kai-hoon's fear turns into pure rage. He cannot believe their lives are being treated like cheap toys. Refusing to die without a fight, he screams for everyone to charge, leading the desperate rush forward. The hunters try to cast protection spells, but the sorcerer simply calls them foolish. With a wave of his hand, he unleashes a massive gravity spell that slams the entire party face first into the stone floor. Kai-hoon lies there, pinned down and utterly defeated. Just then, Jinwoo calmly walks over to him. He reminds Kai-hoon that this dungeon belongs to the Hunters Guild, so he cannot just step in without permission. But since the raid team is about to die, Jinwoo asks a simple question. He asks if he can kill every single monster in the room. As the high orcs close in, a desperate Kai-hoon begs him for help. Jinwoo smiles, unleashing his own terrifying pressure that completely dwarfs the sorcerer's mana. Before the shocked monsters can even react, Jinwoo calls out to his army, commanding his shadows to emerge. A black car from the Hunter Association's monitoring division pulls up in a heavy snowstorm. The inspectors step out, looking for Sung Jinwoo, who will soon be declared an S rank. They ask a miner where Jinwoo is, and the miner immediately starts complaining. He thinks Jinwoo is incredibly creepy, saying his body shuddered when Jinwoo stared at him. He even mutters that Jinwoo would have probably killed someone if he hadn't become a hunter. The inspector ignores the gossip and asks where Jinwoo is. The miner explains that Jinwoo is actually inside the dungeon gate. Apparently the porter didn't show up, so Jinwoo volunteered to take over. The inspector is baffled, but the surprises don't stop there. He learns that S-rank hunter Cha Hae-in also came looking for Jinwoo and followed him through the gate. While the miners continue calling Jinwoo suspicious, a massive wave of magical energy suddenly surges from the portal. The chief inspector, Woo Jin-chul, is stunned, feeling like his body is about to be ripped to pieces. He pulls out a mana measuring device, and the screen displays an astronomical reading of 94,218. This is one of the most dangerous A-rank gates in existence, and the previous measurement was completely wrong. Realizing the raid team is in deep trouble, the inspectors decide to head inside immediately. Meanwhile, deep inside the dungeon, the battle is already raging. Cha Hae-in looks at the pile of defeated high orcs, wondering how the attack force managed to defeat so many. But she quickly realizes that if this ominous energy is coming from the boss, there is no way the team could have survived. Inside the boss room, Jinwoo faces the high orc shaman Kargulgin. The shaman warns Jinwoo that looking down on them with so few soldiers will end in disaster. But Jinwoo simply activates his skill, Domain of the Monarch, cloaking his shadows in a purple aura that boosts their strength by 50%. Cha Hae-in watches in disbelief, shocked that such dark energy can come from a human. Jinwoo orders his Shadow Iron to use Taunting Cry, but the enemy's stats are too high and the taunt fails. The surviving raid members watch in awe, wondering why Jinwoo was hiding his abilities as a porter. Jinwoo knows most of his shadow soldiers are only C-rank and heavily outnumbered, so he has to thin out the enemy quickly. Kargulgin unleashes a massive fire spell, blasting Jinwoo's shadows into pieces. The shaman mockingly calls them useless puppets, but Jinwoo calmly points out that as long as he has mana, they will keep regenerating. Kargulgin casts a protective hymn, warning Jinwoo that his mana will run out first. But Jinwoo isn't worried. He casually opens his inventory and drinks a mana potion. Kargulgin prepares another massive fire spell, but Jinwoo is ready to end this. He unleashes his necromancy and commands the dead high orcs to arise. Suddenly, dark shadow hands burst from the fallen orcs, turning Kargulgin's own dead warriors into shadow soldiers. The shaman watches in sheer horror as his army is turned against him, finally realizing the terrifying nature of the monster he is fighting, just as Jinwoo promises that he will be next. The high orc boss, Kargulgin, stands completely frozen in absolute shock as he stares at the dark, glowing hunter standing right in front of him. He cannot help but wonder if this human is actually that legendary being from the ancient stories. In this moment of pure panic, his mind suddenly flashes back to the very first time he opened his eyes. He clearly remembers a booming, mysterious voice echoing inside his head, ordering him to hunt down all humans, cut them into tiny pieces, and offer their cold corpses to an unseen master. The memory is terrifying, but he has no time to dwell on it because the shadow soldiers suddenly launch themselves into the fight with incredible speed. The shadows tear through the high orc ranks with unbelievable force, completely overwhelming them. They slam down hard, slashing with glowing purple blades and ripping the enemy lines apart. Even a massive shadow bear joins the chaotic battle, swiping its huge claws and crushing any orc that gets in its way. Behind the front lines, the human strike team is watching everything unfold in pure amazement. Realizing they cannot just stand around and watch, one of the hunters yells out to the group that they need to jump in and help the shadow army. But Kargalgan quickly spots them and sneers, loudly telling them that the audience has absolutely no business interrupting his stage. With a swift wave of his magical staff, he unleashes a series of powerful debuffs to keep them back, casting the hymns of frenzy, agony, and blindness over the group. Once they are dealt with, he turns all his attention back to Jinwoo, casting his most powerful curses directly at him, including the hymns of slumber and lethargy. To the High Orc's absolute horror, the Dark Hunter does not even flinch under the spells. Kargalgan begins to shake with fear, screaming out in frustration and demanding to know how a mere human could possibly block his high-level magic. Jinwoo just stares coldly through the glowing shadows and calmly tells him that he is simply a bad matchup for a shaman. Desperate to protect himself from the approaching hunter, the shaman quickly casts a hymn of protection, but Jinwoo shatters the defensive barrier instantly with ease. Right at that moment, Cha Haein and the reinforcement hunters finally break through the doors and burst into the boss room. They look around the chaotic chamber in complete disbelief, asking what on earth is happening, but the captain can only reply that they do not know either. Sensing that his end is near, Kargalgan decides to go all out and unleash everything he has left. He chants his final and most dangerous spells, the hymns of rage, strengthening, giants, and combustion. His body rapidly expands, transforming him into a massive, flaming giant that towers over the room. The human captain yells at his team to run for their lives, but Jinwoo remains completely calm. Looking up at the colossal beast, Jinwoo simply points out that getting bigger just makes him an easier target to hit. Moving faster than the eye can see, Jinwoo slips right past the giant's defenses. He notes that a sorcerer without any bodyguard stands absolutely no chance against a true assassin. With one clean, lightning-fast strike, the giant orc is cut down, bringing the fierce battle to an end once and for all. Wu Jinchul and his guys from the monitoring division finally push their way into the dungeon, but they stop dead in their tracks, completely frozen in shock. Right in front of them, these massive, terrifying shadow creatures are absolutely tearing through the remaining monsters. Cha Haein is standing right next to them, looking completely calm, and she quietly explains that these giant beasts were actually summoned by Sung Jinwoo. The other guys are completely stunned, and they realize Jinchul already seems to know exactly who this mysterious man is. Meanwhile, further inside the battlefield, Jinwoo is facing down the massive High Orc King Kargalgan. He quickly realizes his daggers aren't going to cut it against a monster of this size, so he decides to switch things up and use his bare fists instead. He clenches his hand and unleashes a massive, devastating punch. The impact is so insanely powerful that the entire cavern starts to shake. Watching from a distance, Cha Haein and the others are just left in complete awe. They can't believe one person can have this level of speed and physical power while also commanding a whole army of shadow soldiers. Haein turns to Jinchul and asks who Jinwoo really is, but Jinchul just quietly admits he only knows a tiny bit about him. Jinwoo closes the gap on the Orc King, pointing out that a magician is totally helpless once all their guards are out of the picture. Cornered and desperate, the Giant King screams in denial as Jinwoo's shadow soldiers swarm and overwhelm him. With one final heavy strike, the massive beast finally crashes to the ground. System alerts immediately pop up in front of Jinwoo, announcing that the boss has been defeated and that he has leveled up. With the battle officially over, Jinwoo decides to leave all the physical loot behind since the dungeon technically belongs to the Hunters Guild. But there is one thing he isn't about to leave behind, and that's the boss's soul. He walks over to the giant body, kneels down, and utters his signature command, "Arise." Right away, a massive, terrifying wave of black magic erupts throughout the cavern. The surviving guild members watch from a distance, absolutely terrified by the sheer pressure of the magic. Out of the darkness, the massive soul of the Orc King rises up, now completely loyal to Jinwoo as a shadow soldier. Jinwoo looks at him and notes that his new servant is definitely much quieter now. Seeing that he's an elite knight rank, which is a first for him, Jinwoo tries to remember the boss's actual name. He can't quite recall it, so he casually decides to just name him Tusk. With Tusk joining the squad, Jinwoo's shadow storage capacity gets a massive upgrade. Just then, Jinwoo notices Jinchul and Cha Haein walking over to him. He realizes he probably got a little too carried away showing off his powers. To keep Jinwoo's true S-rank strength under wraps, Jinchul and the monitoring division quickly step in. They instruct all the surviving hunters to keep quiet about what they just witnessed and offer to escort Jinwoo out of there discreetly, so they don't cause a massive public frenzy outside. Before Jinwoo can actually leave, the raid leader Sun Kaihun steps up and stops him. He deeply thanks Jinwoo for stepping in and saving all of their lives. Jinwoo just smiles and tells Kaihun that since he survived, he should deliver his own final will to his family instead of letting someone else have to do it. Kaihun is left holding his pickaxe, feeling a little embarrassed but incredibly grateful as they finally get ready to head back up to the surface. The 3 days of waiting are finally over, and Jinwoo heads back to the Hunters Association to get his official rank reevaluation. Everyone is anxious to see the final results, especially the high-ranking officials. He enters the building and is immediately guided to a private meeting room instead of the usual testing area. Waiting for him inside is none other than Go Gun-hee, the president of the Hunters Association himself. Go Gun-hee looks at Jinwoo with immense respect and hands over the official documentation. The results are undeniable. The magic power measuring device completely errored out because it couldn't quantify his strength. Jinwoo is officially declared South Korea's 10th S-rank hunter. President Go Gun-hee doesn't waste any time. He gets straight to the point and offers Jinwoo a position within the Hunters Association. He explains that the massive guilds are getting too powerful and the association needs someone with Jinwoo's incredible strength to help maintain the balance of power. He promises Jinwoo wealth, status, and anything else he could possibly want. But Jinwoo doesn't hesitate for a second. He politely declines the offer. He tells the president that his main goal isn't money or political power. He just wants to keep fighting monsters inside the gates. Go Gun-hee is surprised but deeply impressed by Jinwoo's pure motivation and respects his decision, realizing that Jinwoo is a true hunter at heart. With the official evaluation complete, the Hunters Association releases the news to the public. Instantly, the media explodes. News channels everywhere interrupt their regular broadcasting to announce that South Korea has a brand new S-rank hunter after a long drought. Jinwoo's name and face are plastered all over the internet, television, and newspapers. The entire country goes into a frenzy, celebrating the arrival of a new national powerhouse. Meanwhile, the leaders of the top guilds are watching the news in absolute shock. At the White Tiger Guild, Baek Yoon-ho stares at the TV screen, completely stunned. He already knew Jinwoo was hiding incredible power, but seeing it officially confirmed as an S-rank still blows his mind. Over at the Hunters Guild, Choi Jong-in is also processing the news. He realizes that the balance of power in the hunting world is about to shift drastically, and every major guild is going to try to scout this mysterious new S-rank. While the rest of the world is losing its mind over his new rank, Jinwoo remains completely calm and grounded. He walks out into the streets, watching people stare at giant screens broadcasting his achievement. He knows his life is about to change completely, but he isn't distracted by the fame. Instead, his mind is already focused on his next move. He needs to get back to the Demon Castle dungeon to find the cure for his mother's illness. With his official S-rank status locked in, he is ready to face whatever dangerous challenges lie ahead. On this day, the courtyard outside the Hunters Association building was absolutely packed with reporters, heavy cameras, and screaming fans. Everyone was gathered for one specific reason: Lee Min-sung. He was a massive celebrity, a top-tier movie star in Korea, and he had recently awakened as an A-rank hunter. Sensing a massive career opportunity, Min-sung decided to turn his final ranking evaluation into a giant media spectacle. As he stepped out of his car, he soaked in every bit of the attention. He was flashing his perfect $1,000,000 smile for the cameras, waving to the crowd, and giving smooth answers to the reporters. He was completely convinced that he was the undisputed main character of the day. But while Min-sung was enjoying his grand moment, a young man in a casual hoodie quietly walked up to the entrance. It was Sung Jinwoo. He wasn't there for any media hype. He had just come to pick up his final evaluation results. Since the area was completely cordoned off for the celebrity star, the security guard stopped Jinwoo, telling him he couldn't pass. The reporters didn't even glance his way, assuming he was just some random fan trying to sneak in. Min-sung looked over from a distance, feeling smug and highly amused by the little scene. Just as security was about to push Jinwoo away, the heavy glass doors of the association building slid open. Out walked the big boss himself, Association President Go Gun-hee, flanked by S-rank guild leaders like Choi Jong-in and Baek Yoon-ho, who were also waiting in the wings. Instead of walking toward the famous actor, the president marched right past Lee Min-sung and greeted Jinwoo with a warm smile. Go Gun-hee loudly announced that Jinwoo was his personal guest and personally escorted him inside the building. The courtyard fell dead silent. The reporters and paparazzi were completely stunned, and they instantly started whispering among themselves. They wondered who this young man could possibly be to receive a personal escort from the most powerful man in the Hunter Association. Meanwhile, Lee Min-sung was left standing on the steps, his face twitching with sheer embarrassment and rage as his spotlight vanished in an instant. Inside the quiet halls, Jinwoo's final evaluation was processed. The massive mana measuring device officially confirmed his power, and he was handed his brand new S-rank hunter license. He was now officially the 10th S-rank hunter in South Korea. By the time Jinwoo finished and walked back out the front doors, the word had already leaked to the press. The moment his foot stepped outside, the crowd went absolutely ballistic. The reporters completely abandoned Lee Min-sung, rushing forward to mob Jinwoo instead. Cameras flashed non-stop, microphones were shoved in his face, and live news broadcasts began running headlines about the emergence of a new S-rank. Poor Min-sung was left standing alone in the background, entirely ignored and humiliated. His highly publicized debut was completely ruined, and all he could do was watch in shock as Sung Jinwoo calmly walked right through the chaotic crowd, officially stepping into the light as Korea's newest powerhouse. The chapter starts with a massive press conference hosted by Lee Min-sung, a top celebrity who is putting on a huge show for the cameras. He is loudly announcing his retirement from showbiz to become a hunter, acting like he is sacrificing everything to protect the public. In reality, he is just using this as a flashy stunt to dodge military service, secure a massive paycheck from the Death God Guild, and boost his image. The reporters are completely hooked, flashing cameras and shouting questions while the guild's president stands beside him, soaking in the attention. Lee Min-sung is loving every second of it, thinking he looks incredibly cool, but right in the middle of his big speech, everything goes wrong. Suddenly, all the reporters' phones start buzzing at the exact same time. The Hunters Association just dropped an emergency update on their homepage. Breaking news spreads through the room like wildfire. South Korea has officially announced its 10th S-rank hunter. The entire press room erupts into total chaos. The reporters suddenly connect the dots and realize the evaluation room wasn't closed for Lee Min-sung earlier that morning. It was reserved for this new S-rank powerhouse, Sung Jinwoo. Without a second thought, the media completely abandons the celebrity. They pack up their gear and run out, leaving Lee Min-sung standing there utterly speechless and humiliated on his own big day. Next, the scene shifts to a quiet corporate office where Yoo Jin-ho is standing in front of his wealthy father, Chairman Yoo Myung-han. Jin-ho looks nervous as he delivers the bad news. He apologizes to his dad, admitting that he couldn't convince Sung Jinwoo to join their family's upcoming guild. Jin-ho explains that Jinwoo actually wants to build his own guild from scratch, and even offered him the position of vice president. Instead of getting angry, the chairman stays calm and shares a chilling reality about the current state of the world. He explains that money doesn't matter anymore. Hunters are growing so powerful that individual people can now rival entire nations, and in some smaller countries, hunters are already ruling like kings. The rule of law won't protect them forever. The chairman tells Jin-ho that the true goal of building a guild isn't to make money, but to gather strong people they can completely trust on a deeply personal level. Looking at his son, the chairman realizes that Jin-ho has already found someone exactly like that in Jinwoo. He smiles and tells Jin-ho that he has passed the test. He officially hands the Yoo-jin Guild over to Jin-ho, instructing him to grow it and surround himself with loyal people he can rely on, because in this dangerous new world, true trust is worth far more than any amount of wealth. Jin-ho bows deeply, filled with gratitude, ready for what comes next. The chapter opens with an intense but deeply respectful meeting between Jinwoo and the association president, Go Gun-hui. They are sitting down together, and Gun-hui is trying his absolute best to convince Jinwoo to join the Hunters Association. See, Gun-hui is getting older, his health is starting to fail him, and he is really looking for a powerful, trustworthy successor to take over the reins once he is gone. He genuinely believes Jinwoo is the perfect man for the job. To really sweeten the deal and lock things in, Gun-hui reaches out and pulls a highly prestigious golden badge from his pocket, placing it right on the table. This badge would give Jinwoo ultimate authority within the association, but Jinwoo does not even blink. Without a single second of hesitation, he politely declines the massive offer. Gun-hui is naturally a bit disappointed and a little skeptical. He asks Jinwoo straight up if he is turning it down because of money, knowing that most hunters out there are completely driven by greed. Jinwoo looks him dead in the eye and tells him flat out that no, it has absolutely nothing to do with money. He explains that he simply wants to keep fighting and clearing dungeons so he can continue to grow stronger. Now Gun-hui is an absolute master at reading people, and looking closely at Jinwoo, he can tell the young man is telling the absolute truth. Instead of being offended or angry, Gun-hui is actually completely thrilled. His old heart, which usually gives him a lot of trouble, starts racing with an excitement he has not felt in decades. It takes him right back to his own youthful passion from when he first awakened. Seeing the old man smile, Jinwoo accepts Gun-hui's business card, bows respectfully to him and Woo Jin-cheol, and excuses himself, saying he needs to get back home. Once Jinwoo steps out, Gun-hui is in such incredibly high spirits that he orders his assistant to cancel every single one of his remaining meetings for the day, even the important ones with high-ranking government officials. He even playfully invites Jin-cheol out to grab a drink with him. Meanwhile, Jinwoo catches a bus back to his quiet neighborhood. As he walks down the street, he notices a flickering street lamp making a strange ticking sound. The dim, dark alleyways around him start to feel a bit uneasy, and he immediately begins worrying about his sister having to walk home alone in the dark. He realizes he cannot personally stand guard on this corner every single night, but right then, a brilliant idea hits him. A smirk creeps onto his face as he realizes he already has the perfect crew for a job just like this. He calls out into the night and summons 5 of his trusty shadow soldiers. These guys have leveled up nicely after their long run in the demon's castle, and they look incredibly strong and reliable. Jinwoo commands them to patrol the streets and act as the local neighborhood watch. Right on cue, the soldiers melt into the darkness, slipping quietly into the shadows of the surrounding buildings to begin their new patrol duty. Jinwoo just chuckles to himself, realizing that his neighborhood now has a completely free S-rank security force keeping watch 24/7. Finally feeling completely relaxed and knowing his sister is totally safe, he walks the rest of the way home with a huge smile on his face. Jinwoo is continuing his climb up the dangerous layers of the demon castle, and things are starting to get seriously intense. Before he can move any further, a massive army of demon soldiers blocks his path. They are all riding heavy, terrifying mounts and looking completely ready to tear him to pieces. But Jinwoo isn't fighting alone anymore. Instead of taking them on by himself, he decides to summon his shadow army. In an instant, the entire battlefield is flooded with his loyal soldiers, with Igris and Iron leading the charge right at the front. The clash between the two forces is absolutely brutal, but it doesn't stay a fair fight for long. In fact, it is completely one-sided. Jinwoo's shadow soldiers completely overpower the demon forces, effortlessly ripping through their ranks and leaving nothing but destruction and smoke behind them. Watching all of this madness unfold from the backlines is Essel, a noble demon girl from the Raideru clan. She honestly cannot believe her own eyes. Her clan's elite warriors are supposed to be incredibly powerful, but here they are, getting wiped out like they're absolutely nothing. As the last of her protective guards fall to the ground, Jinwoo walks right through the thick smoke and approaches her. The sheer pressure and terrifying aura he radiates is enough to make her freeze on the spot. She tries her absolute best to hold her ground and maintain some dignity as a demon noble, but she is visibly trembling with fear. Jinwoo doesn't hesitate for a second. He closes the distance between them in a flash and points his sharp dagger right at her face, instantly demanding answers. He wants to know how to get to the higher floors of the castle and where the rest of the demon clan leaders are hiding. Essel is completely terrified, especially when she gets a closer look at him. She suddenly realizes that he isn't a monster from the castle at all. He is actually a human. This completely throws her off because, in her mind, a regular human should never possess this kind of terrifying, godlike power. But instead of just killing her on the spot, Jinwoo notices something unusual about her. Unlike the mindless monsters he usually fights inside the dungeons, Essel can speak fluently and shows genuine, human-like emotions. She starts begging him for her life, absolutely terrified that he will wipe out her entire clan next if she doesn't do something. She quickly tries to save herself by offering up a deal. She tells him that she has the special entry permits required to move between the upper floors of the castle. She promises to act as his personal guide and help him navigate through the rest of the dangerous tower if he just agrees to spare her and her people. Jinwoo takes a moment to think the whole situation over. He realizes that just wandering around these massive, burning floors blindly is going to waste a massive amount of his time. And time is something he doesn't have, because he's on a strict mission to find the ingredients for the holy water of life to save his sick mother. Having a local guide who knows the terrain and holds the keys to the upper floors is exactly what he needs to speed things up. He decides to accept her offer, lowers his weapon, and tells her that she is going to lead the way from now on. Essel lets out a huge sigh of relief, realizing she just barely survived an encounter with someone far worse than any demon. With their uneasy alliance now official, Jinwoo prepares to climb even higher, completely changing the dynamic of his entire raid. On a quiet coastal road, 2 low-ranking hunters walk their daily patrol route. They chat about how peaceful the island is, but acknowledge the constant danger. If a gate ever appeared here, backup from the mainland would take 3 full days to reach them. As they talk, a strange silhouette walks up the seaside road. When the creature gets closer, the hunters freeze in horror. Standing right in front of them is a giant humanoid ant monster. Meanwhile, deep inside the demon castle, Sung Jinwoo is making quick work of the flaming ruins. After raising his intelligence stat, his shadow storage limit increased, allowing him to keep over 100 shadow soldiers at once. Realizing that moving as one big group is inefficient, Jinwoo decides to change tactics. He splits his shadow army into 6 separate squads led by his strongest commanders, including Igris, Iron, Tusk, and Tank. He orders them to spread out across the floor, wipe out every enemy they find, and alert him the moment they secure an entry permit to the next level. With a single command, the shadow army disperses. Jinwoo stays behind, watching experience points pour in continuously as his team sweep the city. The strategy works better than expected. Not only is Jinwoo gaining levels without having to wander around, but his shadow soldiers are leveling up too. Tank alone has already leveled up 10 times since their last fight. A few days pass and Jinwoo swiftly climbs all the way to floor 80. However, while waiting for his teams to find the next permit, his mana suddenly starts dropping fast. Looking at his status screen, he realizes someone is relentlessly destroying his shadow soldiers, forcing his body to constantly consume mana to regenerate them. Jinwoo draws a map on the ground to track where the attacks are happening. Team Iron, High Orc Team B, and Team Igris were all ambushed one after another. Strangely, the attacker completely skipped past Tusk's team to strike High Orc Team A instead. Jinwoo quickly realizes what this means. The enemy on this floor isn't just powerful, it has enough intelligence to measure power levels, actively avoiding his strongest soldiers while hunting down the weaker squads. To ambush the attacker, Jinwoo uses Tank's squad as bait and conceals himself nearby in the ruins. Sure enough, the enemy takes the bait. A demon noble accompanied by 3 heavily armored demon knights emerges from the smoke and begins slicing through Tank's shadow bears. Jinwoo immediately steps in, dropping one of the demon knights in a split second. As he turns his attention to the remaining enemies, he notices the look on the demon noble's face. Jinwoo had always wondered if monsters were capable of feeling fear, but seeing the panic in the demon's eyes, he finally has his answer. The fight kicks off with a knight in armor launching a series of lightning-fast attacks. Jinwoo effortlessly dodges every single strike, weaving around the blade with incredible speed. As he maneuvers around his opponent, he notices the knight is aiming accurately for vital spots like the forehead, neck, and heart. Jinwoo quickly runs through the hierarchy of the demon tower in his head, ranging from low-grade demons all the way up to S-rank demon nobles. Without wasting any time, Jinwoo slips right behind the knight and grabs the helmet from behind. Before he can finish the job, the knight suddenly screams out in desperation, surrendering on the spot. Jinwoo holds the knight by the throat, completely surprised to hear standard human speech coming from a dungeon monster. He pulls off the helmet and is shocked to find a young girl underneath. The demon girl immediately starts panicking, throwing her hands up and begging for her life. Jinwoo points out that she just attacked his shadow soldiers, but she frantically apologizes and asks for forgiveness. She tries to justify her attack by saying her clan had to protect the area from someone running wild and killing demons like ants. When Jinwoo asks if it is really okay to beg the person who wiped out her men, she hilariously claims her knights died doing their duty and would be happy as long as she is safe. Jinwoo is stunned by how unbelievably selfish she is, but given her human appearance he hesitates to stab her. Seeing his guard drop, the girl suddenly spots an opening and tries to attack him from behind. But before her blade can land, Tusk activates his hymn of protection, blocking the strike with a powerful blue barrier. Jinwoo turns around with a cold glare, asking her what she thinks she is doing. Realizing her sneaky attack completely failed, she drops straight back to her knees, offering to give him whatever he wants if he spares her. Jinwoo decides to push for what he needs and demands the floor's entry pass. She explains that her clan is protecting the pass, but if he escorts her home safely, she will hand it over. She even claims to know where the entry passes for the higher floors are kept and offers to guide him. Jinwoo finds the offer tempting, but he still needs to know if he can actually trust her. To test her honesty, he activates his bloodlust skill, releasing a terrifying aura. The overwhelming pressure slams her onto the ground, shaking in pure horror as she swears she is telling the truth. Satisfied that she is terrified into being honest, Jinwoo turns off the skill and agrees to the deal, promising to leave quietly once he gets the pass. As they start walking together, Jinwoo begins asking her questions to figure out how these monsters operate. He realizes gate monsters exist to kill humans, while dungeon monsters only exist to protect their dungeon. She reveals that her people woke up in this dungeon out of nowhere while they were back in the demon world preparing for war. Hearing this gives Jinwoo an important clue about where these monsters came from and how the system actually works. Jinwoo asks Essel what the demons were doing in this realm, and she reveals they were preparing for a major war. But when Jinwoo asks who their enemy was, things take a strange turn. The moment Essel tries to say the name, a severe headache hits her out of nowhere, glitched text scrambles her speech, and she collapses right into Jinwoo's arms. As Jinwoo catches her, he realizes the system itself is censoring her, actively hiding an entity powerful enough to influence both worlds. Meanwhile, back on Earth, a horrifying crisis is unfolding. Dashcam footage captures a mutant ant monster launching a brutal attack. Instead of acting like a mindless beast, this ant demonstrates terrifying strategy, targeting healers and low-rank hunters first to maximize casualties. Later, at the Korean Hunter Association briefing, officials go over the grim details. Nearly 300 civilians lost their lives, and it took over 100 hunters, including a late-arriving Arank, just to put down a single ant. The association realizes that if these flying monsters cross the ocean from Jeju Island, South Korea won't have anywhere near enough high-rank manpower to protect its coastal cities. Once the meeting wraps up, Chief Woo Jin-chul pulls Chairman Go Gun-hee aside to share some sensitive news. Hwang Dong-soo from the Scavenger Guild secretly volunteered to join the upcoming Jeju Island raid. Knowing his true motivation is to hunt down Sung Jin-woo, the association blocked him from entering the country. But Woo Jin-chul adds an even bigger piece of news. A nation-level hunter has also gotten involved in the situation. Back in the demon world, Essel wakes up resting comfortably on a pillow. Jinwoo is standing nearby, surrounded by a massive pile of defeated monster corpses. He casually explains that a group of mindless demons tried to attack her while she was passed out, so he cleaned them all up. Essel thanks him and mentions that lower demons lack intelligence, treating smart, noble demons as completely separate enemies. Now that the area is safe, Jinwoo asks her to take him to her father, the lord of the Radier clan, so he can collect the entry pass for the next floor. Essel brings Jinwoo straight into her family's throne room, but her father panics the second he sets eyes on him. Lord Radier instantly senses the massive shadow army lurking inside Jinwoo's shadow. Knowing that the Radier clan is the weakest of the demon nobility, and fully aware that this human already wiped out powerful floor bosses like Vulcan and Metis, the demon lord literally trembles with fear. Jinwoo keeps his cool and offers a quick deal. Give up the floor pass and he will leave peacefully. Lord Radier agrees without hesitation. But before leaving, Jinwoo adds one final request. He wants to borrow Essel as his personal guide so she can lead him directly to the rest of the entry passes on the floors above. We start with Jinwoo sitting down for a lavish dinner with Essel's father, the head of the demon clan. The demon chief asks if Jinwoo really just wants an entry pass and a guide. He's secretly terrified, admitting to himself that if he'd known Jinwoo commanded those shadow soldiers, he never would have fought him. He begs Jinwoo not to put his daughter in danger. Jinwoo finds it interesting that a monster cares so much about his daughter and promises to keep her safe. Satisfied, the chief orders a servant to hand over the entry pass. Jinwoo inspects the scroll, and the system confirms it's a valid pass to the 81st floor. Jinwoo realizes he'll need to collect passes from every clan head moving forward. He asks Essel if she's ready to go, and a system notification pops up showing Essel has requested to join his party. Jinwoo reads through the party rules and sees that party members can share experience points based on their battle contribution. He immediately tells Essel that if a fight breaks out, she must stay back and let him do all the work so he gets all the experience. Essel agrees and they head to the movement magic circle. Jinwoo notices she left her horse behind and Essel explains mounts can't use the teleport circle. Before they go, she pulls out a bottle of fine alcohol, explaining her father packed gifts so they could negotiate peacefully with the other clans. Jinwoo asks if her clan is friendly with the Garshi clan on the next floor. She says they aren't enemies, but they aren't friends either. Hearing that, Jinwoo grins, tells her to wait outside, and promises it won't take long. Just a few minutes later, flames and screams erupt from the Garshi castle as Jinwoo wipes them out. Meanwhile, back on Earth, America's nation-level hunter Thomas Andre meets with the Korean Hunter Association. He notes how hard it is to track Jinwoo down and discusses Hwang Dong-soo. Chairman Go Gun-hee hopes Thomas might assist with the upcoming Jeju Island ant raid, but Thomas politely declines, saying he's too busy and Korea can't afford him. After Thomas leaves, Chief Woo Jin-chul reassures the chairman, reminding him that Japan's top S-rank hunters are arriving today to help. Back in the demon castle, Jinwoo is tearing through floor after floor, slaughtering demon knights and reaching level 87. His shadows reach maximum level 2, triggering promotion alerts. Jinwoo grants permission, evolving Igris into an elite knight. He also promotes his shadow bear and officially names him Tank. As they continue climbing, Essel warns him that higher floors are ruled by far stronger demon clans, suggesting he negotiate for their passes. Jinwoo asks if her clan would have ever negotiated with him if he was weak, leaving her speechless. He then promises to make her clan the #1 clan in the demon world, accidentally calling them the Radies clan instead of Radier. As Essel asks why he spared her family, Jinwoo wonders to himself why he always ends up getting along with clumsy people. As Jinwoo pushes past the 90th floor of the demon castle, the difficulty spikes massively. The monsters here are on a completely different level compared to the lower floors. Jinwoo feels his mana draining fast just keeping his shadow soldiers alive since they keep getting destroyed and regenerating in non-stop combat. Still, he powers through floor after floor, reaching the 97th floor at level 90. Essel watches him in complete awe, She wonders if other humans on Earth are as insanely strong as Jinwoo, considering he effortlessly crushed the top demon clans. Jinwoo tells her that maybe only 2 people back home come close, Chairman Go Gun-hee and Cha Hae-in, since the power gap among S-rank hunters is huge. With the upper floors cleared, Jinwoo turns to Essel and tells her she can go back to her floor now, thanking her for all her help. Jinwoo gently places a hand on her shoulder and repeats his thanks, thinking to himself how interesting she is. But Essel hesitates, then suddenly speaks up. She insists on coming along because she wants to see the final outcome of his battle. Jinwoo looks back, tells her to do as she pleases, and a bright light sweeps over them as they warp upward to the next floor. Meanwhile, back in South Korea, 2 sharply dressed figures step out at Incheon International Airport. This is Japan's strongest hunter, S-rank Kodo Ryuji, accompanied by his assistant. As they walk through the terminal, Kodo senses a massive presence nearby and notices a crowd gathering. His assistant wonders if someone stronger than Kodo could really be here. A Korean representative quickly clarifies that a high-ranking hunter from the United States just arrived on personal business, so there is nothing to worry about. Kodo Ryuji heads straight into a high-level meeting with Chairman Go Gun-hee. Kodo is known as the only hunter in Asia who can rival China's top warrior, Liu Zhigang. He commands Japan's largest guild, Draw Sword, which holds 11 of the country's 21 S-rank hunters. Through his translator, Hinkawa, Kodo reveals the reason for his sudden visit. He explains that after the recent ant disaster, Japan can no longer ignore the growing threat on Jeju Island. He proposes combining their forces into an elite joint team for a 4th raid on the island. Kodo shares critical data on the ant monsters, explaining their strength and short lifespan. His strategy is straightforward. 10 Japanese S-rank hunters will split up and launch heavy attacks from all sides, drawing the entire ant swarm out of the tunnels. While the swarm is distracted, South Korea's S-rank squad will fly directly to the main nest by helicopter, eliminate the queen ant, and evacuate immediately. Behind Kodo's generous offer lies his ambition to earn the prestigious title of nation-level hunter. Chairman Go Gun-hee analyzes the plan and realizes it actually has a real chance of succeeding. He knows the ants are evolving rapidly and could gain the ability to fly at any moment, so they cannot afford to wait. Thinking back to how Sung Jinwoo cleared an air ant gate single-handedly, Go Gun-hee realizes that if Jinwoo joins the strike team, defeating the queen ant might actually be possible. At that exact moment, high up on the 100th floor of the demon castle, Jinwoo stands face to face with the final boss, Demon King Baron, towering atop his terrifying winged wyvern. Jinwoo stares at Demon King Baron, immediately realizing this isn't an ordinary aura. Baron looks terrifying with his massive frame, glowing red eyes, and dark energy drifting off his body. Jinwoo wonders if he can actually win against someone this powerful. Beside him, Essel trembles in fear. She admits it's her first time meeting the Demon King, and Jinwoo notices that even she can feel the crushing bloodlust in the air. Looking up, Jinwoo sees Baron riding a massive flying creature called Wyvern Kaizelin. Jinwoo knows an enemy that can fly will be annoying. He notes that other than Essel's horse, this is the first non-demon creature he's seen here, guessing mounts are different. Then a thought hits him. Since the wyvern isn't a demon, he might actually be able to extract its shadow after defeating it. But before he can act, Baron lifts his glowing blue sword, activating his skill, Hell's Army. Huge purple magic circles light up the ground as hundreds of demon soldiers, demon knights, and demon generals spawn into battle. Essel panics, telling Jinwoo that the knights and generals are all A-rank monsters with over 100 of them present. Counting over 1,000 demons total, she anxiously asks Jinwoo what they should do. The demon army roars and charges straight toward them. Jinwoo watches them close in, completely calm, muttering to himself, "Not yet." A winged demon soldier dives in fast, aiming straight for Jinwoo. Jinwoo waits for the right moment, then activates Domain of the Monarch. A pitch-black floor spreads under the battlefield, and Jinwoo shouts, "Come out." Shadow soldiers erupt from the ground, impaling the demon army from below. Essel watches with her jaw dropped, completely stunned. Jinwoo's shadow army pushes forward relentlessly. Shadow giants and elite knights smash into the demon forces, crushing their ranks. Then Tusk steps up with his staff and the Orb of Avarice. He casts Hymn of Combustion, sending a massive wall of fire across the field that incinerates waves of demons at once. Essel is amazed, but she feels conflicted inside. Baron is the ruler of her world, while Jinwoo is an intruder, so she wonders who she should side with. Up in the sky, Baron charges a high-level magic attack. Red lightning rains down from the clouds, striking the shadow soldiers below. Jinwoo notices the lightning stuns his army. If this continues, his shadows will be destroyed and his mana will drain quickly. He knows he needs to eliminate the wyvern first. Baron blasts lightning straight at Jinwoo, who dodges through the strikes. Feeling the impact hit his robe, Jinwoo realizes he can't keep taking damage. Using his sheer speed, Jinwoo vanishes and reappears directly behind Baron on the wyvern's back. He casually remarks that he was getting tired of looking up as Baron turns around in shock. Jinwoo takes a quick moment mid-battle to analyze how his skills actually work. Active abilities like Dominator's Touch and pulling out saved shadow soldiers don't cost mana to cast, but whenever his soldiers are destroyed in battle, regenerating them drains his energy reserves continuously. The higher the rank of the destroyed shadow, the more mana it takes to rebuild them. Looking at his system interface and seeing his mana drop down to 3,200, he knows he cannot afford to let this fight drag out. The fight against the Demon King Baron reaches a violent peak. Baron unleashes devastating surges of blue lightning energy across the battlefield, forcing Jinwoo and his shadows onto the defensive. Tusk steps up to cast Hymn of Protection, summoning a radiant shield around Jinwoo to soak up the incoming destruction. But when Jinwoo checks his stats, his mana has already plummeted down to 2,141. Baron is pressing the attack relentlessly, refusing to give Jinwoo even a single second to rest or recover. Every hit his summons take drains him dry, so Jinwoo decides he has to finish this immediately. Jinwoo's shadows charge forward to clash with Baron, trading heavy blows in an intense flurry of sparks and steel. Spotting a small opening, Jinwoo leaps high into the air and dives straight down toward the Demon King. He triggers his skill Vital Strike, bringing his daggers down with everything he's got. But to his total shock, Baron parries the fatal blow with his own massive sword. Before Jinwoo can pull back, Baron lunges forward, grabs him midair, and slams him straight onto the ground. Standing over him, Baron gathers an immense charge of lightning power, his red eyes burning through the shadows as electricity surges across his armor. He releases a full-screen explosion of blue energy that tears through the cavern floor. Jinwoo braces through the violent shockwave, crossing his arms and glaring back with glowing blue eyes as he holds his ground. Baron rushes in at blinding speed with dual blades crackling with lightning. Jinwoo draws his daggers to meet the charge, but he quickly realizes at this close distance, standard dagger strikes won't be enough. Instead, he combines all of his immense strength stat with the raw psychic power of Dominator's Touch. He thrusts an invisible wave of pure pressure straight into Baron, completely overpowering and crushing the Demon King to end the fight once and for all. With the Demon King finally defeated, Essel comes running over in tears, calling out to Jinwoo in relief. Jinwoo turns to her casually and tells her to go inform her father that the Radies clan has taken first place in the Demon Tower. Essel stammers back, quietly correcting him that her family is actually called the Radier clan. Right as they finish speaking, a system notification pops up, showing that Jinwoo has officially leveled up to level 97. After beating the Demon King high up on the castle ruins, Jinwoo has his shadow soldiers sweep the ground to gather all the dropped loot. They pick up the Demon King's longsword, twin daggers, horns, and the Demon Monarch's ring. As soon as Jinwoo puts the ring on, it completes his set and boosts all of his stats. But the item he cares about most is the purified blood of the Demon King. Jinwoo opens up his crafting menu right away to mix the blood with the World Tree Fragment and the special spring water. While Essel checks if he's doing alright, a system message pops up. It lets him know that his crafting success rate and total yield depend on his intelligence stat. Jinwoo starts wishing he had put more of his stat points into intelligence earlier on, but Essel reassures him that everything will turn out fine. A moment later, the crafting process finishes with complete success, giving him 6 bottles of the Holy Water of Life. Holding the glowing potion, Jinwoo thinks about his sick mother lying in her hospital bed, hoping this miraculous medicine will finally bring her back. Looking around at the battlefield, Jinwoo spots Iron dragging the giant corpse of the wyvern over to him. He praises Iron for being so helpful and steps right up to the massive beast. Jinwoo raises his hand and calls out his command to arise. Dark shadow magic erupts around the body, and a magnificent shadow wyvern emerges right in front of a completely stunned Essel. Jinwoo stumbles over the wyvern's old name for a moment before deciding to give it a new name, Kaisel. Essel gets excited and invites him back to her clan's territory for a victory banquet, but Jinwoo is completely focused on heading home. He opens up his quest menu to claim his rewards for collecting demon souls. The system grants him 30 extra stat points, a new title, and a rare high-quality runestone. Jinwoo crushes the stone in his hand, unlocking the Shadow Exchange skill, which lets him swap places with any of his shadow soldiers instantly. With a quick goodbye to Essel, Jinwoo activates the new skill and teleports straight out of the demon castle. At that exact moment, the highest-ranking hunter officials in Korea are sitting in a meeting to discuss strategy for the upcoming raid on Jeju Island. They are planning how to use a jamming signal to isolate the Ant Queen, but Chairman Go Gun-hee suddenly freezes mid-thought. He feels an enormous, overwhelming wave of magical energy radiating from far away. Across town, retired S-rank healer Min Byung-gu and guild leader Baek Yoon-ho feel the exact same intense surge of magic power. Both of them are left totally stunned by the incredible force that just suddenly erupted across the city. We start in a quiet tent bar where two friends are sharing a drink. One of them is Min Byung-gu, an S-rank healer who managed to do what almost no other S-rank hunter could, retiring with all 4 limbs intact. His friend asks if another hunter is really going back to raid Jeju Island, recalling how their comrade Yoon-suk was tragically killed by the giant ants. Byung-gu admits that if everyone ignores the threat, the ants will eventually devour all of Korea. But his friend firmly refuses to ever set foot on a battlefield again, explaining that he only came out to see Byung-gu in case they never meet again. That's when Byung-gu shares his own plan. He's actually studying for a teaching exam to become a normal civil servant. Despite receiving countless lucrative offers from major guilds like Yujin, he knows that places where blood is spilled just aren't for him. He jokes about wanting to teach Korean history because he loves historical dramas, leaving his friend to realize that wanting a quiet, peaceful life isn't strange at all. It's the hunters who enjoy fighting monsters that are abnormal. Meanwhile, under the cover of night, the scene shifts to a quiet hospital. A shadow silently glides through an open window on an upper floor. It's Sung Jinwoo, sneaking into his mother's room where she has spent years trapped in a deep, magical coma known as final sleep. Standing beside her bed, Jinwoo looks down at her pale face, knowing this is a huge gamble. If something goes wrong with the holy water of life, there might be no turning back. But after seeing all the impossible miracles granted to him by the system, he decides to trust it one more time. He unclasps the small glowing potion bottle, carefully lifts his mother's head and pours the liquid into her mouth. He steps back, holding his breath as sweat drips down his face, praying for a miracle. As he waits, his eyes catch a small scar near her neck. It triggers a painful memory from his childhood, back when he tried to wash her hair, made a mistake, and accidentally hurt her. Yet back then she didn't care about her own injury and only worried about whether little Jinwoo was okay. Looking back at her now, her skin color is slowly returning, but her eyes remain closed. Fear grips him. He leans over her, desperately begging her to wake up. Pushing himself through relentless battles and life-or-death dungeons was all for this exact moment, so he could finally take over the heavy burden she carried for so long. Suddenly, a gentle breeze blows through the room, fluttering the curtains. Slowly, her eyes open. Feeling the warm air, she softly asks if summer is coming. Then her eyes rest on Jinwoo and she asks how long she's been asleep. When Jinwoo tells her it has been 4 long years, her immediate thought is of her daughter, asking if Jinna is safe. Jinwoo reassures her that Jinna is fine. Reaching up with a weak hand, his mother gently touches his face, thanking him for keeping his promise and acknowledging how much pain and difficulty he must have endured. Overcome with relief and tears, Jinwoo buries his face beside her, softly answering that yes, it was hard. At a hospital late at night, the medical staff is in total shock. A patient suffering from eternal slumber has suddenly woken up, an event the doctors call completely unprecedented. The attending physician explains that even though she's been asleep for 4 years, she can somehow walk on her own and shows no signs of physical weakness. When the head doctor hesitates about letting her leave so quickly, he learns that her guardian is Sung Jinwoo, South Korea's 10th S-rank hunter. Realizing who they are dealing with, the doctors quickly agree to sign off on her discharge. Inside the hospital room, Jinwoo's mother tenderly hugs her daughter Jinna, who breaks down in tears of joy now that her mom is finally back. Jinwoo watches them quietly from near the door. Seeing his family reunited, he realizes that all his grueling fights and desperate struggles up to this point were entirely worth it. Yet as he steps out, a subtle feeling of unease settles in. He ponders whether his life as a hunter has pushed him too far away from normal human connection. Sitting on a quiet park bench under a tree, Jinwoo pulls out his phone. After spending days inside the demon castle with no reception, he finds a long list of missed calls. Browsing through the news, he notices reports about his shadow dragon flying overhead, chuckling at how quickly the media turns everything into breaking news. Suddenly, his phone rings. It is Chairman Go Gun-hee calling. Jinwoo answers, assuming the chairman is reaching out to scold him about the dragon, and immediately offers an apology. Go Gun-hee interrupts him, clarifying that the call has nothing to do with the dragon. Hearing that Jinwoo hasn't checked the main headlines yet, the chairman offers to explain things in person, prompting Jinwoo to head over to the association headquarters right away. In his office, Go Gun-hee reveals that the 4th Jeju Island raid is scheduled to start in just 4 days. The goal is to eliminate the dangerous ant monsters once and for all, and the association desperately wants Jinwoo to join the fight. Normally, Jinwoo would jump at the chance to hunt high-level monsters for experience, but remembering his mother hugging Jin-ah in the hospital, he hesitates. Before he can give an answer, Jinwoo suddenly senses a huge wave of magic power nearby. Go-gun-hee notices his sudden focus and praises his keen instincts, explaining that several S-rank hunters are warming up in the building's underground gym. He mentions that Japan's top S-rank hunter, Ryuji Godu, has also brought his elite team to participate in the operation. Intrigued, Jinwoo heads down to the gym arena to take a look. Down on the floor, Baek Yoon-ho in his transformed beast form is actively sparring against Ma Dong-wook, the guild master of the Fame Guild. Choi Jong-in approaches Jinwoo to greet him, pointing out that Baek Yoon-ho is holding back his full strength because of all the eyes in the room. Up in the stands, Ryuji Godu and the rest of the Japanese S-rank team quietly watch the Korean hunters prepare for the upcoming raid. Ryuji Godu looks down from the balcony and spots Sung Jinwoo entering the hall. Feeling Jinwoo's overwhelming presence, Godu assumes he must be a top-tier assassin-class hunter who just can't conceal his power. But his translator Hinkawa corrects him immediately, explaining that Jinwoo is actually registered as a mage-class hunter. Godu can hardly believe it, wondering how a mage could radiate such sharp aura. Meanwhile, the other Japanese S-rank hunters are scanning the room with smug attitudes. One hunter complains about the intense smell of magic power filling the room, while another remarks that South Korean hunters look pretty weak overall, claiming only Cha Hae-in and Go Gun-hee are actually worth taking seriously. Overhearing their disrespectful remarks, Park Jong-soo, the guild master of the Knights Guild, steps forward. He learned Japanese back in high school, so he understood every single insult. His junior teammate Yoon-tae proudly boasts that their Knights Guild commands more A-rank hunters than any other guild in South Korea. Hinkawa dismisses them, taking off her jacket to reveal that she isn't just an interpreter, she is an A-rank hunter from Japan. Annoyed by their pride, she challenges Park Jong-soo to a spar to prove Japanese superiority. Jinwoo and Choi Jong-in watch the drama unfold from above, curious to see how the fight goes. To keep things safe and quick, they settle on a simple rule: the first person to grab the other's wrist wins. Park Jong-soo stands casually with his hands buried in his pockets, looking completely unbothered. Hinkawa thinks he's making a foolish mistake and rushes in to strike. But in an instant, Park Jong-soo sidesteps her movement, slips right past her guard, and grabs her wrist before she even realizes what happened. He calmly explains that unlike monsters, humans don't move in simple patterns. He adds that Korean hunters occasionally have to fight people, and if this was a real life-or-death battle, he could have easily slit her throat instead. Ryuji Godu is thoroughly entertained by the display and decides to step in. To build trust between both nations before the upcoming Jeju Island raid, Godu proposes an official sparring match between the S-rank hunters of South Korea and Japan. They decide to leave out mage class and support hunters to keep the action direct. They also expand the rules, stating that touching an opponent's back, knocking them over, or grabbing a wrist will count as a win in a 4-on-4 team layout. Both sides accept the terms and pick their fighters. Korea chooses Baek Yoon-ho, Ma Dong-wook, Cha Hae-in, and Lim Tae-kyu. Japan selects Kenzo Tanaka, Minoru Hoshino, Atsushi Kumamoto, and Kani Takawa, setting up an exciting showdown between the two nations. The 4-on-4 sparring match between the Korean and Japanese S-rank hunters gets underway, while Japanese leader Godu Ryuji decides to watch from the sidelines. The Japanese fighters size up their opponents, knowing this is their chance to test Korea's true capabilities, especially after seeing how strong Ma Dong-wook and Baek Yoon-ho looked earlier. The giant Korean tank Ma Dong-wook steps up first, grinning as he uses his gigantification skill to bulk up. He crashes head-on into his opponent, leading to a massive battle of pure physical strength that shakes the whole room. Meanwhile, Korean hunter Lim Tae-kyu realizes he shouldn't fight up close against a faster opponent. He creates some distance and uses his archery skills, firing off a salvo of magic arrows that force the Japanese hunters to dodge big explosions. On another part of the mat, a masked Japanese hunter tries to sneak up behind Baek Yoon-ho with real bloodlust, planning to break rules and take him down. But the second he gets close, he senses Baek Yoon-ho's overwhelming aura and panics, jumping back in fear. Baek Yoon-ho is confused by the guy's cowardly behavior, but getting annoyed that Godu is using them as test dummies, Baek powers up his own intimidating energy. His glowing eyes scare the masked hunter even further, reminding everyone watching just how dangerous S-rank hunters really are. Over in the heavy-hitting brawl, Ma Dong-wook manages to pull out the win after taking a heavy slam, leaving him grinning as he asks who wants to go next. Then Cha Hae-in steps up against her Japanese opponent. Known secretly as the Dancer because of her fast and fluid moves, Cha Hae-in completely confuses her rival. Before the Japanese hunter can even read her movements, Cha Hae-in throws a blinding flurry of over a dozen lightning-fast punches in a fraction of a second, leaving her opponent completely overwhelmed. Cha Hae-in scratches her head afterwards, embarrassed that she went a little too hard. Suddenly, another Japanese hunter named Kumamoto completely loses control of his anger. When Kumamoto snaps, he loses all reason and becomes a dangerous loose cannon who might hurt anyone near him. Realizing the danger, Godu Ryuji agrees that someone needs to step in before things turn ugly. Kumamoto lunges forward with wild bloodlust, but out of nowhere, Sung Jinwoo instantly steps in and shuts him down effortlessly. The entire room goes quiet in absolute shock. Godu Ryuji stares in disbelief, questioning how a hunter officially listed as a mage type could possess such terrifying speed and physical strength. With the sparring match wrapped up, Baek Yoon-ho reflects on how strong the Japanese side really was. But just as everyone relaxes, the Japanese representative walks up to Sung Jinwoo with a surprise message. Godu Ryuji wants to know if Jinwoo will agree to face him in a personal one-on-one fight. Godu Ryuji walks right up to Jinwoo and proposes a quick sparring match. Even without a translator nearby, Jinwoo can immediately feel the heavy aura radiating off the Japanese hunter. He knows Godu is trying to test him, but Jinwoo sees this as the perfect chance to test his own strength after returning from the demon castle. With a calm smile, Jinwoo accepts the challenge, but he adds one condition: Godu has to fight at full strength. Godu is caught off guard by his confidence, but he agrees since their S-rank healer is right there to fix any injuries. On the sidelines, the other S-rank hunters gather around to watch the fight unfold. Baek Yoon-ho asks Cha Hae-in why she isn't stopping them, but Cha admits she is just as curious as everyone else to see what Jinwoo can really do. Just as Jinwoo starts to speak, Godu lunges forward without warning and attacks before Jinwoo can even finish his sentence. Jinwoo casually dodges the surprise blow, leaving Godu completely stunned. Godu quickly realizes that Jinwoo is definitely not a typical mage-type hunter because his movements are far too fast and completely silent. Determined to force out his true power, Godu unleashes a barrage of relentless slashes. The surrounding hunters are amazed by Godu's terrifying speed, but Jinwoo dodges every single strike with ease. He is barely breaking a sweat and practically inviting Godu to hit him harder. Pushing his speed even further, Godu throws a strike so fast that it barely grazes Jinwoo's cheek. Jinwoo realizes that if he had been just a split second slower, he would have lost an eye. Instead of backing away, Jinwoo instantly reaches out and catches Godu's hand in midair. Godu freezes in total shock as Jinwoo calmly explains that if he had grabbed his wrist, the fight would already be over. He only grabbed his hand to give Godu a chance to fight properly. Completely enraged by the disrespect, Godu's eyes go dark and he decides to go for the kill. Right away, Jinwoo gets a system warning detecting intense bloodlust standing next to him. Before things turn deadly, Baek Yoon-ho steps in and forcibly stops the match. He reminds everyone that Godu needs to lead the Japanese hunters on Jeju Island, so they cannot risk anyone getting seriously hurt right now. With the fight officially over, Jinwoo reflects on what just happened. He realizes that not a single S-rank hunter in the room, including Godu, was able to sense the shadow soldiers hidden inside their shadows. Feeling fully confident in his abilities, Jinwoo contacts Chairman Go Gun-hee and changes his mind, officially announcing that he will join the Jeju Island raid. Shortly after, Ma Dong-wook gives Jinwoo a solid pat on the back, thoroughly amazed by his incredible physique, and immediately tries to recruit him to his guild. In his office, Baek Yoon-ho sits looking out the window, reflecting on Sung Jinwoo's unbelievable ability to keep growing stronger. Realizing recruiting him directly is impossible, he decides to check the roster for the upcoming Jeju Island Ant Raid. To his shock, Jinwoo's name isn't on the list at all. Meanwhile in Japan, Godu Ryuji sits in his luxury room speaking on the phone with Sujimoto Ryoji, the vice master of the Draw Sword Guild. They discuss South Korea's new S-rank hunter, fully expecting him to join the raid. But when Sujimoto checks the final participant list sent from Korea, Jinwoo is nowhere to be found. Deep inside the dark caverns of Jeju Island, the Ant Queen prepares her final move. Realizing her current army isn't enough to conquer new territory, she concentrates her energy on laying a special egg. She vows to create the ultimate soldier to lead her empire, a monster born purely for combat. Inside the egg, a terrifying creature awakens, absorbing power until its sharp black claw bursts out of the shell with a deafening screech, ready to feast and dominate. Back in Korea, Jinwoo is at his apartment where his mother is finally back home after waking up from her long slumber. The place is a bit messy, so Jinwoo teases his sister Jinah while his mother warmly suggests they all clean up together. As they tidy the living room, his mother asks if there's been any news about Jinwoo's missing father. Jinwoo gently says no. Seeing how much his mother relies on this old apartment, holding onto hope that her husband might return, Jinwoo reaffirms his decision not to join the Jeju Island raid. His family needs him here right now. On TV, news broadcasts show how the ants on Jeju Island have rapidly evolved over the years, progressing from giant crawling bugs to upright humanoid monsters with wings. Online, public opinion turns harsh against Jinwoo. People call him a coward for opting out of the raid, mocking his past as an E-rank. Jinwoo reads these comments quietly, ignoring the hate for himself but worrying how it might hurt Jin-ah. Later, Yoo Jin-ho catches up with Jinwoo on the street and takes him to inspect a massive new office space for their future guild. Jinwoo thinks it's way too big for just the two of them, but Jin-ho reminds him they need at least 3 members to officially register a guild. Jin-ho also mentions that an English-speaking foreigner came looking for Jinwoo. Suddenly, Jinwoo realizes something urgent and rushes back home. That night, a criminal corners an innocent victim in a dark alley. Before he can do any harm, a massive high orc shadow emerges from the dark behind him. Jinwoo steps out, teaches the attacker a painful lesson, and warns him to turn himself in to the police before midnight, or else the high orc shadow watching over him will finish the job. The next day arrives and helicopters carry the Korean S-rank raid team toward Jeju Island. Meanwhile, back in the alley, the terrified criminal collapses in fear, realizing just how close he came to death under the shadow's terrifying gaze. Naval warships gather across the Asian coast, forming a massive blockade in the waters surrounding Jeju Island. Destroyers and frigates line up in formation along the northern shore. On deck, hunters from the Knights Guild gear up and brace themselves for battle. A senior hunter tells his squad to steel their nerves, warning that the monster ants can sense fear and will attack anyone who shows weakness. Further inland, defense forces assemble along the coast to intercept any ants that might escape the raid. On the phone, a panicked talent manager screams at his contact, demanding that his high-profile celebrity hunter be moved to the absolute rear of the lineup to stay safe. In contrast, shallow hunters smile and wave at news cameras, hoping to score easy publicity. Top guilds like Hunters and White Tigers gather their ranks alongside retired veterans who stepped up to defend their homeland. In total, 5,000 hunters stand guard across the south. High above the ocean, a military transport helicopter carries Korea's top S-rank raid squad directly toward Jeju Island. Inside, an official cameraman readies his gear. Though he holds an A-rank hunter license himself, his hands shake nervously as he grips the wall. He knows no dungeon run could ever prepare him for a suicide mission like this. The squad members remind each other that the raid will be broadcast live. The country is desperate for a victory after 3 failed attempts, and another failure could mean total ruin for the nation. Among the squad sits Min Byung-gu, the retired S-rank healer. Guildmaster Baek Yoon-ho asks why he came along, and Byung-gu teasingly replies that Baek would just charge and head first and die without him. Nearby, Cha Hae-in quietly asks if anyone has heard from Jinwoo, but Baek confirms he has not. Looking out the window, the upper district of Jeju Island below resembles a desolate ghost town. Scattered monster carcasses cover the ground, making Baek realize the ants have been eating their own or competing against a new apex predator. Suddenly, a massive shockwave of magical energy ripples through the sky. On the opposite end of the island, the Japanese S-rank team has officially begun their distraction attack. With giant flying ants heading straight for the helicopter, Choi Jong-in steps up to clear the air. He unleashes a massive flame spear, sending a wall of fire directly into the incoming swarm. He notices the ants have evolved to resist normal attacks, but his flames incinerate them anyway, causing loud explosions as they detonate midair. Choi signals that the landing zone is clear and the squad drops down onto Jeju Island. Standing on the shore, Baek Yoon-ho gives a final briefing. The Japanese team can only draw the main ant horde away for 1 hour. Within that strict timeframe, the Korean squad must infiltrate the ant cave, locate the queen, and kill her before the swarm returns. With their mission clear, the hunters prepare themselves and move into the hive. Out at sea, the operation on Jeju Island officially kicks off on board the Japanese command ship. The crew turns on high-powered electric jamming signals sent straight down from a satellite. A massive wave of jamming energy covers the entire island, cutting off the ant horde from their queen's orders and leaving them completely disoriented in the forest. On the ground, the Japanese S-rank teams split up across different zones to draw the ants away from the main target. One hunter loses his cool for a second, but his teammate snaps at him to get it together before he gets killed. Meanwhile, another group tears through the monsters with ease, casually chatting about how quickly things are going. A hunter named Kenzo even starts ripping the wings off flying ants like it's a game. A bit further away, Team D keeps watch on the mountain, spotting giant flashes of fire lighting up the crater, courtesy of Korea's top mage, Choi Jong-in. Up at the Bingnokdam crater, Choi Jong-in looks down over the ruined landscape. He casts a massive flame prison, creating a glowing web of fire across the top to keep the lower-rank ants from swarming out. Then he launches fireballs down into the twisting underground tunnels. By watching how the flames bounce through the maze, he figures out which path is shielded well enough to hold the queen. Baek Yoon-ho is impressed by how fast Choi thinks on his feet, and with the right tunnel located, the Korean team moves inside. Back in Seoul, Sung Jin-woo finishes up his daily 10-kilometer run. He checks his status window and takes a quiet stroll through an empty park. With all the top Korean and Japanese S-rank hunters on Jeju Island, almost everyone is staying indoors, glued to the live broadcast. Jinwoo figures the raid will go smoothly without him, as long as nothing crazy happens. Deep underground, the Korean team runs into a bunch of strange blind ants. They clear them out without much trouble, realizing these monsters evolved specifically to guard the dark tunnels. As they push further into the cavern, they enter a huge room littered with cracked eggshells. It's the queen's breeding ground. Choi Jong-in prepares to incinerate everything in sight, but their healer Min Byung-gu notices something off. He points toward one giant eggshell that completely towers over all the rest. It looks nothing like a normal ant egg, leaving everyone wondering what kind of monster could have hatched from it. Baek Yoon-ho tells everyone to shake off their worry and focus on finding the queen. Meanwhile, back on the surface, Kenzo catches his breath after wiping out a swarm of flying ants. Covered in monster blood, he asks their healer Shimizu to fix up his injured shoulder and hip. She teases him for taking hits, but right before she can start healing him, the heavy air suddenly turns deadly cold. A terrifying unknown monster appears out of nowhere right behind them, taking the Japanese S-rank hunters completely by surprise. Deep inside the dark caverns of Jeju Island, the Korean S-rank raid team finally runs into the Queen's Royal Guard ants. These aren't the normal worker ants they dealt with earlier. They're huge, bright red, and far stronger than anything the hunters have faced on this raid so far. Right away, the massive guard ants charge forward, threatening to push the team back. But Cha Hae-in doesn't hesitate. She leaps into action, swinging her sword in a brilliant flash of motion. With one clean slash, she cuts straight through a giant guard ant, dropping it instantly. Even though she takes it down fast, she admits to the team that these ants are surprisingly tough compared to the ones outside. Realizing they're in for a real fight, the team's main healer Min Byung-jae pulls out his spellbook. He casts a high-level buff spell across the entire group. Suddenly, a bright radiant light surrounds each S-rank hunter. In an instant, their physical power shoots way beyond their normal limits. The hunters can feel a massive surge of energy rushing through their muscles. Their strength, speed, and reaction times skyrocket, giving them complete confidence that they can tear through anything in their path. Baek Yoon-ho can't help but grin at the incredible surge of power. He looks back at Byung-jae and jokes that with buffs this strong, they won't even need any healing. He tells the healer to just stay safe in the back row and let the attackers handle the front lines. Meanwhile, out in the dense forest on the surface of the island, a small search squad from the Japanese S-rank team dashes through the trees. They lost all radio contact with Team Charlie, so they were sent to investigate their last known location. When they finally reach the area, they find a scene of pure destruction. Giant ant corpses are scattered everywhere across the clearing, but the Japanese hunters are nowhere to be found. One of the searchers kneels down and spots something half buried in the dirt. It's a pair of cracked, broken glasses belonging to Fujishima, one of Team Charlie's members. Dread settles over the squad as they realize Team Charlie was likely wiped out without ever getting a chance to call for help. Before they can even react to the discovery, Kei, the hunter known for his hypersensitive sense of smell, suddenly grabs his neck. He falls to his knees and starts violently gagging and throwing up on the dirt. His partner panics, yelling to ask what's wrong. Through his gasps, Kei explains that a horrific stomach-churning smell just suddenly filled the entire forest. He says he has never smelled anything so disgusting and terrifying in his whole life. It's a sign that an insanely dangerous new threat has just arrived on the island. Back inside the cave, Baek Yoon-ho decides it's time to go all out. He triggers his full beast transformation, his body swelling into a giant, ferocious predator as he prepares to crush every ant in his path. Cha Hae-in kicks off the raid by activating her concussive taunt skill. The shockwave echoes through the cavern and immediately draws the attention of all the Queen's Royal Guard ants, pulling them together into a single line so the team can wipe them out efficiently. At the exact same time, Ma Dongwook charges forward to deal with the Ant Queen directly. He plants his feet, grips his giant shield tight, and locks her down so she can't interfere while Cha Hae-in and the rest of the squad clear out her bodyguards. Back behind the main line, the broadcast cameraman moves in closer to capture every second of the action. The live broadcast has already passed an 80% viewership rating, and he knows everyone watching at home wants to see every single detail. Min Byung-jae steps up right in front of him. Even though he is an S-rank healer, he holds his weapon high and shields the cameraman from incoming stray attacks like a seasoned frontline defender. The cameraman is completely stunned, watching an S-rank healer handle himself so well inside a dangerous dungeon. All across South Korea, normal everyday life comes to a total standstill as millions of people stay glued to their TV screens. In a quiet apartment, an elderly mother asks her husband to turn on the news coverage. They lost their only son on Jeju Island years ago during a previous raid attempt. Even though it breaks their hearts to watch, they desperately want to see humanity finally take revenge. Out in the city streets and on public screens, crowds gather and cheer as the news announcers track the fight panel by panel. The guard ants fall one after another, 4 left, then 3, then 2, until finally every royal bodyguard is wiped out. Inside the main television studio, the production team cheers as the rating breaks 85%. Korea is right on the edge of joining the top elite nations by successfully clearing an S-rank gate. Inside the nest, the hunters launch their full final assault on the queen. Ma Dongwook and Baek Yoon-ho push forward, driving her back with relentless heavy strikes. Without her guards, the queen is totally vulnerable. She tries to lash out at Min Byung-jae, but the hunters quickly block her attack, telling her she picked the wrong target. They beat her down until she is on the absolute brink of defeat, making victory look completely guaranteed to everyone watching at home. Suddenly, the queen lets out a strange, piercing roar. The team pauses, realizing this isn't a death cry, it is a desperate call for help. Outside the cavern, Godu Ryuji and the Japanese hunters notice something terrifying. The entire ant swarm they were fighting suddenly stops, turns around, and flies full speed back toward the nest. The signal jamming device isn't stopping them anymore. Godu realizes that something went horribly wrong inside the cave, and now the whole ant swarm is rushing back to save their queen. Baek Yoon-ho could hardly believe what he was seeing as a massive surge of red energy erupted from the center of the crater. The air in the cavern instantly turned suffocating and heavy. Cha Hae-in dropped to her knees, gasping for breath as she was crushed under the sheer weight of the aura. She could barely process the fact that such a sinister, monstrous power was coming from just a single ant. Out of the rising smoke and dust stepped a dark, humanoid creature. It radiated a pressure unlike anything the raid team had ever felt before. This was clearly no ordinary monster. As its heavy footsteps echoed through the quiet cave, pure shock and terror took over the hunters. Ma Dongwook tried to pull himself together, shouting at everyone that they needed to hurry up and strike before it was too late. But to their complete confusion, the creature didn't even bother to attack. It calmly walked right past Korea's top-ranked S-rank hunters as if they were completely beneath its notice. It made its way straight toward the giant corpse of the dead ant queen, totally ignoring the humans standing right behind it. The hunters froze in place. Sweat poured down their faces and their hearts raced in sheer terror. They could only watch in silence as the creature stood over its fallen queen and slowly opened its massive, razor-sharp mandibles. Without warning, the beast unleashed an ear-splitting screech that shook the entire cavern. The raw force of the sound and aura slammed straight into the hunters, forcing them to their knees from the pressure alone. A terrifying crimson light flared in the monster's eyes, filled with nothing but pure rage. Cha Hae-in staggered on the ground, trembling uncontrollably as she tried to recover and stand back up. But in a fraction of a second, the Ant King vanished from sight. Before she could react, it reappeared directly behind her. Her eyes widened in absolute horror, but it was already too late. The monster slashed across her body in the blink of an eye, bringing down Korea's strongest female hunter with just one single strike. Desperate to fight back, Ma Dongwook moved in for a close-range attack. He was sure he couldn't miss from this distance, but the Ant King caught his blow effortlessly, stopping him right in his tracks. Even as the beast overpowered them, Ma Dongwook tried to stay confident. He knew their S-rank healer Min Byung-jae was still safe. Byung-jae was using his protective camouflage skill, which completely erased his presence and made him totally invisible to enemies. As long as he stayed hidden, Byung-jae could heal any injury and keep the team alive. But the Ant King was far too sharp. By tracing the invisible flow of healing magic right back to its source, the creature quickly figured out exactly where the hidden healer was standing. Before Byung-jae could even process what went wrong, the monster closed the distance and landed a devastating attack, leaving his horrified teammates screaming his name in complete despair. Min Byung-gu falls to the ground right in front of Baek Yoon-ho, struck down in an instant. Baek screams his name, completely horrified, but there is nothing he can do to save him. As Byung-gu lies there dying, his last few words are a desperate warning telling Baek to run away. Driven by pure rage, Baek transforms into his beast form and lunges forward, but the monster catches him effortlessly. In that terrifying moment, Baek realizes what is actually happening. By devouring human hunters, this creature is taking their power, their memories, and even their speech. The ant looks down at him, speaks in human words, calls the hunters weak, and asks a chilling question: "Who is your king?" All around the chamber, the rest of the Korean team lies utterly defeated. Cha Hae-in is motionless on the cold stone floor, and Choi Jong-in is covered in blood. Just as the monster raises its hand to finish Baek off, it suddenly freezes. Its antennae twitch as it senses a massive, overwhelming aura far outside the cave. Calling it the Strong One, the creature completely loses interest in the fallen hunters. It blasts straight up through the cavern ceiling, heading toward the surface to find this new threat. Baek tries to gather his strength, but there is no time to breathe. A massive wave of normal ant soldiers floods back into the chamber, blocking their only way out. The exhausted Koreans are completely trapped. Meanwhile, on the outer perimeter, Japanese Chairman Matsumoto speaks with Godu Ryuji over the comms. Matsumoto reveals Japan's secret plan. They intentionally designed this mission so South Korea's S-rank hunters would be wiped out, crippling Korea's power and making Japan dominant. Believing the Korean team is already dead, Matsumoto orders Godu and his squad to pull out immediately. Before the Japanese team can make their move, the ant monster drops out of the sky. In the blink of an eye, it violently slaughters one of Godu's teammates. Realizing just how dangerous this creature is, Godu tells his men to fall back and steps up to face it alone. The air grows heavy with incredible pressure as Godu asks the monster if it is the king, but the creature only echoes the word back to him. Back inside the queen's lair, time is running out. Choi Jong-in fires off his magic to keep the horde of ants back, but he cannot use his full power without burning up all the remaining oxygen in the tight room. Cha Hae-in is fading fast and everyone else is completely spent. As the swarm surges forward for the final blow, a dark shadow soldier suddenly emerges right in front of the group, signaling that Sung Jinwoo has finally arrived. A soldier on the ground finds himself trapped beneath a giant ant monster. Thinking his life is over, he regrets that his last conversation with his father was just about dinner. But right as the ant moves in for the kill, a purple shadow blade suddenly slashes through the monster, slicing it down on the spot. Meanwhile, back at the KMS broadcast building, heavy rain pours outside as absolute panic breaks out in the control room. The station chief clutches his head in despair, unable to believe that S-rank hunters are getting slaughtered by a single mutant ant. Their phone lines are jammed with calls, and he demands to cut the live feed so viewers stop watching the carnage. Just then, a staff member shouts that a mysterious figure has suddenly appeared at the scene. The chief turns to the screens, his eyes wide in total shock. Seeing who just stepped onto the battlefield, he immediately changes his mind and screams for them to put the live broadcast back on. He realizes the fate of the entire country now rests in this one person's hands. Using his shadow exchange skill, Sung Jinwoo has swapped places with one of his shadow soldiers. He steps forward out of the dark mist, surrounded by his dark aura. Standing tall right behind him is his entire shadow army, fully summoned and ready to fight. Without wasting a second, Jinwoo commands Iron to use his skill. Iron lets out a massive roar, triggering his taunt to pull the attention of all the nearby flying ants. Jinwoo then equips the dual Demon King's daggers, ready to take control of the battlefield. Watching live, everyone is left completely speechless. Baek Yoon-ho looks at Jinwoo and tells Master Ma that there is no need to panic anymore because everything will be fine now. Facing the swarm of swarming monsters, Jinwoo quietly speaks a single word: "Arise." A surge of dark magic spreads across the ground, instantly reviving all the fallen ants. Back in the newsroom, the staff can barely comprehend what they are seeing on screen. The newly resurrected ant shadows turn around and begin brutally tearing into the living ants. Jinwoo walks over to the surviving hunters and tells them to gather around. He checks on Cha Hae-in, who is unconscious and in critical condition. The healer explains that her life force is fading fast and his skills aren't strong enough to save her. Seeing how dangerous the situation is, Jinwoo tells the team that the cave is clear for now and orders them to evacuate with Cha-haen immediately. Master Ma carries Cha-haen away, trusting Jinwoo to handle the rest. Outside, the monstrous Ant King senses that its swarm is being wiped out and flies back toward the cave. It realizes that Godu Ryuji must have been killed and wonders if a human king has arrived. Entering the cavern, the Ant King steps up to Jinwoo and speaks in human language, asking if he is the king of humans. Jinwoo looks back at the creature completely unfazed and chuckles, amazed that a bug is actually talking to him. Jinwoo stands face to face with the terrifying Ant King, who immediately senses a deadly, suffocating aura coming off him. Screeching in fury, the monster lunges forward with incredible speed, but Jinwoo just stands his ground and smirks, mockingly telling the creature that it finally looks like a real bug. To understand how everyone got to this point, we have to rewind just 5 minutes earlier. Heavy rain pours over the city as the live broadcast from Jeju Island suddenly cuts out. Down on the streets below, crowds gather around their phones in total panic, deeply worried about the safety of the Korean raid team. Inside the newsroom, anchors nervously announce the tragic death of S-rank healer Min Byung-jae, leaving the fate of the remaining hunters hanging in the balance. But just as despair takes over the entire country, an emergency update breaks through. An unidentified hunter has suddenly appeared deep inside the queen's lair. Over in Japan, Associate President Matsumoto Shija listens to the chilling audio recording from Godu Ryuji's final moments. He hears the ant speaking in human language right before Godu's feed goes completely silent. Before he can digest what happened, aides rush into the room to inform Matsumoto that the monster has reappeared inside the cave. At the exact same time, a massive new magic signature registers on their radar. Furious and shaken to his core, Matsumoto demands that his team pull up the Korean broadcast immediately. Meanwhile, back at Jinwoo's house, his mother is trying to figure out why the TV suddenly stopped working. Jinah pops her head out of her bedroom, casually mentioning that her brother just stepped outside to take care of something. Neither of them realizes that Jinwoo is currently stepping onto a battlefield that has the entire nation holding its breath. Back inside the dark cavern, Association Chairman Go Gun-hee stares at the screen in utter disbelief as Jinwoo shows up on the live feed. The Ant King unleashes a brutal direct hit on Jinwoo, fully expecting him to crumple like all the rest. But Jinwoo takes the strike head-on without receiving a single scratch. Activating his Dominator's touch, Jinwoo forcefully hurls the giant monster through the air with invisible telepathic power. Watching from behind, Baek Yoon-ho turns to Choi Jong-in and asks if Jinwoo is really supposed to be a mage-type hunter. Choi can only stare in complete shock, unable to process what he is seeing. Jinwoo casually complains that the ant's tough armor is just getting in his way, before smashing the creature into the stone ground with staggering force. The overwhelming pressure radiating from Jinwoo completely fills the cavern, making it hard for even the A-rank hunters to stay conscious. Battered and thrown hard against the cavern wall, the Ant King finds himself losing a direct battle of raw power. The creature is left utterly terrified, wondering what kind of insane monster this human really is. The fight kicks right off as the Ant King lunges straight at Jinwoo with terrifying speed. His eyes glow red as he goes in for a quick strike. Jinwoo moves instantly to react, but the ant's sharp claw manages to graze his cheek, leaving a small cut. Right after landing the hit, the ant reveals that his attack carries a deadly venom. Jinwoo touches the blood on his face and notices the poison. The Ant King thinks he already won, feeling confident in his internal thoughts. He absorbed this paralytic poison from a deadly cone snail, and it's meant to freeze and kill any target almost instantly. But right as it enters Jinwoo's body, his passive detox skill kicks in. The poison is completely neutralized in a second. Jinwoo just smirks, entirely unbothered. The Ant King is stunned. He can't understand why his deadly toxin didn't do a thing. Realizing he's dealing with a serious threat, he flies high up into the air to rethink his strategy. From up above, the Ant King swoops down at full speed, trying to hit Jinwoo with a surprise dive attack. But the second he reaches the ground, Jinwoo smoothly steps out of the way. The Ant King's eyes widen in shock. He can't believe Jinwoo dodged a full-speed strike so easily. Before the ant can regain his balance, Jinwoo moves right into his space. The two start trading rapid blows on the ground, creating shockwaves with every hit. The Ant King realizes with growing panic that Jinwoo isn't just defending, he's matching his speed step for step. Their exchange gets even faster as sparks fly between them. The Ant King pushes his limits, trying to overwhelm Jinwoo with speed, but it completely fails. Jinwoo adapts in real time, pushing the pace and moving even faster than before. Now taking full control of the fight, Jinwoo lands a series of heavy, crushing blows. The power behind each punch is insane. The Ant King's hard black exoskeleton can't handle the pressure, and visible cracks start spreading across his armor. System notifications pop up as Jinwoo lands critical hit after critical hit, gaining massive damage output. The Ant King gets smashed into the ground, beaten and broken. He's completely outmatched in both strength and speed. Desperate for a way out, the ant realizes he can't win alone and decides to call on his ant horde for help. Jinwoo notices what the ant is doing and just grins. If it's an army the ant wants, Jinwoo is more than happy to show him a real one. Jinwoo releases his shadow magic, calling forth his massive shadow army to fill the battlefield. The Ant King freezes in absolute terror as he realizes he isn't fighting a normal human, but a true king who holds an army far grander and far more terrifying than his own. The shadow army clashes head-on with the endless swarm of red-eyed ants, cutting them down in a wave of dark magic. Powerful purple slashes rip through the air as Jinwoo's soldiers slice through the insects without slowing down. Heavy blows crush the monster horde under sheer force as the shadows dominate the battlefield. Jinwoo steps forward with glowing eyes and calls out to summon Tusk. The towering high orc shadow materializes, surrounded by dark purple aura and glowing skull beads. Jinwoo looks back and warns Tusk to focus strictly on the ants, telling him that if any human gets hurt, he will never be summoned again. Tusk nods obediently and immediately casts Hymn of the Giants to grow into a massive giant. Opening his huge jaw, Tusk activates Hymn of the Fire Dragon and breathes out a terrifying ocean of flames. The roaring inferno sweeps across the cavern, instantly incinerating the ants swarm into ashes. Smoke and intense heat cover the cavern as the fire dies down. The surviving hunters watch the devastation in absolute shock. To them, Jinwoo doesn't look like a normal hunter, but like a demon king descending upon the earth. Even the monstrous Ant King panics as he watches his entire army wiped out. He thinks back to how he was born as a monarch meant to conquer everything, but now he feels true fear for the first time. Realizing he stands no chance, the Ant King turns around and tries to fly away to save his life. Jinwoo catches on immediately and activates Dominator's Touch, grabbing the fleeing monster with invisible force and yanking him right back. Jinwoo then uses Critical Chain, unleashing a lethal flurry of strikes that finishes off the Ant King. A system message pops up confirming the kill and granting Jinwoo 2 level-ups. Right after the battle, the hunters rush over to Jinwoo, frantically warning him that Cha Haein is on the brink of death. Jinwoo checks his options and realizes his shadow exchange skill is still on cooldown. Flying her back on Kaisel would take too long and she will die before reaching help. He desperately needs a powerful healer on the spot. Jinwoo turns to the cameraman recording the broadcast and demands that he turn off the camera right away, threatening to destroy it if he hesitates. Once the camera feed is shut down, Jinwoo commands all his shadow soldiers to search the cavern for the body of the fallen healer, Min Byung-gu. The surrounding hunters watch in stunned silence, wondering what Jinwoo is planning to do. Jinwoo stands over Min Byung-gu's body, knowing this is the only way to save Cha Haein's life, and utters the command, "Arise." Everyone stands in total shock as Jinwoo summons the shadow of the fallen healer, Min Byung-gu. Without receiving a single command, Byung-gu's shadow immediately rushes over to Cha Haein and begins healing her injuries. Even in death, his kind and selfless nature stays exactly the same. Seeing his fallen comrade forced back into action, Baek Yoon-ho gently places a hand on Jinwoo's shoulder. He humbly begs Jinwoo to let his friend rest in peace, reminding him how much Byung-gu truly hated violence and fighting while he was alive. Jinwoo agrees right away, having had that exact same thought himself, and cancels the shadow extraction. Before disappearing into particles of light, Byung-gu turns around with a soft smile to give Baek Yoon-ho one last silent thank you, bringing a huge sense of relief to his old friend. Now that Cha Haein is stable and out of danger, the surviving hunters get ready to evacuate the island. But Jinwoo decides to stay behind. He still needs to clean up the rest of the ant horde. He summons his shadow, Wyvern Kaisel, takes to the sky and tells the team he will meet back up with them later. Meanwhile, over in Japan, the surviving raid members are in total panic. After watching Gotoryuji get wiped out so easily, they are convinced the whole mission was a massive disaster. They are completely stunned when headquarters informs them that a South Korean hunter named Sung Jinwoo stepped in and took care of the monster all by himself. Deep inside the dark ant nest, Jinwoo flies around clearing out the remaining ants and unhatched eggs to harvest more experience points. Remembering a powerful item sitting in his inventory, he pulls out the Orb of Avarice. Equipping it, he unleashes a massive, roaring blast of fire magic that burns through giant clusters of eggs instantly. At the very same time over in the United States, David Brennan, the director of the Federal Bureau of Hunters, watches secret footage of Jinwoo's fight in absolute awe. Seeing a hunter who can summon and control a whole army of shadows, Brennan realizes Jinwoo is a once-in-a-lifetime anomaly. He makes up his mind to recruit him immediately. His associate then drops another massive piece of news. Jinwoo is actually the son of Sung Il-Chwan, the mysterious hunter who emerged from an American gate a few months prior. Brennan decides that getting a hunter as powerful as Jinwoo is well worth any diplomatic fallout it might create with South Korea. Back in the nest, burning through the rest of the ant eggs triggers a system notification, officially pushing Jinwoo all the way to level 100. Standing over the massive, motionless body of the Ant King, Jinwoo feels the monster's incredible aura one last time and utters a single command: "Arise." Black shadow magic erupts from the corpse, wrapping around the beast. After a brief moment of heavy tension, the extraction succeeds. The Ant King rises as a terrifying new shadow soldier, immediately nailing in complete loyalty before Jinwoo as a general rank minion. Jinwoo looks down at his newly raised shadow, staring at the system window in shock. This new soldier isn't an elite knight like his top summons. It has attained an entirely new level, general rank. Given how terrifyingly strong the Ant King was in life, Jinwoo realizes this higher title makes total sense. Suddenly, the towering dark shadow kneels before Jinwoo. Speaking in a rasping voice, the ant monster directly addresses him as king and begs for a name. Jinwoo stands frozen in surprise. None of his previous human or monster shadows, not even Iron Tusk or Min Byung-gu, could ever speak after death. He quickly realizes that speech isn't about whether a shadow was human before, but rather a privilege unlocked by higher rank. To test its mind, Jinwoo asks the shadow if it feels any hatred toward the person who killed it. Without hesitation, the creature pledges absolute, joy-filled loyalty to its new master, thrilled simply to be reborn by his power. Satisfied, Jinwoo ponders a suitable name. Passing over simple ideas like ant, he thinks of the famous author of the novel The Ants and officially names his new commander Baru. Next, Jinwoo turns to the massive corpse of the Ant Queen. Raising his hand, he utters his signature command to arise, extracting her shadow as another general rank soldier. But the moment she rises, Jinwoo feels his mental connection to the rest of the ant shadows waver. Baru explains that an Ant Queen's main purpose is to command the hive and reproduce. Since a shadow body cannot give birth and her low combat power makes her useless in battle, her presence only interferes with control. Realizing an army doesn't need two heads, Jinwoo cancels her extraction on the spot. With the cave cleared, Jinwoo orders his soldiers not to harvest the remaining magic crystals inside the nest. He decides those resources should go toward rebuilding Jeju Island and compensating the victims of the raid. He only takes the high-grade crystal from Baru's original body. When Jinwoo asks about the remaining live ants scattered across the island, Baru reports that about 4,000 remain out of the original 8,700. Without a leader, the stray ants are confused and panicked. Jinwoo asks Baru if he can wipe them all out himself, and Baru simply asks for the order. Meanwhile, on the mainland coast, the defense force is in total chaos. Waves of flying monster ants arrive from the north, overwhelming the hunter guilds stationed at the shore. Even rank hunters struggle against the sheer numbers. But just as fear paralyses the front line, a black shadow streaks past at unbelievable speed. In less than a second, every remaining ant in the sky is torn to shreds, leaving the stunned hunters staring up at empty air in complete disbelief. It took 2 whole days to clean up the remaining ant monsters after the Jeju Island raid. Some of the flying ants managed to escape across the ocean, reaching as far as the Sea of China and mainland China. Inside a naval warship, officers panic as a second massive colony approaches their position. The crew urgently requests orders to open fire, but the captain tells them to hold off because China's top hunter is handling it himself. Standing on the deck, the 7-star hunter Liu Zhigang looks up at the massive cloud of ant monsters swarming the sky. He draws his twin blades and ignites them with brilliant flames. With a quick strike, massive explosions of fire tear through the sky, completely wiping out the aerial horde and sending dead ants raining down into the sea. Sheathing his sword, Jigen casually complains that it would have been much more exciting to fight the powerful ant monster Sung Jinwoo killed instead of these small fries. Meanwhile, in America, Laura briefs Thomas Andre inside his private suite while news about Jinwoo plays on the TV. She explains that Hwang Dongsu wants revenge because Jinwoo likely killed his older brother. Laura warns that this situation will make meeting Jinwoo much more difficult and asks what Thomas will do if the two hunters end up fighting. Thomas Andre just grins on his couch. As the master of the Scavenger Guild, he makes his stance crystal clear. Dongsu belongs to him, and he never forgives anyone who touches his property, not even the American government. Back on Jeju Island during the third night following the raid, military helicopters land carrying soldiers and members of the Knights Guild. Their job is to gather the valuable magic stones left behind in the ant tunnels. As they work through the dark caverns, the guild leader lightens the mood by sharing how a sudden awakening ruined his dream of competing as an Olympic wrestler, inspiring him to build the country's top guild instead. The crew laughs and collects the high-quality crystals, feeling completely safe since the cave seems clear. Suddenly, two terrifying shadowy figures step out from the darkness. A hunter demands to see their identity before realizing they are actually high-level monsters. With a simple snap of a finger, one of the entities instantly knocks out all the hunters. The two creatures, the Beast Monarch and the Frost Monarch, look around the cave littered with ant corpses. Sensing Jinwoo's distinct power lingering in the air, the Beast Monarch wonders why someone with that kind of strength is choosing to help humans. Deciding not to stir up trouble just yet, they agree to stick to their plan, leaving the island to Jinwoo while they continue their secret mission. Flashbulbs snap endlessly as cameras focus on Jinwoo, who stands quietly in a sharp black suit holding a single white chrysanthemum. Following the chaos of the Jeju Island raid, the entire nation is talking about him. Online message boards and news outlets are flooded with comments. Some people are amazed by his army of shadow summons, while others wonder how an E-rank hunter could suddenly become so powerful. But along with the praise comes dark criticism. People start asking why Jinwoo didn't join the raid from the very beginning, claiming that if he had stepped up sooner, lives like healer Min Byung-goo's could have been saved. Despite the public noise, Jinwoo silently places his flower at the memorial altar, staring at the smiling photograph of Min Byung-goo framed by white blossoms. Thousands of mourners gather in front of the towering monument, dressed in black and wiping away tears. Standing in the crowd, Jinwoo keeps his eyes low, taking in the heavy weight of the lives lost. Guildmaster Baek Yoonho steps up beside him. Baek admits that he used to believe a single hero could never win a war alone, but watching Jinwoo proved him wrong. He tells Jinwoo to hold his head high because he was the one who finally put an end to the nightmare. Jinwoo quietly thanks him. Nearby, Cha-haen catches Jinwoo looking her way and quickly turns her head, blushing in embarrassment, while Jinwoo just stands there feeling completely confused. Later on, Jinwoo meets with Chairman Go Gun-hee to discuss his plans for setting up his own guild. Go Gun-hee explains that as an S-rank hunter, Jinwoo doesn't need to pass any tests or jump through hoops, since a simple phone call is all it takes. Jinwoo also asks about a strange rumor regarding Jeju Island. Several high-ranking hunters had mysteriously passed out while harvesting magic crystals, leading people to suspect Jinwoo left a barrier behind. But the chairman confirms Jinwoo had nothing to do with it, and the cause remains a complete mystery. Before Jinwoo can leave, he is stopped by a man named Adam White, a senior agent from the United States Bureau of Hunters. Adam explains that his deputy director was so impressed by Jinwoo's performance on Jeju Island that he personally flew in to meet him. At first, Jinwoo is reluctant to hear him out and turns to walk away. Seeing him leave, Adam drops a massive piece of intel about the existence of a special awakener known as an upgrader, someone who has the power to permanently enhance another hunter's abilities. Curious, Jinwoo agrees to follow Adam to a private room where Deputy Director Michael Connor is waiting. Connor immediately slides immigration papers across the table, offering Jinwoo instant American citizenship. But Jinwoo isn't interested in political offers. He cuts straight to the point and asks if this upgrader really exists. Connor smiles, revealing that the upgrader is already in the building, and orders his staff to bring in Madame Selner. The scene opens in a private room where the director of the American Hunter Bureau asks his staff to bring in Mrs. Norma Selner. Jinwoo watches attentively, noticing a distinctly different atmosphere around her as she walks into the room wearing a wide-brimmed hat. The director introduces her as the only person on the planet capable of helping awakened hunters break past their limits. Mrs. Selner takes a seat across from Jinwoo and notes that every hunter starts out with the same skeptical look in their eyes before experiencing her power. She explains the fundamental rule of their world. Once a hunter awakens, their rank and power cap are set in stone unless they undergo a rare reawakening. However, her unique ability allows her to push a hunter beyond that wall through 3 distinct stages. Taking a casual bite of her cake, she reveals that completing the process boosts a hunter's total strength by 20 to 30%. The director chimes in to add that because this ability drains her energy significantly, she can only perform it on a handful of hunters each year. Hearing this, Jinwoo finally realizes why elite hunters like Hwang Dong-soo gave up everything to move to America. A 30% power boost is something no hunter could ever turn down. The director then makes his official pitch. He offers her upgrading ability as a gift if Jinwoo agrees to relocate to the United States and join whatever guild he wants. Jinwoo sees right through the offer, recognizing it as a strategic deal rather than a selfless present. To prove what she can do, Mrs. Sellner offers to perform the first stage of the upgrade right then and there, entirely free of charge. Jinwoo knows she is confident because once a hunter tastes that extra power, they become hooked. Intrigued, Jinwoo agrees to give it a try. Mrs. Sellner reaches across the table, taking Jinwoo's hands into hers and asking him to look closely into her eyes. As she activates her ability, the director smirks in satisfaction. He feels certain that Jinwoo has fallen into their trap and will soon sign their contract, especially after seeing how effortlessly Jinwoo cleared Jeju Island. But as Mrs. Sellner channels her power, something goes horribly wrong. She suddenly gasps in horror, tearing her hands away in complete panic. Sweat drenches her face as she shakes uncontrollably, looking thoroughly traumatized. Confused by her sudden breakdown, the director quickly wraps up the meeting and orders Adam White to escort Jinwoo home. After Jinwoo departs, the director asks her if she is alright and if Jinwoo's power is comparable to a national-level hunter. Trembling in fear, Mrs. Sellner stammers that Jinwoo is completely different. When she looked deep into his soul, she didn't just see a powerful hunter. She saw an endless, abyssal darkness looking right back at her, revealing a chilling truth. Sung Jinwoo has no limits whatsoever. At the Hunter Association, Chairman Go Gun-hee sits alone in his office, rubbing his face in deep exhaustion. He is still mourning the loss of Min Byung-gu after the Jeju Island raid, worrying about what future sacrifices might lie ahead. Suddenly, his phone rings. An officer reports that a B-rank gate has unexpectedly opened right in the middle of a busy highway. Go Gun-hee knows an average raid squad cannot handle a B-rank gate and prepares to contact a major guild. But checking the location, he remembers that S-rank hunter Sung Jinwoo recently opened his new office right nearby. At that moment, Jinwoo is stuck in gridlock traffic, sitting behind the wheel of his car. He ponders his recent meeting with Madame Sellner, wondering what terrified her so deeply when she looked into his power, and whether she caught a glimpse of the system itself. Looking at the endless line of cars, he mutters that taking the subway would have been faster. Just then, his phone mounted on the dashboard begins ringing with a call from Go Gun-hee. Jinwoo taps the screen, and the chairman explains that a B-rank gate has blocked the main road. Jinwoo realizes why traffic came to a dead stop. Go Gun-hee asks if Jinwoo can clear the dungeon on the spot. When Jinwoo asks about getting official permits, the chairman laughs and asks who Jinwoo thinks is calling. Realizing the chairman's word is all the permission he needs, Jinwoo grins and accepts the task. Down on the highway, association staff struggle to manage the crowd surrounding the glowing blue portal. Drivers lean out of their windows, gasping as they recognize Jinwoo stepping out in his suit. Excitement spreads as everyone realizes an S-rank hunter is here to clear the gate. However, an association staff member with glasses hurries over, frantically shouting that rules must be followed, and no hunter can enter without official clearance or a full raid squad. Unbothered, Jinwoo hands him his phone and tells him to speak with the chairman. Sweating nervously, the staff member takes the call and stammers out answers as Go Gun-hee orders him to let Jinwoo through. With clearance given, Jinwoo casually walks toward the portal. Annoyed by Jinwoo's casual demeanor, the staff member pettily mutters under his breath, wishing for Jinwoo to trip and break an ankle inside. Suddenly, the blue portal flashes violently and turns a deep, crackling crimson. The surrounding guards freeze in horror. It has transformed into a red gate. The staff member pales, terrified that his foolish wish somehow caused this nightmare. Inside the red gate, Jinwoo steps onto a dark forest floor, noting that the exit portal has sealed shut. Remembering his mother's warm encouragement for him to save lives just like his firefighter father did, Jinwoo smiles softly. A red gate might terrify ordinary hunters, but for Jinwoo it is just another hunting ground. Confident in his strength, he prepares to clear the entire dungeon within a single day. Far away in a cold, snowy wasteland, the Frost Monarch is talking to another mysterious being about the grand scheme of things. He brings up the rulers, the Shadow Monarch, and how the balance of power is shifting, pointing out that everything is starting to center around a small country to the east, Korea. He boasts that his plans are already set and that nobody can escape what is coming. To prove his point and finish off his visitor, he calls out to his army of ice monsters, commanding them to step forward and surround the area. But when he shouts for them to attack, there's only complete silence. He looks around in total disbelief, only to realize that every single one of his monsters is already dead, lying frozen in the snow. Before he can even react, a powerful warrior steps forward and uses an invisible force to instantly crush him into the ground. The warrior pins him down effortlessly, telling him that it will hurt a lot less if he just cooperates. As the Frost Monarch struggles under the heavy pressure, they discuss how the system has been interfering, but its control is slowly wearing off, and the final key to the double dungeon has finally been released. Meanwhile, we cut back to Sung Jinwoo, who is standing quietly as he looks down at the object in his hands. It's the key to the C-rank double dungeon, the very key that unlocks the Kartanen temple where his journey first began. As he stares at the key, he reflects on how much time has passed. He remembers back to that fateful day when he was just the weakest E-rank hunter, beaten, bloody, and crying on a stone altar as giant statues slaughtered his raid group. But when he compares that terrified boy to who he is now, standing strong and confident, he knows things are completely different this time. He realizes that none of this was a coincidence. The system and the dungeon have been guiding him, waiting for him to grow strong enough to return. If this entire path was set up from the very beginning, then he is more than ready to face whatever is waiting for him. The scene shifts down into the dark, silent depths where the dungeon actually sits. We see the massive ancient stone doors of the Kartanen temple standing tall in the shadows. Heavy noise echoes through the dark as the giant doors slowly crack open, revealing a dim blue light from inside. The doors swing wider, opening up into a massive, eerie chamber lined with pillars and flickering torches. Deep inside the hall, sitting on a high stone throne, is the giant god statue. As the camera moves closer to its face, the stone eyes suddenly light up with a bright, blood-red glow. That horrifying, familiar smile spreads wide across its face, welcoming Jinwoo back to where it all started, as Jinwoo promises that he will be coming very soon. Yoo Jin-ho sits at his computer, furious at the online trolls badmouthing Sung Jinwoo and promising to sue every single one of them. Just then, Jinwoo walks into the office looking disheveled after clearing a high-rank gate. He hands Jinho a bag full of top-tier essence stones to fund their new guild. Jinho reminds him that they still need a third founding member to officially complete their registration. They start brainstorming names, with Jinho suggesting several options like Yusung Guild, but Jinwoo casually announces he already chose the name Solo Play Guild. Jinho is completely horrified by the terrible name. Before they can argue any further, the door opens and S-rank hunter Cha Hae-in walks inside. Both Jinwoo and Jinho are stunned to see someone of her caliber in their small office. Standing nervously near the entrance, Cha Hae-in drops a total surprise and announces that she wants to join their guild. Jinwoo invites her to sit down, completely bewildered by her request. He asks if Chairman Go Gun-hee sent her or if Choi Jong-in kicked her out of the Hunters Guild, but she denies it all. When Jinwoo mentions the guild's official name is Solo Play, Cha Hae-in looks totally dumbfounded. In the background, Jinho panics and yells that he never actually agreed to that name in the first place. Jinwoo uses his heightened S-rank senses to observe Cha Hae-in. He notices her rapid pulse, shallow breathing, and flustered face, realizing she is desperately trying to play it cool. He reminds her that she is still under contract with the Hunters Guild, but she immediately responds that she has enough money to pay the breach penalty herself. Jinwoo then points out that their new guild lacks the capital to pay her a proper down payment or salary. Cha Hae-in quickly cuts in, saying she does not care about money or a down payment at all. Deep down, Cha Hae-in struggles to explain her true motivation. She remembers how every other hunter smells foul to her, while Jinwoo's scent is surprisingly comforting. She reflects on almost dying during the Jeju Island raid, realizing she simply wants to feel safe and comfortable. Knowing that admitting she likes his smell would sound completely insane, she nervously blurts out that she just wants to live a comfortable life. Jinho takes her words literally, feeling deep sympathy for her. He assumes she is exhausted from being overworked and burdened by her S-rank duties at such a young age. Jinwoo remains skeptical and decides to test her commitment. He announces a brand new regulation, an entrance exam. He sends Jinho downstairs to grab drinks and snacks, clearing the room. Once they are alone, Jinwoo explains the test condition. To join the guild, Cha Hae-in must defeat one of his shadow summons in battle. Cha Hae-in asks if he is underestimating her abilities, but Jinwoo looks her in the eye and assures her that for someone of her rank, he will be calling out his absolute strongest summon. When Cha Hae-in asks Jinwoo which shadow soldier he's going to summon for her test, he promises to bring out his strongest one. She agrees, ready to prove her skills. But since the Hunters Association Gymnasium is far away, Jinwoo decides to test a new trick with his shadow exchange skill. He tells Hayan they can take a shortcut and pulls her into a tight embrace. Before she can even react, dark shadows swirl beneath their feet and swallow them both whole. Meanwhile, Jinho opens the door carrying a plate of food to offer them a snack. Instead of Jinwoo and Hayan, he freezes in complete shock as he catches a shadow soldier greedily munching on the food. A second later, Jinwoo and Hayan step out of the shadows right inside the association's empty gymnasium. Hayan is stunned by how fast they traveled. Jinwoo realizes Shadow Exchange acts just like a portal, letting him carry another person anywhere as long as one of his shadow soldiers is already stationed there. As they get ready to start, Hayan realizes she left her main weapon behind. Jinwoo playfully teases her about using the pickaxe from her mining days, making her blush bright red and shout in embarrassment before he laughs and admits he's just kidding. They head over to the gymnasium storage room and pick out a standard practice sword. Hayan says it doesn't matter what weapon she uses because monsters in real gates never fight fair anyway. Jinwoo agrees with her mindset and decides to summon Igris, his most skilled swordsman. To keep the battle challenging, Jinwoo hands Igris the Demon King's longsword. He explains that Hayan will win if she destroys the shadow or lose if she surrenders. With the test officially underway, Igris swings the longsword, summoning a massive lightning storm that crashes across the arena floor. Hayan dodges with incredible speed, impressing Jinwoo with her sharp instincts. At the same time, Chairman Go Gunhee notices activity in the gym and asks his assistant to pull up the CCTV footage in his office. Watching the screen, he sees Jinwoo and Hayan together in the arena. Thinking the two young hunters are spending private time together, he chuckles and orders all security cameras in the gym turned off, covering it up as a routine inspection to give them privacy. Back in the arena, Hayan pushes through the electric blasts and quickly shatters Igris's weapon, completely defeating the shadow soldier. But instead of celebrating, she turns to Jinwoo and calls him out. She knows Igris isn't his absolute strongest soldier. Remembering the terrifying monster from the Jeju Island raid, she asks him to summon the Ant King, Baru, wanting a real rematch. Jinwoo warns her that she could get seriously hurt fighting Baru, but seeing her determination, he asks one final time if she's really ready. Cha Hayan stands ready in the gym, her eyes glowing white with total focus as she prepares for her test. Jinwoo asks her one last time if she is really sure about doing this. When she confirms she wants to go through with it, Jinwoo summons his shadow Ant King Baru. He turns to Baru and gives him a very clear instruction. Defeat her but make sure she doesn't get hurt at all. Baru bows his head and accepts his king's command without question. Baru lets out a fierce roar, blasting dark energy through the room. Cha Hayan instantly rushes in, her feet popping rapidly against the floor as she moves at extreme speed. A massive shockwave trails behind her, but as she draws close to the monster, sweat breaks out on her face. Feeling his raw power up close, she can barely believe Jinwoo actually fought and beat a creature like this. Baru shifts into his full battle form, bearing his lethal claws. Jinwoo immediately steps in with a cold glare, telling Baru to put those claws away right now, warning him that he will not make life easy for him if he harms her. Baru quickly tucks his claws away and apologizes to his liege. Seeing Baru lower his posture, Cha Hayan thinks she sees an opening. She lunges forward through the smoke. She notices Baru using the exact same movement trick as before and she resolves not to fall for it twice. She swings her sword with everything she has, but Baru easily blocks the blade with a heavy clang. Baru keeps his master's order in mind. He decides that the best approach is simply to demonstrate the overwhelming difference in their power, so she surrenders on her own. Instead of backing down, Cha Hayan pushes harder. She pushes off the ground and launches into her sword dance, unleashing a rapid volley of blade strikes. But Baru glides smoothly through her attacks, dodging every single slash without moving his feet an inch. Seeing her exhausted, Jinwoo steps forward and says the winner is clear, asking her if she is satisfied now. Cha Hayan pants heavily but shouts back that she isn't finished yet. Gathering the last of her mana into her blade, she charges in for one final move. That refusal to back down triggers something dangerous inside Baru. To a natural predator, a prey standing up against them cannot be tolerated. In an instant, the original command given to him by the Ant Queen at his birth resurfaces in his mind. Exterminate all enemies. Losing himself to his innate killer instincts, Baru raises his arm, aiming a deadly full-power blow directly at her head. Cha Hayan freezes in place, staring directly into the face of death. But right before the strike lands, Jinwoo moves faster than sight. He slams down between them, stopping Baru's attack with his bare hand and pinning the shadow soldier to the ground, sternly telling Baru that he ordered him to stop. We start off with Madame Selner dropping a huge bombshell on the director of the Hunter Bureau. She explains that normal S-rank hunters borrow their power from another source, but Sung Jinwoo is completely different. His strength comes directly from within, drawing from an endless abyss of darkness. He has no limits to his power, making him a true king. After giving her warning, Madame Selner thanks the director and takes her leave. The director decides to head deep down to basement level 24 of the facility. As he makes his way down, he thinks back to the massive S-rank gate that opened 8 years ago when the world suffered through the terrifying Kamish raid. When he arrives on level 24, we see what the Bureau has been keeping locked away in cold storage: the massive, frozen skeleton of the dragon Kamish. The director hopes that offering this legendary dragon corpse to Jinwoo will be enough to persuade him to move to the United States. Meanwhile, back home in Korea, Jinwoo sits quietly staring at his hands. He reflects on how his system works, remembering that any damage or poison to his body gets instantly cured. Because his body is always restored to perfect health, he wonders about the true nature of his growing strength. Jinwoo then pokes his head into the living room where his little sister Jinna is chilling on the couch. Out of the blue, he asks her if she considers him handsome. Jinna immediately starts laughing and texts her friend about how ridiculous her brother is being. Jinwoo quickly changes the subject and tells her that he's planning to create his own guild, asking if she thinks he'd make a good leader. He asks her what she thinks about naming it the Solo Play Guild. Jinna laughs and tells him it's a terrible name. She points out that since he constantly summons an army of shadow soldiers, he isn't actually playing solo. Jinwoo admits that she makes a great point and starts thinking about better names for his new guild. That night, the scene shifts to S-rank hunter Cha Haein as she lies asleep in her bed. She gets pulled into a deep, mysterious vision where a glowing light surrounds her. Suddenly, the spirit of the fallen healer Min Byung-gu reaches out and grabs her arm. He begs her to pass along a critical message to Jinwoo. He tells her that Hunter Sung Jinwoo must be extremely careful of the dangerous power hiding deep inside him. Cha Haein suddenly jolts awake in bed, completely drenched in sweat. She sits up in shock, gasping as the realization hits her that Min Byung-gu came to her in a dream to deliver an urgent warning for Jinwoo. The Knights Guild is in a tough spot over a massive new gate that just appeared in Busan. It's nearly an S-rank gate, but since the guild doesn't have an S-rank hunter, the association won't grant them a permit. Guildmaster Park Jong-soo refuses to give the gate up to rival guilds, so his teammate Young Yirim suggests asking Sung Jinwoo for help. Jong-soo agrees it's their best option and decides to visit Jinwoo in person to handle the offer. At that exact moment, Jinwoo and Yoo Jin-ho are sitting in their office trying to pick a name for their new guild. Jinwoo suggests the name Ajin Guild, and Jin-ho is so thrilled he almost cries tears of joy. To officially register, they still need one last founding member. Jin-ho wonders why Jinwoo turned down Cha Haein, but Jinwoo explains he just needs someone trustworthy who holds a license and has no desire to actually raid. Just as Jin-ho tries to think of candidates, a knock comes at the door. Jinwoo opens it to find Park Jong-soo and his team standing outside with big smiles. Down at Gwangali Beach in Busan, news crews are broadcasting live in front of a giant blue portal hovering near the coast, spewing out massive amounts of mana. Inside the office, Jong-soo pitches the raid to Jinwoo, offering a nice cut of the profits if he joins their squad. Jinwoo takes the offer a step further, demanding a 50-50 split and insisting that they treat his side as an official guild, not just a solo hire. Jong-soo agrees to the deal, and they plan the raid for the next morning. When they offer Jinwoo a ride down to Busan, Jinwoo politely passes because he has plans to have dinner with his mother, whom he warmly calls right after they leave. By 11 o'clock the next morning, the Knights Guild team is standing on the beach in Busan, nervously checking their watches. The raid starts in 5 minutes, and Jong-soo is regretting not forcing Jinwoo to travel with them yesterday. Meanwhile, back in the city, Jinwoo notices the sky turning dark and cloudy. He hopes his sister Jinna remembered to take an umbrella before he uses his shadow exchange skill to jump straight over to Busan. At that same moment, Jinna is at her high school helping her classmates clean out an old art storage room. The students are complaining about the extra work, completely unaware of the danger lurking in the dark back corner of the room. A gate has quietly spawned inside, and before anyone can react, a giant orc reaches out and grabs a student by the head. In a horrific instant, the monster crushes the boy right in front of them, leaving the terrified students screaming as a horde of armed orcs pours into the schoolroom. Deep inside a quiet building, blood spills across the floor as 2 monstrous orc scouts emerge from the dark. These natural-born predators have suppressed their wild instincts for a whole week, waiting for the right moment. Sensing hundreds of humans spread across multiple floors, they decide this building feels just like a castle filled with easy prey. One orc orders his partner to call for reinforcements while he steps out to clear the area himself. Down the hallway, high school students chat without a care, completely unaware of the green giant raising its massive battle axe right behind them. Meanwhile, outside another location, Sung Jinwoo stands before a massive blue gate floating high in the sky. He looks at the sheer size of the gate while the Knights Guild prepares its elite assault team of 33 high-ranking hunters. As soon as the team spots Jinwoo, they crowd around him in excitement, asking endless questions about his famous shadow soldiers from the Jeju Island raid. Young Yerim, the team's healer, steps in to pull them back and asks if Jinwoo will be leading the raid today. Guildmaster Park Jong-soo awkwardly steps up to clarify that he will actually be leading the charge. He explains that Jinwoo is joining to guard the backline and keep everyone safe. The proud A-rank hunters complain, wondering if Jinwoo thinks they're too weak to handle themselves. Jong-soo nervously excuses their cocky attitude, but Jinwoo just smiles, knowing they're confident in their skills. With everything settled, the guild gets ready to enter the gate. At that exact moment, an emergency call comes into the Hunters Association. A terrified student hides inside a school bathroom, crying out that monsters have appeared outside. The operator tries to keep her calm and asks her to describe what the creatures look like. When the girl mentions tall, green-skinned humanoids with hideous faces, the operator freezes in horror, realizing these are orcs. She screams for the girl to run immediately because orcs can track human scent, but it is already too late. An orc smashes through the bathroom wall, sending the girl into a panic as students flee the school grounds in complete terror. Upstairs, the orc scouts watch the fleeing crowd, unbothered that some escaped since the exits are blocked and plenty of prey remains inside. The monsters break through doors and windows, slaughtering students as they march through the hallways. Suddenly, one orc senses a human with mana hiding nearby. It corners a terrified girl on the floor, who can only cry out for her older brother, Sung Jinwoo, as the monster looms directly over her. At Sung Jinna's high school, terror strikes when a horde of monsters bursts into the building. A brave student who happens to be an E-rank hunter steps up to shield her classmates, but she is quickly overwhelmed. The green-skinned beasts push past her, searching for something else. Their leader pauses, sniffing the air, and locks eyes with Jinna. He senses an immense, dark power surrounding her and orders his horde to kill her immediately. Terrified, Jinna closes her eyes and waits for the end. But right as the monster swings, a dark mist surges from her shadow. A giant shadow-high orc emerges, grabbing the attacker by the neck and smashing him into the floor. Jinna opens her eyes in disbelief, realizing her older brother left these shadow guardians to protect her. A brutal battle erupts inside the school as Jinwoo's shadow soldiers tear through the monsters, crashing through walls and tearing the hallways apart. Meanwhile, far away in an A-rank dungeon, Jinwoo is running a raid with a team of hunters. The moment they step through the portal, they are ambushed by giant twin-headed ogres. The hunters brace themselves and fight back, but when they fall back to regroup, the monsters suddenly stop. Instead of attacking, the ogres back away in terror, as if something far deadlier is lurking behind the hunters. Jinwoo steps forward unimpressed by the dungeon monsters, but suddenly his eyes widen. A sharp distress signal hits his mind through his shadow link. He senses that the shadow soldiers guarding his sister are engaged in battle and losing ground. Jinna is in serious danger. Jinwoo turns to the raid leader and coldly announces that an urgent emergency has come up and he must leave right now. The hunters panic, knowing they cannot clear an A-rank dungeon without him. To calm them down, Jinwoo promises to leave behind someone just as strong. With a surge of dark energy, he summons Baru, the terrifying ant king from the Jeju Island raid. The hunters freeze in terror as the massive shadow ant kneels loyally before Jinwoo. Baru asks what to do with the remaining monsters, and Jinwoo simply tells him to handle them however he likes. He also leaves behind 20 shadow soldiers, assuring the stunned party that they will be completely safe. Without waiting another second, Jinwoo summons his giant shadow dragon, Kaisel. He leaps onto its back, his eyes glowing with rage. He commands Kaisel to fly to his sister at top speed. The dragon roars and blasts off into the sky, racing across the horizon to reach Jinna before time runs out. Inside an A-rank dungeon, the hunters of the Knights Guild can only watch in utter disbelief. Sung Jinwoo's shadow soldiers are completely tearing through the dungeon monsters. The gate's boss, a massive death knight, is wiped out in seconds without Jinwoo even lifting a finger. The guild leader, Park Jong-soo, realizes these summons are doing all the heavy lifting for them. Instead of backing out, he tells his team to follow the shadows and collect all the high-ranked magic cores left in their wake. Meanwhile, back in Seoul, a total nightmare is unfolding at Jinna's high school. The gate inside the building has broken open, and a horde of brutal high orcs pours into the hallways. The monsters rampage through the corridors, attacking anyone they see. Screams echo across the campus as students desperately try to run and hide. Inside one of the classrooms, Jinna and her friends lock themselves in, shaking in terror as they listen to the carnage outside. It doesn't take long before the door is smashed to pieces. The orc chieftain, Grokter, steps into the room, eyeing the terrified girls as his next targets. He moves in to strike Jinna down. Right before his attack lands, three dark figures rise directly out of Jinna's shadow on the floor. Before leaving for his raid, Jinwoo had secretly placed 3 high orc shadow soldiers inside his sister's shadow to protect her. The shadow guards instantly step between Grokter and Jinna, locking weapons with the chieftain to keep him away from her. The shadow soldiers fight with everything they have, holding off the other orcs and keeping Jinna safe. But Grokter is far stronger than a normal monster. He realizes these dark warriors are magical summons tied to a master. With raw force, Grokter begins overpowering the shadow soldiers and beating them down one by one. Hundreds of miles away in Busan, Jinwoo suddenly freezes. He feels the signal from the shadows he left with his sister, sensing that they are in active combat and taking heavy damage. Realizing Jinna is in immediate danger, Jinwoo's eyes light up with pure fury. Without wasting a single second, Jinwoo uses his shadow exchange skill. In a flash, his body vanishes from the dungeon in Busan and teleports right into the classroom in Seoul. He steps out of the shadow, standing directly between the monsters and his sister. An overwhelming, terrifying wave of magic power fills the room, instantly paralyzing Grokter with fear. As the trembling chieftain tries to say something, Jinwoo looks him dead in the eye and coldly tells him to shut up and wait. Jinwoo finally arrives at the school, pulling his sister Jinna into a tight hug and apologizing for being late. He checks on the surviving students and Songyi. They are all relieved to be alive, though Songyi can't help but feel an overwhelming, scary aura coming off Jinwoo. Gently wiping the blood from Jinna's face, Jinwoo summons Igris and orders him to guide his sister and the other kids downstairs to safety. An orc twitches nearby, prompting Jinwoo to warn them not to move. He unleashes a suffocating wave of heavy mana that completely freezes the remaining orcs in place. Before the monsters can even process what is happening, Jinwoo moves at blinding speed. He grabs an orc and smashes it through the desks, then activates Dominator's touch. Using invisible telekinetic force, he ruthlessly crushes the orcs against the walls and floor, pulverizing them into dust. The surviving orcs panic and try to run, but Jinwoo shows no mercy. He slices through them effortlessly, clearing the hallway. Finally, he turns his attention to the orc leader. With a flick of his wrist, Dominator's touch grabs the leader by the neck and slams him violently into the wall. Pinned down, the orc leader trembles as Jinwoo asks why they're so obsessed with killing humans. The orc stammers that a voice inside his head constantly commands him to kill all humans. Jinwoo asks if that voice tells him to kill Jinwoo too. The orc only whimpers and begs for forgiveness, making Jinwoo realize that the system no longer considers him human either. Coldly, Jinwoo says he'll forgive the monster, but that doesn't mean he's letting him off easily. Meanwhile, back inside the dungeon raid, the female healer is busy complaining about lost loot when a monster suddenly attacks her. Before it can land a hit, one of Jinwoo's shadow ants leaps in, blocks the blow, and surprisingly uses healing magic on her, leaving her completely stunned. Their relief is short-lived as giant doors open down the hall, revealing the dungeon boss, a massive archlick surrounded by over 10 death knights. The hunters freeze in terror. An archlick is legendary for once wiping out an entire top guild in China. To make things worse, more undead rise behind them. The healer casts a holy shield to block the doorway, but warns it will only hold for 5 minutes, and without Jinwoo around, they have no way to win. Right as the barrier starts taking heavy hits, Beru crashes into the room, followed by the rest of the Shadow army. The Archlick panics, recognizing them as the Shadow Monarch's personal legion, and demands to know why they are attacking. Beru just smirks, telling the boss that they were chosen by the king, while the undead were not. When the Archlick demands to speak to the king himself, Beru lunges forward and slams him hard into the ground, telling him he has a lot to say for someone about to die. It starts off with a couple of hunters discussing guild rules. Even if a powerful hunter like Sung Jinwoo can clear dungeons using his shadow summons, regulations require a minimum number of hunters to enter a gate in the first place. They joke about riding his coattails, but as long as they have the right connections, they don't care about honor. Meanwhile, Jinwoo is riding in a car with Chairman Go Gunhee. Jinwoo asks why the chairman wanted to speak with him, and Gunhee hands over official documents. He explains that major countries like the United States, China, Japan, Russia, and several European nations are desperate to recruit Jinwoo. The association will guard his privacy, but they can't stop him from leaving. Gunhee admits he worries Korea won't adapt to upcoming changes if Jinwoo leaves the country. They arrive at the hospital where Jinwoo's sister is staying. Gunhee points out that Korea had 10 official S-rank hunters, but they've already lost 3, 2 died fighting monsters and 1 left for America. He offers Jinwoo all the resources the association has if he stays. Jinwoo thinks about it for a moment and makes a simple request. He wants permission to enter high-ranking gates completely alone. Gunhee is shocked by the proposal. Elsewhere, Yoo Jin-ho calls his older sister on the phone, asking her to join his new guild as a founding member just to fulfill the legal quota. His sister is suspicious, asking if he's being scammed by some shady guy. Jin-ho just laughs, telling her she'll be shocked when she finds out who the real leader is. Inside the hospital, Jinwoo visits his sister, Jinna. She sits in bed, traumatized after witnessing the orc attack at her school. She breaks down in tears, remembering her friends dying in front of her. Jinwoo holds her tight, comforting her and telling her she never has to go back to school if she doesn't want to. Stepping into the hallway, Jinwoo's expression turns serious. Even though his shadow soldiers saved Jinna, he realizes gates can open anywhere in the real world without warning. Normal people are completely helpless. He decides he must grow much stronger as fast as possible to protect his family. Clearing high-rank gates solo is the fastest way to level up and expand his shadow army. Over in Japan, a massive crisis breaks out. A giant S-rank gate appears right above Tokyo, floating in the sky. Japanese officials panic as they look at the staggering mana readings on their monitors. It's far bigger than anything seen before, and a dungeon break could wipe out all of Tokyo. Realizing their remaining S-rank hunters can't handle a threat this big on their own, Japan's Hunter Association starts considering international help. Back in Korea, Jinwoo stands ready with his shadow army, prepared to take on high-rank gates alone and face whatever massive threats are coming. Jinwoo and Jinho arrive at the site of Ajin Guild's very first raid, standing before a massive blue gate. Jinho is blown away by its size, while a crowd of reporters swarms them, shouting questions and flashing cameras in Jinwoo's face. Jinwoo wonders how everyone found out, but Chief Woo Jinchul explains that while personal information is private, gate locations are public knowledge. Jinho worries about not having mining or hauling teams, but Jinwoo reassures him that his shadow army will handle all the hard work. Chief Woo Jinchul inspects Jinwoo's shadows and is stunned that every single one is at least B-rank strength. He approves the raid permit but mentions that Chairman Go Gunhee asked him to join as an observer. Inside the dungeon, swarms of aquatic snake monsters attack, but the shadow army crushes them effortlessly. The shadows regenerate endlessly from damage, completely overwhelming the monsters. Woo Jinchul watches in awe as Tusk unleashes massive lightning magic with his sword, realizing the shadow's power is far beyond A-rank level. Jinwoo manages the operation like a boss. He scolds a shadow for trying to eat a monster corpse, reminding them how valuable the bodies are, and orders others to keep mining mana crystals. Woo Jinchul realizes Jinwoo can handle raiding, harvesting, and mining all by himself. Jinwoo then dismisses most of his shadows. When Woo Jinchul asks why, Jinwoo explains that relying too much on summons will make his own skills rusty. Jinwoo charges forward and slays the giant Naga dungeon boss himself with his daggers. Defeating the boss pushes Jinwoo to level 102, levels up several skills, and reduces his shadow exchange cooldown. Standing over the corpse, Jinwoo uses his Arise command, raising a massive, powerful Naga shadow. Noting its huge magic power and ability to grow in size, Jinwoo names his new elite knight shadow Jima. Exiting the gate, the waiting reporters panic briefly at the giant shadow before taking photos, amazed that Ajin Guild cleared an A-rank dungeon alone. Later, Woo Jinchul reports back to Chairman Go Gunhee, describing the raid not as a fight but as a complete massacre. Go Gunhee smiles, knowing Jinwoo is a true one-man guild who will shake up the entire hunter world. Meanwhile in Tokyo, traffic stops as citizens look up in shock at a massive, terrifying gate looming in the sky. Over in Japan, top guild leaders are gathering at the government building, and everyone is on edge. People are gossiping about how the famous Blade Guild took a massive hit during the Jeju Island raid, losing their leader Godu along with several S-ranks. Now smaller guilds are scrambling to merge just to survive. But inside the meeting room, the real panic is over a massive S-rank gate that just spawned right in the middle of Tokyo. The Prime Minister and officials are desperately trying to figure out a plan. They know they can't afford top international hunters like Thomas Andrei, so they decide to reach out to Yuri Orlov, a famous Russian barrier specialist who takes any job if the price is right. Meanwhile, Jinwoo is driving back in his van, thinking about how he just hit level 101. Reaching level 100 gave him a key to the Katanan Temple, and his skills just leveled up too. As he pulls up to the Ajin Guild office, he notices Cha Haein awkwardly sneaking around outside. Before she can run away, Jinwoo pops up right in front of her to ask what she's doing. She stammers that she just came to pick up her car from their last shadow exchange, but she eventually admits she came to deliver a message. She reveals that back during the Jeju raid, when the healer Min Byung-gu was temporarily summoned as a shadow, he left a warning for Jinwoo. Min Byung-gu said that inside the shadow realm, he felt an overwhelming, terrifying force, and he warned that Jinwoo's true army is something far bigger and scarier than anyone realizes. Hearing this leaves Jinwoo deeply unsettled, making him realize that finding the origin of his powers is now even more important than leveling up. Later on, Jinwoo is having a meal with Jinho, who asks why Jinwoo doesn't just kick back and let his shadow soldiers clear dungeons for him. Jinwoo explains that he gets less experience if his soldiers do all the fighting alone. Plus, he has to keep an eye on them because they act pretty wild when left unmonitored. To prove his point, Jinwoo connects to Baru's senses to check on his sister Jinna. Through Baru's eyes, he sees the Ant King dramatically kneeling and crying out to Jinna while she sleeps soundly. Jinwoo just sighs, realizing he definitely needs to apologize to his sister for leaving Baru on guard duty. As they wrap up eating, Jinho asks if Jinwoo heard about the giant S-rank gate in Tokyo that's going to break in 3 days. Jinwoo admits Japan called him for help, but he hasn't decided yet because he has something far more pressing to deal with. The key to the Katanan Temple is finally active, and it's time for him to return to the double dungeon where it all started to get some real answers. Meanwhile, back in Japan, Yuri Orlov meets with government officials. He scoffs at their plan to send only 6 S-rank hunters to hold off the gate and arrogantly offers his own solution. He promises he can build a barrier strong enough to completely seal the S-rank gate by himself, but it's going to cost them $10 million a day. Over in Japan, the Hunter Association is scrambling to deal with the massive S-rank gate that appeared in Shinjuku. Chairman Matsumoto meets with Yuri Orlov, a famous Russian S-rank hunter who specializes in barrier magic. Orlov sits back comfortably on a couch and openly insults the Japanese S-rank bodyguards standing behind Matsumoto. When the bodyguards get angry, Orlov simply raises his glowing hand. Instantly, an invisible force pins both guards in place. The bodyguards are shocked to realize they can't move an inch, feeling like they're bound by heavy chains. Orlov arrogantly grins and tells Matsumoto that he can seal the S-rank gate by himself. Matsumoto is stunned by Orlov's power. He knows Orlov's requested fee is massive, but seeing no other choice, he asks to make a quick phone call to get approval. Meanwhile, back in Korea, Sung Jinwoo is getting ready to leave his apartment. As he ties his shoes at the entryway, his mother watches him with concern. She asks if everything is really okay and if she needs to worry. Jinwoo turns around with a calm smile, telling her he just has an appointment and will be right back. As he steps outside, the system interface pops up in front of him, showing the Katanan Temple key. A timer counts down the final seconds, 56, 32, 15, down to 0. Jinwoo opens his eyes, glowing bright blue with resolve. The key dissolves into electric sparks, revealing the target location. Jinwoo heads straight to his sister's high school, where an association officer is guarding a blue gate. She mentions how strange it is for another gate to open in the exact same spot, relieved that school is out of session. Jinwoo approaches wearing a dark hoodie and the worker stops him, saying the area is restricted. Jinwoo pulls down his hood, leaving her in shock as she recognizes Hunter Sung Jinwoo. He asks how long the gate has been open, and she replies it appeared 3 days ago. Jinwoo realizes the system timer wasn't for when the gate would spawn, but when its location would be revealed. He asks if any hunters went inside, and she tells him a strike team entered 2 hours ago. Jinwoo steps into the gate and catches up to the strike team, who are facing off against armed stone statues. Jinwoo easily stops a monster's attack, surprising the local hunters. He tells them every monster here is like this and asks if they still want to proceed. Jinwoo quietly tells them to leave immediately and notify the association that a double dungeon has appeared. After the hunters rush out, Jinwoo stands alone before a pair of giant stone doors. As he steps forward, the system confirms the key holder has entered. The heavy doors slam shut behind him. Blue torches light up along the dark hall, illuminating rows of giant stone statues. At the far end sits the terrifying god statue holding the tablet of commandments, right where Jinwoo's journey first began. Over in Japan, the Russian S-rank barrier mage Yuri Orlov stands before the media, practically overflowing with confidence. He proudly explains his plan to block the massive S-rank gate hovering over Tokyo. By setting up giant mana crystals around the city, his magic circle will draw power directly from them to create a completely unbreakable barrier. He boasts to the cameras, reminding everyone that he is about to save all of their lives and smugly telling them to make sure they remember his generosity. Meanwhile, back in South Korea, the leaders of the Hunter Association are keeping a close eye on Sung Jinwoo's recent movements. Jinwoo's new one-man guild has been reserving and clearing high-level gates all across Seoul at an incredible pace, preparing himself for the threats ahead. But just as they discuss his bizarre sweep of dungeon gates, Woo Jin-chul receives an urgent phone call. A new report reveals that a hidden double dungeon was just discovered right inside the high school that was previously attacked by orcs. To make matters even more alarming, Jinwoo has already entered the double dungeon on his own. Deep beneath the school, Jinwoo steps right back into the terrifying chamber where his journey as the player first began, the Kartanan Temple. Standing in the center of the dark hall is the multi-armed architect, holding the ancient stone tablet inscribed with the temple's commandments. Jinwoo questions whether those rules ever meant anything at all, causing the architect to crack a disturbing, twisted smile. The creepy figure mocks him, admitting that the commandments were never real rules, and announces that this fight will serve as Jinwoo's ultimate final test. All around the cavernous room, the massive stone guardians spring to life with weapons in hand, while the giant god statue sits menacingly in the background. Jinwoo instantly assesses his options in the heat of the moment. He realizes that certain system functions and shadow skills might be restricted here, but he still has full access to his inventory and can rely on his pure strength and speed. As the stone statues move in to crush him, Jinwoo notices a massive change in his own abilities. The very first time he entered this temple, these stone figures moved so fast they appeared to teleport right in front of him. Now, after all of his leveling up, his perception has heightened to an unbelievable degree. He can easily read every single movement, swing, and angle of attack coming from the giant statues. Knowing that he has been preparing for this moment his entire life, Jinwoo summons his daggers into his hands without a shred of hesitation. He lunges directly into the horde of stone monsters, dodging their massive weapons and slicing through them with total precision. Up above, the architect watches the chaos unfold with a menacing grin, declaring that it is finally time to worship God. The chapter opens with the president of the Japanese Hunter Association, Matsumoto, meeting face-to-face with Chairman Go Gun-hee. Matsumoto presents a heavy contract, offering a massive sum of money just to secure exclusive rights to hire Sung Jinwoo. But Go Gun-hee simply laughs it off. He reminds Matsumoto that Jinwoo isn't an employee of the association, so he has no authority to sell him off to anyone. Matsumoto backs down slightly, insisting he just wants a chance to sit down and negotiate directly with Jinwoo. That's when Go Gun-hee changes the mood completely. He pulls out a small camera device that belonged to Go-do Ryuji's raid team. Go Gun-hee reveals that he knows the dirty secret behind the Jeju Island raid. Japan had intentionally planned to betray the Korean hunters, hoping to sacrifice them and weaken South Korea's power. He slams his hand onto the table, warning Matsumoto that if this scheme is leaked to the public, the Japanese association will face utter ruin. Meanwhile, deep inside the Kartanan Temple, the battle is reaching its peak. Sung Jinwoo is locked in a high-speed fight against the massive god statue. The giant shoots deadly laser beams from its glowing red eyes, blasting apart the stone floor. But Jinwoo moves way too fast. He dodges every beam, leaping through the dust and rubble to close the distance. With lightning speed, Jinwoo activates his skills and unloads a brutal barrage of slashes into the giant. The massive statue can't keep up and shatters into pieces, crashing to the ground in total defeat. Standing in the middle of the destruction, Jinwoo clenches his fist, feeling his strength jump even higher after surviving such an intense clash. Suddenly, slow clapping echoes through the grand hall. The six-winged architect statue steps forward, praising Jinwoo for how much he's grown. Jinwoo stays on guard and tells the architect to honor their deal and finally give him the answers about the system. But the architect just laughs ominously. He tells Jinwoo that the test is far from over. Right on cue, a system notification pops up in front of Jinwoo, declaring that an urgent quest has arrived. The architect raises his weapons and takes a stance, revealing that he himself is Jinwoo's final test. Jinwoo tries to take control of the battle by activating Dominator's authority, aiming to strike his enemy from a distance. But the multi-armed architect isn't bothered at all. He smiles, complimenting Jinwoo for exceeding his expectations, and instantly counters with his own telekinetic power. Jinwoo slides back, realizing long-range attacks are completely pointless. The architect can mirror his exact skills, meaning a ranged battle won't work. The architect tells Jinwoo that whether he kills him or not, the answers he seeks are already predetermined. He says everything was set in stone from the very moment he created the system. Jinwoo raises his glowing daggers and asks the question he's been dying to know. How was the architect able to design all of this, and how did he give Jinwoo such immense power? The architect gives a surprising answer. He reveals that he didn't actually choose Jinwoo, and in fact, he was completely against it. He is merely the architect and moderator of what he calls the player breeding system. Without another word, the fight explodes back into action. The architect unleashes a terrifying assault with his 6 arms, swinging a mix of swords, spears, and heavy weapons all at once. Jinwoo dives straight into close combat, parrying and dodging each lethal strike with incredible precision. Mid-fight, as sparks fly and stone shatters, Jinwoo realizes something crucial about his enemy. This is the exact same body he faced back in the original temple. The system notification pops up with an urgent warning. There are only 2 minutes and 18 seconds left on the clock. Knowing time is running out, Jinwoo leaps high into the air and comes crashing down with immense power, crushing the ground beneath the architect. But the architect blocks and pushes right back. The two lock eyes in an intense close-up clash. Jinwoo grits his teeth, putting every ounce of strength into his movements. Crimson slashes carve through the air as they trade lightning-fast blows. The countdown timer ticks lower, hitting 2 minutes and 11 seconds, but Jinwoo doesn't slow down for a second. He drives forward with a massive blow that triggers a giant explosion, shattering the stone room and blowing a cloud of dust into the air. As the thick smoke begins to clear, the chaotic noise fades. Jinwoo has completely overpowered the architect, pinning him down and holding his blade right against his chest. A system message appears in the air, declaring that the test is officially over. Lying crushed among the stone rubble with his red eye glowing under his hood, the architect speaks up one last time, confirming that the test is finished with 2 minutes and 2 seconds remaining. Jinwoo finds himself standing inside a massive, strange memory. Above him is a purple sky, and all around him are endless hordes of monsters. He realizes right away that this can't be Earth. Looking closer, he sees ice elves, high orcs, goblins, and massive giants all standing together in one huge army. If an army like this ever broke out into the human world, humanity wouldn't stand a chance. But weirdly enough, these monsters aren't interested in humans at all. They're all staring up at the sky, waiting for something to arrive. Suddenly, the sky cracks open and shatters into blinding white light. Thousands of winged soldiers clad in silver armor descend from the heavens. Jinwoo instantly realizes what's about to happen: total war. The monster horde charges forward and the two massive armies clash in a brutal battle. Weapons clash, armor breaks, and blood covers the battlefield. At first, the silver soldiers dominate the fight, wiping out the monsters easily. But just as the silver soldiers seem close to winning, they suddenly freeze in their tracks. A pitch-black figure on horseback steps onto the field, wrapped in dark purple flames. A single word echoes across the battlefield: arise. Jinwoo recognizes it immediately. It's the domain of the monarch and shadow extraction. Shadow magic surges across the ground, and the fallen monsters rise up as dark shadow soldiers. They attack the silver soldiers, instantly reviving every time they're brought down. With the shadow monarch leading them, the dark army turns the tide, destroying everything in their path. Victory for the monsters seems guaranteed, right until another faction arrives to turn the tide. Meanwhile, back in the real world, Chief Wu Jinchul and the S-rank hunters arrive at the double dungeon. Cha Hae-in senses a terrifying amount of mana inside, but she realizes something disturbing. This power doesn't belong to Jinwoo. They remember Jinwoo coming back here alone and decide to push open the massive temple doors to investigate. As the heavy doors creak open, the hunters step inside and freeze in shock. Right in front of them are the giant statue of God and the terrifying stone sculptures from the original raid. But before they can process what they're looking at, a creepy voice speaks up. The multi-armed architect monster glares down at them, speaking perfect human language. It tells them it never invited humans here and commands them to be silent so they don't disturb the king during his slumber. The hunters look further into the room and spot Jinwoo lying motionless on the floor, surrounded by a massive pool of dark aura. Before anyone can react, the architect grins wickedly and readies its weapons. It tells the S-rank hunters that they'll make the perfect offerings for the true king's rebirth, setting the stage for an intense fight to protect Jinwoo while he's trapped inside his vision. Inside the temple, the battle reaches a desperate breaking point as the hunters struggle to stay alive against the stone statues. Energy blasts light up the dark room as Guildmaster Choi Jong-in yells for everyone to unleash every bit of magic and strength they have left. Off to the side, the support team works as fast as possible to heal the wounded, barely keeping people like Han Myung-chul alive, while the front lines crumble around them. Heavy stomps shake the stone floor as the massive statues charge ahead, firing destructive energy beams that tear through the chamber. Choi Jong-in shouts for the team to take advantage of any gap and destroy the statues while they have the chance. But things take a turn for the worse when the tanks try to step in and pull the enemy's focus. None of their taunt skills work on these giant monsters. The stone statues refuse to budge, completely ignoring the tanks and pressing their brutal attack forward without stopping. Seeing how dangerous the situation is becoming, the hunters turn to Cha Hae-in. They tell her that they will hold off the statues and buy her as much time as they can, but she needs to get over to Sung Jinwoo and wake him up immediately. Knowing that Jinwoo is their best shot at surviving this, Cha Hae-in agrees without wasting a single second. She turns away from the front line and runs straight over to where Jinwoo is lying helpless on the ground. Meanwhile, deep inside Jinwoo's consciousness, the long string of ancient memories is coming to an end. The cosmic flashback showing the brutal war between the monarchs and the rulers reaches its final phase. Magnificent winged beings surrounded by brilliant white light descend across the sky, bringing the historic vision of the past to a close. As the glowing memory starts to fade away, Jinwoo's body begins to react. His pulse spikes and his heart starts pounding heavily in his chest with a rapid rhythm. Right at that moment, a bright system window pops up in front of him. The notification clearly states that the playback of the retrieved data has finally ended, signaling that the vision is over and Jinwoo is about to wake up. The playback of the retriever data officially comes to an end, and the eerie architect looks down at the hunters with a sinister smile, remarking that things are getting quite interesting. He mockingly urges them to push past his designs as Cha Hae-in rushes in, activating her sword dance skill with rapid flashing strikes. The architect just laughs at her efforts, casually deflecting her blades before delivering a swift slice that sends her bleeding to the floor. He mocks the humans, claiming the system he built predicts every possible move and that their feeble attacks will never shatter his creations. The other S-rank hunters jump into the fight, firing off powerful spells that result in massive explosions, but the architect remains completely unfazed. Seeing that their direct attacks are useless, the hunters quickly realize their only real chance at survival is waking up Sung Jinwoo. Even while heavily injured, Cha Hae-in leaps into the air to create an opening, barely dodging a heavy slam from the architect that shatters the stone floor beneath them. The architect notes how impressive her reflexes are, but his eyes quickly narrow as he senses a hidden dark aura attached to her. He recognizes that Jinwoo secretly placed a shadow soldier inside her shadow for protection. Curious about her presence, the architect asks who she is to Jinwoo and why she braved this dungeon. Bloodied but resolute, Hae-in replies that she is his friend, here to save him. Amused, the architect tells her she will have the honor of witnessing the grand descent of one of the greatest monarchs into this world. But he sinisterly adds that every single one of her friends will die here today. Just as he prepares to eliminate them, a sudden hand grabs him from behind as a cold, familiar voice replies, "Not today." Sung Jinwoo has finally reawakened. The architect is paralyzed with shock, unable to move his stone body as he stammers in confusion. He cannot comprehend how Jinwoo regained consciousness while absorbing the immense power of the Black Heart. Seeing the architect's panic, Jinwoo instantly realizes two things. The architect did not craft the Black Heart, and it was never intended to aid him. Jinwoo demands to know what a player truly is and what fate was planned for him, but the architect flies into a rage, screaming at the Shadow Monarch and warning that the other monarchs will not let this stand. Desperate, the architect awakens all the dormant statues in the room, boasting that killing him will unleash chaos and destroy the system, potentially stripping Jinwoo of his strength and returning him to a weak E-rank hunter. But Jinwoo remains completely unbothered. Knowing the system depends on him just as much as he relies on it, Jinwoo declares he will simply devour the system whole. Blue notification windows rapidly spam the room, revoking and denying the architect's administrator privileges. Trapped without control, the architect screams in horror as Jinwoo crushes him, leaving the architect to utter one final, grim prophecy of an approaching death before the temple begins to collapse around them. Outside the aftermath of the massive underground temple, the elite hunters finally make their way back up to the surface. Everyone on the scene realizes that if Sung Jinwoo hadn't been there to stop it, the entire raid party would have been completely wiped out. Chief Woo Jin-chul pulls Jinwoo aside, asking how he could possibly have known about the double dungeon beforehand. Jinwoo can only give a simple answer, explaining that it was a private message meant only for his eyes. Cha Hae-in approaches him with concern in her eyes, asking if he's alright. Jinwoo insists he's fine, though he admits to feeling completely drained. But just as things settle down, Jinwoo senses a chilling presence nearby. He calls out into the empty air, demanding the entity show itself. Unseen by anyone else, a mysterious voice echoes in the background, declaring that everything is finally falling into place according to a grand design. Meanwhile, over in Japan, the city is preparing for the massive S-rank gate break. The extravagant Russian hunter Yuri Orlov casually strolls through the streets, popping open a bottle of alcohol. His Japanese handler panics, begging him not to drink right before such a dangerous fight, but Yuri just laughs it off. He claims it's just a quick toast to calm his nerves before he puts on the greatest show anyone has ever seen. Yuri arrogantly brags that he could clear this entire S-rank gate completely by himself, wanting all the glory for himself. When he asks how many local S-rank hunters are on standby, his handler tells him there are 15. Yuri chuckles, calling it a pretty small audience. The handler explains that backup from other nations like the United States isn't coming, as new S-rank gates have simultaneously appeared in Maryland, England, and India. The entire world is facing a severe shortage of high-ranked hunters. Back in South Korea, Jinwoo finally opens his eyes after sleeping straight through for 3 full days. Yoo Jin-ho is sitting right next to him, utterly relieved that his friend is finally awake. Jinwoo is still disoriented from sleeping so long, but over in Tokyo, time has completely run out. The giant S-rank gate begins to crack open, casting a dark shadow over the empty city streets. Massive tremors shake the ground as heavy footsteps echo from inside the portal. Enormous giants begin stepping out, far larger and stronger than anything the hunters anticipated. Yuri Orlov steps up to the front line, full of confidence in his magical barriers. But as the towering monsters crush everything in their path, it becomes instantly clear that these beasts are far beyond anything Yuri or the Japanese hunters were truly prepared to handle. Heavy military strikes and relentless gunfire tear across Tokyo, but conventional weapons do virtually nothing against the giant monster rampaging through the city. Realizing normal attacks aren't working, Japanese S-rank hunters leap into the fray, desperate to blind the beast and slow it down. But despite its massive size, the giant moves with terrifying speed, swatting through their attacks like nothing. Up in the air, news helicopters broadcast the live carnage, calling the scene absolute hell on earth. Back home, Sung Jinwoo sits on his couch, quietly watching the devastating report unfold. Remembering the horror of Jeju Island, he knows this disaster could put all of Asia in danger if no one stops it, and he feels the urge to head out right away. But just as he thinks about moving, his sister Jinah stands at her bedroom doorway and softly begs him not to go. Jinwoo turns to look at her, seeing the deep fear in her eyes. Wanting to put her mind at ease, he immediately changes his tone. He lies softly, telling her he isn't going anywhere and was actually planning on taking a break to rest. He gently pats her head, promising her she has nothing to worry about. Later that afternoon, Jinwoo sits alone on a quiet park bench to clear his head. He calls Baru out from the shadows to ask how Jinah is holding up. Baru reports that everything seems fine, though Jinwoo quickly realizes the shadow ant has mostly been watching TV dramas while keeping guard. Still, Jinwoo knows the real truth. Jinah is carrying severe trauma from the monster attack at her school. She has never tried to stop him from going to raids before, and her sudden plea weighs heavily on his heart. Pondering his next move, Jinwoo heads out to attend a high-level private meeting at a corporate skyscraper. He sits down with Chairman Yoo Myung-han, the head of Yujin Construction and Jin-ho's father. Without wasting time, the chairman slides a signed check across the table. He reassures Jinwoo that he knows money can't simply buy an S-rank hunter, but asks him to take it as a gesture of absolute sincerity. Jinwoo inspects the check and bluntly asks what the chairman is actually trying to buy. That's when Chairman Yoo drops a massive bomb. He reveals that he is secretly dying from the exact same incurable sleep illness that Jinwoo's mother suffered from. Jinwoo asks if Jinho knows, but the chairman explains that only a tiny inner circle is aware. He goes on to say that after searching the entire world for answers, he discovered Jinwoo's mother is the only person in human history who ever recovered from the disease. Knowing that can't be a coincidence, he begs Jinwoo for the truth behind her miraculous cure, offering anything in return. Staring back at the powerful tycoon, Jinwoo realizes he has a critical decision to make. Jinho bursts into the room holding up a newspaper featuring Jinwoo's new S-rank status. Tears stream down his face as he shouts that staying by Jinwoo's side is his only source of pride. He begs Jinwoo to take him along no matter where he goes. Jinwoo sits calmly on the couch, chuckling that it's strange to hear that kind of talk from a millionaire's son. When Jinho keeps pleading, Jinwoo asks if he even remembers where they're heading. Jinho responds that he trusts Jinwoo completely, feeling that as long as Jinwoo is safe, he will be safe too. But Jinwoo sets the mood straight and admits he was only joking. He asks why Jinho would ever go to Japan during a crisis like this and tells him to head back home. Jinho is left standing in the doorway, quiet and disappointed. Later that evening, Jinwoo sits down for a quiet meal with his mother. As he picks up a bite of food, he tells her gently that he has to leave again. In his mind, he reflects on how many people are still stronger than him. He knows that to keep growing, he has to stay on the battlefield. His mother looks at him with quiet understanding and mentions how his father used to rush away mid-meal whenever people needed help. She doesn't stop him, offering instead to help him pack as soon as he finishes eating. That night, Jinwoo quietly steps into his sister Jinna's room. He asks if she's asleep, and she mutters back from under her blanket that she's trying to sleep. Jinwoo sits down on the edge of her bed, taking a moment to gather his thoughts. He softly admits to her that he almost died recently. He explains that while he faces danger all the time, this recent fight was genuinely close. He tells her how grateful he is every time he manages to return home alive, and promises that he will come back this time too. He thanks her for stopping him from rushing out before. Jinna stays silent under her blanket, holding back tears. Jinwoo tells her not to worry and reiterates that he will be back. As he turns to leave, his dark shadow energy surges around him. He makes a silent promise to protect her, no matter how great the distance between them might be. The scene shifts to a packed press conference filled with reporters and flashing cameras. Jinwoo stands at the podium looking sharp in a black suit, formally shaking hands with officials in front of the press. Afterward, at a crowded airport terminal, Jinho walks through carrying a massive, heavy backpack packed with gear. He spots Jinwoo waiting for him in the hallway. Jinwoo glances over with a slight smirk. Jinho's face lights up with determination as he catches up. The two walk forward side by side, officially stepping out into the world together as the leaders of the newly formed Ajin Guild, with Sung Jinwoo as Guild Master and Yu Jinho as Vice Guild Master. A soldier yells out in panic as explosions tear through the city streets. The battle is raging way too close to the hospital, and they desperately need to evacuate everyone before the area is completely leveled. Giant monsters are smashing through buildings, but Sung Jinwoo's shadow army is already holding the line. A soldier steps up to Jinwoo, urging him to move back for safety while they clear out the remaining civilians. As an elderly man and others are escorted to safety, Jinwoo calmly glows with purple mana and tells them he will take care of things. Suddenly, his shadow soldiers surge forward with immense power. A colossal shadow monster swings a massive spear, crushing a giant right in front of the ruins. Taking to the air, Jinwoo leaps high into the sky and slices straight down the face of another massive enemy, cutting it down instantly. Meanwhile, across the world in Maryland, members of the Scavenger Guild are dining in a high-end restaurant. They discuss Jinwoo's sudden move to Japan, scoffing at his chances of survival. One hunter points out that Lady Selner was unable to upgrade Jinwoo's powers, believing a normal hunter has no chance against giant-grade monsters. Another hunter laughs, claiming that overconfidence will be his undoing, and that taking on giants isn't the same as fighting ants on Jeju Island. They even start placing bets on his death, with one offering up his yacht for a single day, and another betting his house that Jinwoo dies within 2 days. That is when Thomas Andre speaks up, cutting through their arrogant banter. He places a bet of his own, the entire Scavenger Guild building, betting that Jinwoo will survive the raid. Thomas reminds them that they have their own problem to worry about, pointing out the massive S-rank gate that has opened right in their own territory. He asks how many of them will even survive tomorrow's dungeon break. The other hunters roll their eyes, annoyed that he always ruins the mood. As Thomas looks out the window at the swirling blue vortex in the night sky, he quietly wonders if going to Japan might have been more fun, though tomorrow in America will certainly bring its own chaos. Back on the battlefield in Japan, news helicopters circle overhead, capturing the intense fight live for viewers across the globe. Jinwoo's shadow army is putting on an unbelievable show of force. Among them, Iron is completely fired up after receiving a power upgrade. He lets out a massive roar, smashing a giant monster to pieces before triumphantly pounding his own chest. Feeling proud of his victory, Iron turns around and gently pats a tiny, terrified civilian on the head to reassure them. Jinwoo watches the oversized Shadow Knight flex and cheer, thinking to himself that at least Iron is doing a great job. Standing nearby, a sweating soldier stammers out a nervous thank you, completely stunned by the unbelievable power fighting on their side. Reports start flooding in from across Japan as entire cities are slowly reclaimed one by one. In Nagoya, Shizuoka, Takayama, and Nagano, hunters and officials are finding giant corpses left in the wake of battle. Looking at Sung Jinwoo standing calmly amidst the chaos, an official from the Japanese Hunter Association realizes Godu Riju was right. He had seen countless high-ranking hunters before, but Jinwoo is on a completely different level. He is truly unrivaled. The official approaches Jinwoo to urgently explain the situation, pointing out that several giants are heading straight toward Osaka. He begs Jinwoo to focus all his forces on defending Osaka first, but Jinwoo immediately refuses. The official is stunned, wondering how anyone could turn down such a crucial request, especially since protecting the entire country seems impossible for just one man. What the official doesn't realize is that Jinwoo has already sent his shadow soldiers across all of Japan. As Jinwoo coordinates his army, Baru reports that another giant has fallen, marking the sixth one taken down in rapid succession. For Jinwoo, a war of attrition is actually the ideal scenario. Thanks to his massive reserve of mana, his shadow soldiers instantly regenerate every time they take damage, making it impossible for the giants to win. The real challenge isn't just the giants, but the smaller dungeon breaks triggered all over the country by the S-rank gate, forcing rescue operations and combat to happen everywhere at once. By nightfall on the 7th day after the break, Jinwoo stands atop a ruined skyscraper overlooking a desolate Tokyo. Yu Jinho and Miss Hinkawa join him, taking in the terrifying scale of destruction. Hinkawa confirms that Tokyo has been completely evacuated and that no other hunters remain in the city. She updates Jinwoo on the global situation, explaining that out of 31 giants, one tried to cross the ocean toward China before being eliminated by Liu Zhigang. Most of the remaining giants in Japan have already been wiped out thanks to Jinwoo's shadowy forces. A group of local Japanese hunters follows behind the shadow army, annoyed but relieved. They admit that Jinwoo's shadows are dominating every single monster in their path, leaving them with nothing to do except clear up the mess. Jinwoo then steps up to the massive corpse of a defeated giant lying stretched out across the ruined streets. As purple shadow mana bursts around the gigantic body, Jinwoo gazes down and issues a single command: "Arise." Darkness surges up as the giant's soul rises as a powerful new shadow soldier joining the ranks of his army. Standing before his newly expanded forces, Jinwoo looks toward the remaining threats and orders his shadow army to charge into the night. Jinwoo gives the command, and his massive army of shadows charges into battle. A terrifying wave of shadow beasts, knights, and winged creatures swarms forward, ready to tear into the colossal giant monster blocking their path. But this monster is on a completely different level. With a single massive swing of its arm, it wipes out 100 shadow soldiers in an instant. Watching from a high vantage point, Jinwoo feels the heavy, suffocating pressure of its magic power. He realizes there are only two ways to deal with a creature this unpleasant: run away and try to forget about it, or completely eradicate it. And Jinwoo definitely isn't the type to run. He dives straight into the fight, trading heavy blows with the giant. As Jinwoo lands hit after hit, he quickly realizes why the monster doesn't even bother guarding itself. Its immense magic power is wrapped around its entire body like a layer of impenetrable armor. It is so confident in its defense that it simply takes every strike head-on, but Jinwoo isn't discouraged. His mana reserve is still nearly full, so he keeps up the relentless pressure, testing every inch of the monster to find a flaw. Then Jinwoo notices a crucial detail. During the entire barrage of attacks, the giant shielded itself only once, raising its arm to protect its face and eyes. That single defensive instinct gives away its only true weakness. Without hesitating, Jinwoo calls out for Kaisel and leaps onto the shadow dragon. Together, they soar high into the air, flying at full speed straight toward the giant's massive head. The colossal beast senses the danger and tries to react, but Jinwoo immediately activates Ruler's authority. Using powerful invisible force, he locks the giant in place, freezing its movements and creating the ultimate opening. Down on the ground, Jinho watches the insane battle unfold in absolute shock. He can barely comprehend what he's witnessing, realizing this is no longer a fight between hunters and monsters, but a terrifying battle between monsters and monsters. With the giant held completely helpless, Jinwoo locks onto the target and unleashes violent slash. A lightning-fast flurry of purple energy cuts directly across the giant's face, blinding the beast and cracking open its defenses. But Jinwoo doesn't stop there. He calls out for Baru, and the Shadow Ant King appears instantly, declaring that his king's wish is his command. Baru dives headfirst straight into the giant's wounded eye socket, shredding the creature from the inside out. The giant roars in agony as its brain is destroyed, and its massive body finally loses all strength. System notifications flash across the air, confirming that the enemy has been completely defeated. The giant collapses to the ground with a massive thud, leaving Jinwoo standing victorious over yet another impossible opponent. Jinwoo watches as his shadow soldier absorbs the dead giant's energy. Suddenly, a massive surge of magic power erupts from the gate. The energy storm is so intense that a shockwave actually cuts Jinwoo's cheek, something that has never happened to him before. After making sure Jinwoo is safe, Jinwoo tells him to stay outside. Jinwoo urges him to be careful, and Jinwoo leaps straight through the portal to investigate the source of the power. Inside the gate, Jinwoo steps into an enormous castle-like hall. The space is massive, but it makes sense given the size of the giants that needed to pass through. Suddenly, his shadow soldier asks if he hears that sound. A creepy, foul laugh echoes from deep within the darkness. Someone inside knows an intruder has entered, but Jinwoo stays calm and walks forward to confront whatever is waiting for him. At the end of the hallway, Jinwoo finds a colossal giant bound tightly by heavy magical chains. This is Leja, the king of giants. Jinwoo asks about the rulers who imprisoned him, and the giant explains that the rulers are the ancient enemies of the monarchs. When Jinwoo asks if that makes the rulers his enemies as well, the giant reveals that Jinwoo himself is a monarch. Leja warns him that he lacks the strength to face these forces alone right now, and he offers a deal. If Jinwoo frees him from his chains, he will help him in the coming war. Jinwoo hesitates, questioning why he should trust a monster. In response, the giant uses a special system skill called the Oath of Faith. A screen pops up explaining that under this oath, neither side can lie to the other. Jinwoo agrees and accepts the deal, activating the contract. Now that honesty is forced between them, Jinwoo asks why Leja can speak so fluently when other gate monsters cannot. Leja explains that normal gate monsters are just lower-level stragglers from the realm of chaos. Over eternity, their minds were completely destroyed by the rulers, turning them into mindless beasts. However, as a king, Leja was able to maintain his rationality through the agonizing years of captivity while waiting for his chance at freedom. Jinwoo then asks about the winged soldiers clad in silver armor he encountered before, and Leja confirms that those are the ruler's soldiers. Finally, Jinwoo asks why the rulers are sending these monsters to Earth in the first place, leaving the question hanging in the air. Jinwoo demands answers from the creature, wanting to know why monsters were sent to Earth in the first place. The beast explains the dark reality behind the gates. The rulers were actually the ones who flooded the planet with monsters, using them to bleed magic energy into the environment. Every monster death and magic stone left behind was part of a deliberate process to prepare Earth, giving humans a small chance to survive the massive conflict ahead. The creature warns Jinwoo that time is rapidly running out. Earth is destined to turn into absolute hell much sooner than anyone expects. Now that the true power of the Shadow Monarch has awakened, neither the rulers nor the monarchs will stand by. They are already on the move, and Jinwoo is their main target. Jinwoo tries to push for more information, asking if the creature is willing to stand alongside humanity. He even suggests turning the creature into a shadow soldier so they can work together. When Jinwoo asks directly whose side the creature is on, it hesitates. Jinwoo glances at the back of the creature's neck and sees the magic stone, the force system command compelling every monster to kill humans. The creature snaps back, telling Jinwoo that he has it all wrong. It claims that Jinwoo himself is the real calamity heading for this world. Realizing the creature can never overcome the urge to kill humans, Jinwoo decides the deal is officially off. It is simply too dangerous to keep around. Driven by its instincts, the creature unleashes a deafening roar and lunges at Jinwoo, but the fight is over before it even really begins. Jinwoo swiftly cuts down the massive beast on his own without needing to summon a single shadow soldier. As the giant falls silent, Jinwoo reaches over and takes its magic stone to keep as a souvenir. System notifications immediately flood Jinwoo's vision, leveling him up repeatedly all the way to level 122. Holding the glowing stone in his hand, Jinwoo takes a moment to process everything he just learned. He knows the impending war between the worlds will only make Earth a more violent war zone, and he has very little time left to get ready for what comes next. Lady Selner meets with national-level hunter Christopher Reed to give him a chilling warning. He might be murdered in the near future. Christopher is furious and refuses to take her seriously. As a national-level hunter, he believes no one on Earth is strong enough to kill him or protect him. But Lady Selner insists there is someone who might be able to save him, and that person is Hunter Sung Jinwoo. Meanwhile, Jinwoo thinks back on his fight with the Giant King. He knows killing the king was the right decision, because even chained up, the monster possessed terrifying power. News quickly spreads around the globe that all the giants have been wiped out. Social media erupts with talk that Jinwoo has reached national-level status. Over in China, Liu Zhigang takes down the last remaining giant, while Japan's Hunter Association president turns himself in to take responsibility for the crisis. Over in Maryland, American hunters are throwing a massive party after clearing an S-rank gate. Thomas Andre shows up in a loud Hawaiian shirt, cracking jokes and stealing a tie right off another hunter's neck. His assistant Laura approaches him with big news. The attendee list for the upcoming International Guild Conference has been released, and Korea's Ajin Guild is on it. Thomas grins, thrilled to hear that Sung Jinwoo will soon be coming to the United States. Back in Korea, onlookers watch in total shock as Jinwoo displays his overwhelming power during a dungeon cleanup. Nearby, Yu Jinho receives an urgent phone call from his family's secretary, telling him to return home right away. Jinwoo notices something is wrong and offers to escort Jinho to the airport. When Jinho arrives at the airport in Korea, he is taken straight to the hospital. There, he learns the devastating truth. His father, Chairman Yu Myung-han, has fallen into eternal sleep. Guards stop Jinho at the door because a hunter's uncontrolled magic could make the chairman's condition worse. Feeling like a complete failure of a son, Jinho hangs his head in despair. That is when his father's secretary hands him a thick binder. Inside, Jinho is shocked to find pages of clipped newspaper articles covering every major moment of his life, including his recent success founding the Ajin Guild. The secretary gently explains that President Yu loved him deeply and was secretly proud of everything he accomplished. Overwhelmed by the realization, Jinho breaks down crying in the hospital hallway. Watching from the shadows, Jinwoo is touched by Jinho's tears. He sneaks into Chairman Yu's hospital room and uses a bottle of the divine water of life to cure him. Moments later, Chairman Yu opens his eyes, completely cured. The doctors are left speechless, unable to comprehend how someone just woke up from eternal sleep for the first time in history. Jinwoo checks his system screen and sees he still has nearly 2 hours before he needs to head back to Japan to deal with the giant S-rank gate. With some spare time on his hands, he decides to look around for a dungeon to clear. Meanwhile, over in the United States, national-level hunter Christopher Reed is relaxing alone in his massive mansion at night. The house is dead silent, a little too silent. Sensing danger, Christopher drops his wine glass just as mysterious intruders break in. Recognizing the immense threat standing before him, Christopher goes all out. He activates his spiritual body manifestation, transforming into a towering titan made of flames to fight for his life. The battle is intense, scorching the entire estate in a wave of wild, unquenchable magical fire. It takes over 1,500 firefighters and 14 top-tier hunters just to contain the blaze. But despite his overwhelming power, the aftermath is tragic. Christopher Reed, one of the strongest hunters on the planet, is found dead. Cut back to Jinwoo, who is currently taking a flight. He turns to the seat beside him and is surprised to see a familiar face, Adam White from the U.S. Hunter Bureau. Jinwoo asks what's going on and why Adam sat next to him unannounced. Without wasting time, Adam opens his laptop and plays news footage of the massive fire that destroyed Christopher Reed's mansion. He breaks the shocking news that Christopher was murdered. Jinwoo can hardly believe a national-level hunter was taken down like that. But then, Adam pulls out a confidential document showing a photograph of the primary suspect seen at the crime scene. Jinwoo looks at the picture and instantly freezes. It's a photo of his missing father, Sung Il-Chwan. Surged with anger, Jinwoo's aura erupts throughout the plane cabin. He uses his telekinetic force to slam Adam back into his seat, pinning him down effortlessly. Glowing purple eyes fixed on the agent, Jinwoo warns him that if this is some kind of sick joke, he won't be walking away on his own 2 feet. Choking for air under the crushing pressure, Adam desperately yells out for Jinwoo to stop. He quickly explains the situation. The man in that photo originally emerged from a gate months ago during an incident at the Korean Hunter Bureau and attacked an S-rank hunter, meaning he might not actually be the father Jinwoo remembers. Hearing this, Jinwoo releases his grip. As the tension settles, Jinwoo realizes that the Hunter Bureau is no longer keeping this hidden. The hunt for his father is now public, and everything is about to get much more complicated. After witnessing an incredible display of power, the agent slowly catches his breath and tries to process what just happened. He feels a bit weak, but his mind is racing as he thinks about Jinwoo's telekinesis. This isn't just standard magic used by high-tier hunters to lift small objects. It operates on a completely different level, something only the strongest hunters in the world can pull off. Stunned by what he just saw, he comes to a clear conclusion. Sung Jinwoo isn't just a strong S-rank hunter, he truly is the 6th nation-level hunter. Realizing how massive this news is, the men quickly agree that they have to report this directly to the vice director immediately. A few days later, the U.S. Hunters Association officially releases the invitation list for the International Guild Conference, a major event where representative guilds discuss the future of the hunter profession. Among the list of elite guilds, Ajin Guild is named to represent South Korea. The announcement causes a massive stir around the world, turning everyone's focus toward Jinwoo. Outsiders look at his unbelievable track record, pointing out how impossible it would be for him to stay quiet. After all, this is the man who cleared multiple gates a day before his reevaluation and single-handedly stopped an S-rank dungeon break in Japan. Inside the association office, officials review another surprising update. China has formally submitted a request asking for information regarding Sung Jinwoo. When asked if they are looking for private details, the assistant clarifies that China only asked for official public records like his raid history and news articles. The official finds this odd. Jinwoo has already stated clearly that he has no interest in being scouted by other nations. But then comes the real kicker. The request wasn't made by the Chinese government at all, but by an influential individual. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, an intense confrontation unfolds. A dark, overwhelming aura flares up behind an imposing figure, instantly smothering the room in pressure. When one of the men tries to cut in, he is immediately shut down. A hand reaches out, pointing a single finger directly at him with a menacing grin. The dominant hunter bluntly tells him that he was never given permission to speak, telling him to just shut up and listen. Completely intimidated by the raw force in front of him, the man backs off and agrees to follow orders without another word. The scene opens in America, where flags fly high over towering skyscrapers and sleek black cars line the streets. High-ranking international hunters are arriving for the conference, including Germany's top hunter Lennart Nierman. Reporters gather in massive crowds because word has gotten out that South Korea's newest powerhouse, Sung Jinwoo, is arriving today. When Jinwoo steps out into the city, representatives from the U.S. Hunters Bureau are already waiting to greet him. Jinwoo tells Jinho to head ahead to the hotel without him, knowing something official is going on. He asks the agents directly if this meeting is about his missing father, but the agent assures him it is not. Instead, they board a luxury sedan and head straight for the Hunters Bureau headquarters for a top-secret matter. During the ride, Jinwoo stays quiet, but back at headquarters, the higher-ups are in an absolute panic. The bureau directors review Jinwoo's unusual demands. He did not ask for money, land, or even rare rune stones. The only thing Jinwoo requested was to see the preserved corpse of the legendary dragon Kamish. As the officials piece the clues together, a terrifying realization hits them. Jinwoo's ability might not be limited to monsters he slays himself. They realize he intends to turn Kamish, the greatest disaster in hunter history, into his own shadow soldier. The thought of one man controlling a dragon of that magnitude terrifies the director, but denying him could ruin their relationship. Taking matters into his own hands, the bureau leader decides to take Jinwoo down to the vault personally so he can watch the process with his own eyes. They ride an elevator deep into the subterranean levels of the building. As they walk down the heavily fortified corridor, Jinwoo can feel the thick magical energy floating in the air. Even after 8 long years, the dragon's residual mana remains absurdly strong, making Jinwoo wonder just how powerful a shadow soldier Kamish would become. They step out onto a massive viewing platform, overlooking an enormous chamber. Hanging inside is the gargantuan, preserved skeleton of Kamish, the dragon that once wiped out hundreds of elite hunters before 5 nation-level hunters finally brought it down. The director notes that the dragon's mana crystal is still so powerful it supplies energy to their entire facility. Without wasting any time, Jinwoo steps forward and politely asks everyone behind him to step back. The director gives the okay to proceed, eager to see what will happen. Jinwoo steps right up to the massive remains, gathering dark shadow energy into his hand. He extends his arm and speaks the command, "Arise." Black and purple magic swirls around the corpse, but the system window suddenly pops up with a warning. The shadow extraction has failed, leaving him with only 2 attempts remaining. Unfazed by the setback, Jinwoo takes a deep breath, locks his eyes on the target, and tries again. He pours an overwhelming amount of shadow aura into the room. A massive surge of dark energy erupts from the dragon's skeleton, violently shaking the air as Kamish's shadow begins to awaken. Jinwoo stands inside the heavily guarded underground vault, staring up at the massive, preserved corpse of Kamish, the legendary dragon that nearly destroyed America 8 years ago. Raising his hand, Jinwoo calls upon his shadow extraction skill. Dark mana instantly floods the entire vault, and against all expectations, the spell takes hold. A giant shadow dragon emerges from the remains, bathed in dark smoke and blue flames. Rather than going on a rampage, Kamish immediately senses who is standing before him. The colossal beast bows its massive head low to the ground, greeting Jinwoo as his new king and bowing before the Shadow Monarch. The terrifying dragon, once remembered as humanity's worst nightmare, becomes completely loyal and tame, practically wagging its tail in joy at being reunited with its ruler. While communicating with Jinwoo, Kamish passes along a vital piece of information. He warns Jinwoo that 4 humans on Earth are currently borrowing the powers of the rulers. However, before Jinwoo can ask for more details, Kamish's shadowy form begins to crack and glow with bright blue light. Too much time has passed since the dragon was killed, meaning his soul is simply too weak to stay bound to this world. Kamish expresses his sorrow for not being able to serve his king for eternity, gives one last respectful bow, and completely disintegrates into glowing particles. Jinwoo is left standing alone in the quiet vault, frustrated that he couldn't keep such a powerful ally in his army. Meanwhile, a dangerous situation is developing on the outside. Hwang Dongsu, who has been quietly plotting revenge against Jinwoo for his brother's death, decides to make his move. He tracks down Jinwoo's close friend and guild vice-chairman Yu Jinho. Dongsu ambushes Jinho without warning and takes him hostage, dragging him away to a hidden location. Back at the Federal Bureau of Surveillance, staff members quickly realize that Jinho has gone missing. When they find out that Hwang Dongsu was spotted in the same area, complete panic breaks out among the agency heads. They know exactly how strong Jinwoo is, and they know he will burn down the entire city if anything happens to his friend. The bureau director instantly orders a full-scale search, mobilizing every single agent to hunt down Dongsu and rescue Jinho immediately. The agency finds itself in a desperate race against time. They need to locate Jinho before Jinwoo realizes what happened, because if Jinwoo finds Dongsu first, nothing on Earth will be able to contain his wrath. Thomas Andre is on the phone with his assistant, Laura, trying to figure out where Hwang Dongsu disappeared to. Laura reports that after analyzing Dongsu's movements over the past month, she found 3 specific locations where he strayed from his usual routine. Thomas tells her to dispatch all their forces there while he heads out as well. Curious, he asks how she managed to get the Hunter Bureau on board. Laura reveals she warned them that if Dongsu isn't found immediately, Thomas Andre and Sung Jinwoo will end up in a disastrous collision. Over at the Scavenger Guild, complete panic erupts when workers realize all 100 guild members are suddenly on the move, canceling all scheduled raids. The officials realize Thomas himself must be behind this, leaving everyone terrified of what is about to happen. Meanwhile, deep inside a dark factory that has been abandoned for over 5 years, Hwang Dongsu has kidnapped Yu Jinho. One of Dongsu's men nervously asks if doing this is really okay. Dongsu grins sinisterly and says he isn't planning to mess with Jinwoo directly, especially after Thomas Andre warned him off. Instead, he believes Jinho has the answers he needs. He tells his crew that if Jinho simply confesses that Sung Jinwoo killed his brother, he will let the kid walk away without a single scratch. To make him talk, Dongsu viciously slaps and beats an already battered, bloody Jinho, barking at him to wake up. He sneers at how durable Jinho is, figuring his tanker stats are the only reason he hasn't died yet. Dongsu grabs Jinho by the head and lays out his brutal threat. He points to a healer standing behind him and explains that whenever Jinho is on the verge of death, the healer will fully heal him back up. That means Jinho will be trapped in this forgotten building and tortured endlessly until he gives up the confession. Despite the brutal beating, Jinho refuses to give in. As Dongsu prepares to continue, his men suddenly notice something weird at the entrance. A shadow orc steps through the doorway into the factory. The henchmen wonder if a dungeon break happened nearby and mockingly suggest the orc is shaking in terror because of Dongsu. Dongsu brushes it off, frustrated that his time is being wasted. Suddenly, violent dark purple shadow energy bursts through the space. The shadow magic sweeps across the floor as a terrifying dark aura expands throughout the room. With glowing eyes radiating pure deadly intent, Sung Jinwoo arrives on the scene to rescue Jinho and tear apart anyone in his way. Jinwoo looks urgently at the guys who just entered, asking if either of them is a healer and demanding they save Jinho right away. The man with glasses stammers, explaining he doesn't understand Korean. The massive hunter standing in the destroyed doorway translates for him, letting him know Jinwoo is commanding him to heal the injured man. The towering man steps forward, asking Jinwoo if this is the first time they are meeting face to face. But Jinwoo isn't interested in small talk. Covered in dark aura, he gives a cold, final warning to heal Jinho immediately. When the guy tries to explain that he needs to check with his boss first, Jinwoo cuts him off, asking if he's a healer or not. Behind them, Hwang Dongsu is stunned and furious, complaining that nobody told him this job involved Sung Jinwoo. Jinwoo ignores the noise and asks one last time if anyone present can cast healing magic. The guy stammers out a weak no. With no healer to help Jinho, Jinwoo shifts his full attention to Dongsu. Standing across the room, Dongsu glares at him, asking if Jinwoo was the one who killed his brother, Hwang Dongsuk. Jinwoo doesn't bother dodging the question. He just looks at him and tells him to go ask his brother himself. Before Dong-soo can react, Jinwoo closes the distance in an instant. He grabs Dong-soo and violently slams him face first into the concrete ground. Purple aura explodes out from Jinwoo as Dong-soo screams in agony. Jinwoo pins him down effortlessly, standing over his beaten body in the exact same brutal way he handled Dong-soo's brother in the past. Just as Jinwoo is about to finish him, a booming voice orders him to stop right there. Thomas Andre speaks up, offering a deal. He says if Jinwoo lets Dong-soo go, he'll let everything that happened slide, but Jinwoo doesn't flinch. He asks what happens if he refuses, and Thomas warns him that it won't be a polite request anymore. Jinwoo simply replies that he's fine with that. Thomas Andre didn't get to where he is by backing down. Growing up in a poor immigrant family surrounded by enemies, he relied on the one thing that gave him absolute power: violence. He fought through countless battles, using his insane strength to rule over others like a king. To Thomas, violence is the only real justice, and he knows exactly how to deal with anyone who dares to disobey him. Outside, police cars and guild vehicles pull up with sirens flashing. A huge group of armed hunters from the scavenger guild rushes inside the building, shouting to hurry up. Heavy, thundering footsteps shake the floor as the guild members burst into the room, frantically calling out to Thomas and asking if their master is all right. The battle erupts outside as Thomas Andre yells for his hunters to get ready. The Scavenger Guild members deploy their heavy energy shields, but Jinwoo's shadow army slams directly into their line with massive force. Lightning and dark mana flare everywhere, turning the battlefield into total chaos. Thomas watches from above, quickly realizing his men don't stand a chance against this shadow horde. But before he can even step in, Jinwoo moves at blinding speed, bypassing the entire front line and crashing straight down into the warehouse. Thomas lands inside the building, looking around in shock, trying to spot where Jinwoo went. In a split second, Jinwoo appears right beside the fallen Jinho, looking completely calm and focused. Thomas charges forward, throwing a massive punch, but Jinwoo vanishes into thin air before the hit even connects. Thomas spins around, totally losing track of his target once again. Suddenly, Jinwoo strikes, landing a sharp blow that rattles the giant hunter. Furious, Thomas asks if Jinwoo is really looking down on a nation-level hunter. Wanting to end this fast, Thomas activates his psychokinesis, wrapping invisible telekinetic energy around Jinwoo and dragging him forcefully through the air. Thomas taunts him, telling Jinwoo to feel the difference in their strength and despair. But Jinwoo doesn't panic at all. Instead of resisting the pull, he uses the momentum of Thomas's own telekinesis to fly straight toward him. Thomas realizes too late that Jinwoo is coming at him on purpose. Jinwoo delivers a devastating punch right to Thomas's face, sending the massive hunter staggering backward. Thomas touches his cheek in utter disbelief, shocked to see actual blood on his hand. Jinwoo just looks at him, mockingly repeating Thomas's own words right back to him. Wiping the blood away, Thomas decides he's done holding back and announces he will stop underestimating his opponent. Meanwhile, outside on the road, black sedans are speeding toward the facility. Inside one of the cars, an official warns that moving any closer is putting their lives in danger. At that moment, Jinwoo recalls the truth about the world's absolute strongest. There are only 4 humans who directly borrowed the power of the rulers, survivors of the Kamish raid known everywhere as nation-level hunters, and Thomas Andre is no exception. Thomas activates his ultimate skill, Reinforcement. Thick golden armor spreads across his whole body, transforming him into a monstrous, glowing titan. Jinwoo stands his ground, watching as Thomas powers up completely. With his new form active, Thomas leaps into the air and smashes down onto the battlefield, triggering a massive, earth-shattering shockwave of pure energy. The fight between Sung Jinwoo and Thomas Andre reaches its breaking point. Jinwoo unleashes a brutal, relentless attack, moving with incredible speed and power. Thomas roars as he gets slammed again and again, completely unable to fight back. Watching from nearby, the Hunter Bureau agents are frozen in disbelief. They panic and ask if they should step in to break it up, but deep down they know it is impossible. A nation-level hunter, widely known as the world's strongest, is getting completely beaten up by a single man. Thomas tries to hold on to his pride. He tells himself there is no way he can lose because he is Thomas Andre the Goliath, but Jinwoo does not care about his title. He tells Thomas that it does not matter who he is and continues to hammer him into the ground. The Bureau agents panic and scream for Jinwoo to stop before he actually kills him. Jinwoo delivers one last crushing strike, shattering Thomas's remaining defenses. Thomas lies battered in the dirt, finally admitting defeat in his mind. the fight is officially over. Healers quickly rush to the scene to treat Thomas. Every single bone in his body is broken, and the healers realize he only survived because of his monster-like physical stats. Looking around the wreckage, agents notice that Hwang Dongsu has no pulse and is not breathing. To make matters worse, Jinwoo has completely vanished from the battlefield. Without anyone noticing, Jinwoo used Shadow Exchange to swap places with Baru, instantly teleporting back to Seoul. Meanwhile, Baru stays behind in an American hospital room, using his healing abilities to save Jinho. Sitting on top of a skyscraper overlooking the Seoul skyline, Jinwoo turns his attention to Hwang Dongsu's body. He extracts his soul, turning him into a powerful Knight Commander rank Shadow Soldier wrapped in a dark purple aura. Jinwoo names him Greed, a fitting title for a man whose endless greed led to his downfall. Greed bows deeply, thanking his new king, and Jinwoo orders him to lay low. The next day, the International Guild Conference begins in America. Outside the venue, massive crowds of reporters gather, desperate for answers. Word about the destructive fight between Jinwoo and the Scavenger Guild has already spread, sending shockwaves through the world. As Jinwoo walks into the building with his representative, he is handed a set of earpieces for live translation. Jinwoo makes it clear he does not want to think about Hwang Dongsu anymore. He came to America to get answers, and once he gets them, he plans to leave. He puts in the translation earpieces and pushes open the massive doors to the conference hall. Inside, hundreds of top hunters and international representatives turn to look at him in stunned silence. Everyone in the room knows what happened the night before. As Jinwoo steps into the auditorium, all eyes are locked onto the man who single-handedly brought down a nation-level hunter. As the International Guild Conference gets underway, Sung Jinwoo sits quietly in a massive auditorium packed with hundreds of top hunters from across the world. Whispers immediately spread through the crowd. Everyone is in disbelief that this young hunter just brutally beat Thomas Andre, the man who ruled over everyone like a king. Dr. Belzer steps up to the podium to begin his presentation. He points out that gates are opening much faster with stronger monsters, but something stranger is happening in the sky. Massive amounts of magical energy are gathering over 9 places across the globe. He names this phenomenon the Magisphere and shows a world map revealing its highest concentration is right over Seoul, South Korea. The crowd murmurs in unease, glancing back at Jinwoo. Jinwoo stays calm, secretly wondering if these 9 spots match the number of monarchs. Dr. Belzer warns that a major shift is coming. Next, a representative from the American Hunters Association steps up with an urgent announcement. He solemnly reveals that 2 weeks ago, nation-level hunter Christopher Reed was assassinated by unidentified attackers. The auditorium erupts in shock. Hunters argue that only someone equal in strength could kill a nation-level hunter, with a few even wondering if Jinwoo was involved. The speaker asks everyone to calm down and displays photos of their prime suspect, codenamed Suspect S. As the images appear on screen, hunters near Jinwoo sweat nervously, realizing Suspect S looks just like him. Jinwoo stares at the screen, recognizing his missing father, Sung Il-Chuan. His Shadow Soldier greed confirms it. The speaker explains that this man emerged from a U.S. gate claiming to be human. But when S-rank hunter Hwang Dongsu tried to interrogate him, the suspect defeated him, set the headquarters on fire, and escaped. The association concluded that powerful monsters from dungeons must have teamed up to kill Christopher Reed. China's 7-star hunter Liu Zhaijing raises his hand and directly asks what the suspect's connection is to Sung Jinwoo. Forced to answer, the speaker admits the suspect claimed to be Jinwoo's father. Liu Zhaijing turns to Jinwoo and asks what he will do if hunters try to hunt him down. Jinwoo replies calmly that if the suspect is a monster, he'll handle it himself. But if he is truly his father, Jinwoo will protect his family, even if it means making an enemy of every hunter in the world. As everyone leaves the hall, a translator tells Jinwoo that only 2 hunters would dare say that in front of 500 top rankers, Jinwoo and Thomas Andre. Suddenly, Liu Zhaijing approaches with his entourage. Through the translator, Liu Zhaijing admits he wanted to meet the man who defeated Thomas Andre and killed giant monsters so effortlessly. He extends his hand, saying he respects Jinwoo and hopes Suspect S isn't his real father, so they don't have to fight. Jinwoo shakes his hand, ending the day with a tense mutual respect. Agent White assures Sung Jinwoo that Suspect S is not related to his family and had no bad intentions, to which Jinwoo calmly replies that it is all right. White then leads him into a private room to meet Norma Selner, the upgrader. Sitting across from Jinwoo, Madame Selner explains that she has been having repeating dreams of top hunters being hunted down one by one, and those premonitions are already coming true. She tried using her ability inside the dreams to identify the victims, but an endless, overwhelming power forced her awake. When Jinwoo asks what the voice inside that power said, Selner reveals it commanded her to go back and prepare for war. Hearing this, Jinwoo realizes it connects directly to the war between rulers and sovereigns. Selner asks Jinwoo to protect the remaining top hunters because she detected that exact same massive power residing within him. She offers whatever reward he wants, even Kamish's runestone. But Jinwoo hesitates, stating he still does not know who the real enemy is yet, though he vows to protect his family even if it means turning the whole world against him. Leaving the room, Jinwoo asks Agent White for the list of target hunters and a chance to meet them. At the International Guild Conference, Jinwoo sees Yu Jinho expertly handling business details with a corporate representative, proud of how far his vice-chairman has come. White hands Jinwoo a tablet showing the top 10 ranked hunters based on contribution points. When Jinwoo asks where he stands, White places him in 3rd or 4th place. Realizing it is useless to memorize all their names, Jinwoo uses the crowd to slip shadow soldiers into the shadows of every key hunter present. This way, he can monitor them and identify friend from foe. Suddenly, Thomas Andre walks up with his arm bound in a sling. Thomas asks why Jinwoo spared his guild members during their fight, and Jinwoo simply answers that they did not commit a sin deserving of death. Thomas accepts this, inviting Jinwoo out for a meal once his arm heals, while his manager offers a gift of gratitude. Jinwoo asks for a useful dagger. Looking over the list, Jinwoo notices that the rank 6 hunter from Brazil, Jonas, is missing. White confirms they lost contact with him days before the conference, making Jinwoo suspect he has already been killed. Meanwhile, back in Korea, Chairman Go Gun-hee sits alone in his office. He clutches his chest, feeling his body reaching its limit as his heart continues to weaken. After taking a brief call from his wife, he suddenly freezes as an ominous, terrifying presence fills the quiet room. The scene opens in a completely isolated space, cut off from the rest of the world. The Frost Monarch stands face to face with Sung Il-chuan, demanding that he reveal his true identity as a fragment of luminosity. Realizing this is no dream, Il-chuan readies himself for a fight. The Frost Monarch taunts him, warning that his human vessel will break if he keeps using power beyond its limits. Seeing that further words are pointless, the monarch gathers a swirling orb of ice magic. Il-chuan doesn't flinch, daring the Frost Monarch to try his worst. Immediately, a violent clash breaks out. Cold, jagged ice and crushing pressure fill the air as the Frost Monarch unleashes a storm of freezing attacks. Shockwaves ripple through the isolated dimension while Il-chuan powers through, matching the monarch's lethal ice magic with raw force and speed. He throws brutal strikes, breaking through frozen spikes to close the distance. However, the strain quickly catches up to him. Il-chuan's human body begins to falter, unable to contain the divine power running through it. The Frost Monarch notices him reaching his limit and mocks him for his weakness. Moving with terrifying speed, the monarch lunges in. With a sharp thrust, the Frost Monarch impales Il-chuan directly through the chest. Standing over his wounded opponent, the monarch gloats, asking how long it will take Il-chuan to find another host body. He warns that their forces are already assembling and this world will be destroyed long before he can return. He scoffs at Il-chuan's mistake of trying to protect the human world without his guards, but despite the mortal wound, Il-chuan just chuckles. He tells the Frost Monarch that he didn't fight without a reason, and that the monarch missed something very important. Before the Frost Monarch can figure out what he means, Il-chuan firmly grabs the weapon sticking through him, locking the monarch in place. In that exact instant, a massive explosion of golden fire and shadow energy erupts from behind. A devastating blast tears through the air, hitting the Frost Monarch head-on. The explosion sends the monarch skidding backward, stunned and bleeding, barely surviving what would have been a lethal blow. Wiping blood from his face, the monarch staggers back, trying to comprehend how a simple human could set up an attack like that. But as the smoke clears, Sung Jinwoo emerges on the scene, radiating immense pressure. Jinwoo looks down at the enemy with cold determination and demands to know who this ice elf really is.